lands under England's sway,
Fucking
establishing a true Pax Britannica.
What does Pax mean?
I don't give a shit.
That's pretty much my attitude too, but all the Euro goobers say Pax, so like Pax shit, Pax this,
Look it
Pax
up.
that.
It's probably
I
a
don't care that
Euroid
much.
thing.
Yeah, I don't care that much. Say Pax, so like Pax shit. Why am I echoing?
It's because I opened the YouTube link to get the link.
I'm like, why do I hear myself? What is happening? Tokimune. The great wave of Buddhism follows you. Buddhism?
Huh?
Even your finest samurai will be well learned and spiritually apt. Be strong, embrace the divine wind. That's the kamikaze.
That's how they kill Godzilla.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm
Bro
Amy
has a
Goodman.
Triforce on his
The U.S.
shoulder.
and Israel are continuing
Zelda
to
fan.
bomb Iran after President Trump said he would once again delay his ultimatum for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz or face renewed attacks on energy infrastructure. On Thursday, Trump said he'd extended his deadline 10 days until April 6th. He'd previously set today as the deadline, and before that, March 23rd. Trump also said Iran has offered him, quote, 8 big boats of oil as a goodwill gesture of goodwill. He later revised that number to 10. He made the claims despite Iran's repeated denials of any direct negotiations with the U.S.
And they'll tell you, we're not negotiating. We will not negotiate. Of course they're negotiating. They've been obliterated. Who wouldn't negotiate? They are begging to make a deal. We'll see if we can make the right deal.
Axios reports the Pentagon's developing military options for what it's calling a final blow against Iran that could include an invasion by ground forces. One plan
That's a
would
dumb
see
idea.
the U.S. invade or blockade Kharg Island, Iran's main oil export terminal. Another plan would send U.S. forces deep inside the interior of Iran to secure the highly enriched uranium buried
yes,
within
I'm wiping out the
nuclear
thing.
facilities. Meanwhile, Wall Street on Thursday suffered its worst day since the start of the coronavirus pandemic. Earlier today, the price of Brent crude oil topped $110 a barrel after Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps declared the Strait of Hormuz closed, warning, quote, any passage through this strait will face a harsh response.
Might be crazy, but, you know, I kind of hit the nail on the head with a conspiracy the other day.
Oh, yeah?
I think that IRGC and the government have split. And Trump's negotiating with the Iranian government, not the IRGC.
So you think that the regime is dead and the IRGC is
I think the
independent now?
supreme leader really only has authority over the regime.
And
And
the IRGC doesn't give a shit?
yeah, so like I think there might be some type of split. It might just be along military lines, though.
Yeah.
Like it might just be the regular militaries negotiating with, because the IRGC doesn't necessarily have the assets or powers to close the strait. The Iranian military does.
And didn't the Iranian state say it isn't closed?
Well,
They're like, no, we weren't closing it.
no, it goes back and forth.
And this is the problem, is there's like so many people, instead of finding what the actual truth is, are just either parroting US talking points or Iranian state talking points. And there really is no nuance in the middle. And it's like people forget that truth is literally the thing that dies first. I mean, look at Russia, right? Russia invades Ukraine, and the first thing they say is Ukraine was making bioweapons. Like,
I mean, truth has long been dead. The fucking
Yeah,
entire
yeah.
admin is wearing shoes that don't fit because they're too scared to take them off.
yeah. And it's like, I don't know, it's... Oh. This is frustrating. It's like, I just wish people would stay principled. Like, you talk about state thugs and how bad the police are in America, and then you turn around and you support the besiegee. You fucking retards. Wake the fuck up. Like, you're literally supporting fascism to own fascism. Get a grip. And these are the people who will call others feds. Your literal fed behavior.
Response. In Israel, air raid sirens sounded across Tel Aviv and other cities overnight as Iran and Hezbollah fired
That's a
waves of
shame.
missiles, rockets, and drones. One man was killed and others seriously injured
Those rockets
after
were
a
promised to them.
Hezbollah rocket fell in Israel's northernmost city of Nahariya. Israeli media report at least 25 people were wounded Thursday. Meanwhile, Iran's continuing attacks on U.S. military bases and oil and gas infrastructure across the Persian Gulf region. In Kuwait, officials said Iranian missiles and drones had damaged infrastructure at 2 ports. Israel's military says it's expanding its invasion of southern Lebanon, sending more ground forces to set up a so-called buffer zone along Israel's northern border. The deployment of more Israeli troops came after Israel's finance minister and defense minister both suggested Israel should annex southern Lebanon. This comes as UNICEF warns Israeli attacks have killed at least 121 children in Lebanon, with more than 370,000 children displaced from their homes. On Capitol Hill, House Democratic leaders have chosen not to force a vote on an Iran war powers resolution this week, putting off any potential vote until Congress returns from a 2-week recess in mid-April. The delay has angered progressives.
I'm glad they're having a holiday.
Demand progress, said in a statement,
They
quote,
deserve
while the
it.
TSA
this is a moment for
unfunded.
anti-war leadership, not hesitation. The House should be on the record now, especially when reporting suggests the votes are there to
Keep in
pass a
mind
war
that
powers resolution,
recess-
unquote. Journalist Ryan Grimm of Dropsite News went further, writing that...
By the way, Ryan Grimm got fucking community noted today, and we'll show that in a second. And but keep in mind that the legislators are supposed to go home and actually meet with constituents.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not supposed to actually be a vacation. How many of them actually give a fuck? I know Kristen Sinema was never one who met with anyone. You know, but like Bernie and AOC do.
Mm-hmm. They're actually on the street talking to people. Well, in town halls, but, you know, on the street. Not Washington.
House Foreign Affairs Committee ranking member Gregory Meeks is delaying a vote precisely because it might pass. Grimm wrote, quote, Dems secretly want this war to continue because it hurts Trump, unquote. Meanwhile, a bill introduced Thursday by Congressmember Meeks and Washington Democratic Representative Pramila Jayapal seeks to block President Trump from using any federal funds to take military action against Cuba without congressional authorization. Mexico's Navy says a search and rescue operation is underway after 2 ships carrying humanitarian aid to Cuba went missing in the Caribbean.
Did any of them have Hassan?
The ship set sail March 20th, bound for Havana as part of the Nuestra America Flotilla, our America Flotilla, but failed to arrive as expected and have not been in communication. There are at least 9 crew members aboard 2 ships, including a 4-year-old child. They're from Cuba, France, Poland, and the United States. In Cuba, doctors report many patients are dying as a direct result of the U.S. oil blockade, which has led to rolling blackouts and severe shortages of food, medicine, and equipment. This is Fernando Trujillo, Cuba's national director of hospital services.
Our country, which has managed to perform more than 1.2 million operations annually, has had to reduce in recent times to 700,000, which is still a significant number, due fundamentally to the blockade. Now, with all these limitations, we've had to prioritize and limit surgical activity, giving priority especially to serious cases and to what cannot be postponed.
Former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores appeared at a federal court here in Manhattan Thursday, nearly 3 months after they were abducted by the U.S. military in Caracas. They've pleaded not guilty to narco-terrorism and drug trafficking charges. Maduro's lawyer asked the court to dismiss the case, arguing the Trump administration is violating his and his wife's constitutional right to counsel by blocking Venezuela from paying their legal fees. The Treasury Department has barred the funds, citing sanctions against Venezuela. Judge Alvin Hellerstein, who's presiding over the case, asked, quote, "What's the interest of the government now in blocking those funds? We're doing business in Venezuela. The defendant is here. Flores is here. They present no further national security threat," he said. Judge Hellerstein did not issue a ruling on Maduro's legal fees and has not set a trial date. The Senate voted overnight to fund most of the Department of Homeland Security after a partial shutdown left tens of thousands of federal workers without pay. The deal funds the TSA.
Oh, there you go. They did actually fund the TSA before going on break.
The Coast Guard, FEMA, and Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency, but leaves out ICE.
Okay, so that makes me criticize Ryan Grimm's fucking dumbass tweet that she featured even more. Because we expect that a fucking, like, Congress, the Dems want the war to continue because it looks bad for Trump. Sure, that might be the case, but do you actually think that they believe that they'll be able to stop him with a fucking War Powers Act?
Yeah, I don't think it's
like, get real.
Do anything anymore. Maybe if they got in earlier, but not anymore. Kind of cooked.
Customs Enforcement and Border Patrol. Senate negotiators failed to agree on ICE reforms demanded by Democrats after immigration agents killed Alex Preti and Renee Good in Minneapolis. More than 480 TSA officers quit during the shutdown, and absences reached as high as 40% at some airports. The bill now goes to the House for a vote. Yeah. ICE will continue operating on $75 billion in separate funds already approved by Congress. A federal judge in San Francisco Thursday blocked the Trump administration from designating the artificial intelligence company Anthropic as a supply chain risk. U.S. District Judge Rita Lynn also blocked Trump's order that the government cut all contracts with Anthropic. The Pentagon blacklisted Anthropic last month after the company refused to allow its Claude tool to be used for autonomous weapons or the mass surveillance of Americans. District Court Judge Rita Lynn wrote, quote, "Nothing in the governing statute supports the Orwellian notion that an American company may be branded a potential adversary and..."
I said, I need this gold I'm sending you back.
How much did you send?
100. So just accept it and then just send it back.
Mm-hmm.
Boom, another Scotland city gone.
Yeah, Edinburgh's falling too.
I let the AI just destroy the cities. Because they had so many men-at-arms just, you know, built up doing nothing.
What the fuck is this? Did I build a third encampment? Okay. Sure, why not? Encampments for all.
Saboteur of the U.S. for expressing disagreement with the government, unquote. Anthropic had signed a $200 million contract with the Pentagon back in July. The Financial Times is reporting oil futures contracts worth around $580 million were traded just minutes before President Trump's social media post about alleged peace talks with Iran earlier this week. Separately, Democratic Senator Chris Murphy wrote that $1.5 billion in S&P 500 futures were sold minutes before President Trump announced his 5-day pause on attacking Iran. Senator Murphy wrote on X, quote, $1.5 billion. Let me say it again.
This is the real reason why the nationalism is bad, because, like, as soon as leaders aren't held in check by their constituents, like, we already have such limited power. Why would we? And these are the same people who didn't want to wear masks because it was the slow step to tyranny.
Yes. They always seem to forget that. And now they're the ones cheering on the state.
Well, it's not even just cheering them on. Like, you could tell them that this corruption happened and they just won't believe you.
Only have 8. Yeah, that's
or care, because Trump is just so cool to them.
So cool.
$1.5 billion bet, bigger than any futures purchases made at the time, 5 minutes before Trump's post. Who was it? Trump? A family member? A White House staffer? This is corruption, mind-blowing corruption, Senator Murphy wrote. CNN's reporting an unknown trader made $1 million from dozens of bets about Iran on the prediction market platform Polymarket. Meanwhile, House Republicans Wednesday blocked a Democratic motion to subpoena Donald Trump Jr. over his venture capital firm investing in a rare earth minerals company months before it received a $620 million loan from the Pentagon. In Russia, Ukrainian drones have struck ports and refineries along the Baltic Sea in the western Leningrad region, sending a huge column of smoke into the sky that was visible all the way in Finland. Reuters reports the attacks halted at least 40% of Russia's oil export capacity, the largest oil supply disruption in Russia's modern history.
She's been having a lot of trouble.
This comes as the Washington Post reports the Pentagon's considering a plan to redirect weapons originally meant for Ukraine to the Middle East, including air defense interceptor missiles. In Kyiv, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said this week the White House is making U.S. security guarantees for Ukraine in any future peace deal contingent on Ukraine giving up its defense of the eastern Donbas region.
In my view, the Russian side is shaping the atmosphere in its dialogue with the Americans.
Ukraine would be 100% willing to send troops to help with a ground invasion. And you are fucking them over.
Yeah, they literally helped in Iraq when they weren't in NATO.
Like, you actual moron. Ukraine is your key here. They are keeping Russia tied up. If Russia isn't busy with Ukraine anymore, guess who they're gonna fund, dickhead? And then you're back in a Cold War proxy war. Good one, dipshit. Really bringing back those spheres of fucking influence, huh? Fucking idiot. Like, can you be dumber than Donald Trump? Is that a possibility? He might be the dumbest political person ever. He might actually be. Like, it's actually impressive how stupid he is.
around this very idea that Ukraine should withdraw from Donbass. The United States will then provide the security guarantees Ukraine is seeking, and Russians will certainly end this war.
The International Olympic Committee announced Thursday it'll bar transgender women from competing in women's events. The ban will take place at the 2028 Los Angeles Games. The policy...
Hot take. Most of the world is bigoted against trans people, and the Olympics represents the world.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I'm just saying, we can't project, like, I was just said this the other day, is like, like, heavy, or like the Kurdish feminist that we'll have on, she's a fucking TERF, right? But she's in fucking southern Kurdistan. Exactly. We can't, like, so, like, I was saying, like, applying liberal and expecting liberal values from activists and movements in other countries is literally cultural imperialism.
Yes. And especially, like, the Kurdish situation, like, I get it. I get why they would be.
Also, let's not forget that, like, ironically, one of the big pillars for the trans community to begin being accepted in modern U.S. society was Caitlyn Jenner, an Olympian.
Yeah.
So that's another thing, is that, like, you could always, you know, do what you need to compete as an Olympian and then be Caitlyn Jenner later.
That's a fair point.
You know, which is just, you know, I think it matters to the individual, like, what will make them happier.
Of course.
To be an Olympian or to start therapy. And by therapy, I mean medical, like HRT, medical therapy. Because normally, I think you have to be in therapy for a year before they'll even give you...
It's literally called hormone replacement therapy.
Yeah.
So, like...
Well, therapy, medicine therapy, like, anything is medicine therapy. Like that. Like, if it's not something that you have to take for the rest of your life for a condition that you
therapeutic.
Requires all female athletes to undergo a mandatory gender screening, which is a cheek swab or blood test to detect the presence of the SRY gene associated with sexual development typically seen in males. That's
so, again, if this all started because of that boxer, thanks Russia. Russia got these people banned because they cheated and passed piss through a slot.
Yes. Exactly.
That's why this happened. Let's not forget that. Now,
there's all a distraction from Russia cheating.
So here's the thing, is we have seen, like, I want to say it was iDubbbz who did that great video, ironically. Talk about falling off, iDubbbz, right?
Yes.
And he was talking about the history on how this has hurt women every time.
Yeah. No, I'm almost certain it was iDubbbz.
Despite the fact that the scientist who discovered the SRY gene has publicly opposed using it to determine biological sex. The IOC's decision follows President Trump's executive order last year barring transgender women from competing on women's college sports teams.
And there you go. Even if you are a U.S. Olympian, you ain't making it because you're not going to be in college first.
Contract with their university.
No, fuck off. I need my NIDR.
Full-time faculty members launched the two-day work stoppage, demanding higher wages, job stability, and relief from heavy workloads. If they ratify the 5-year deal, they'll receive an average raise of 20% this year. The contract also includes new guardrails for academic freedom and the use of artificial intelligence. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe.
Thanks, Amy.
She's cool.
Do I have the Amy soundbite?
Amy, please!
Huh. There's no. I guess it's the weekend, so that's why there's not a Democracy Now! Video for today, huh?
Guess so.
Okay.
Oop.
Let's see what comes up next. Interesting.
That's me.
Interesting. Okay, I want to check this out. This was posted by this old-ass senator. It's from his YouTube page, right?
Oh my God.
And it says, "I hope you realize how ridiculous the four of you look. White House calls out squirrely nominees." And when they said White House, it's the name of the guy, not the White House.
Oh, that's
right?
so funny.
So it's like some Zoomer put this title for this video, and I was looking, and it's like this old-ass dude. Yeah, calling him out. So I'm like, they're learning from Jasmine Crockett to get your fucking clips, because that's what we're in now. We're like, part of the being in the post-literacy world is that the literacy and like intellectual factor is more replaced by like long form content.
Yeah.
That's actually like informative, like watching Flint Dibble and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But then the people who would just watch reality TV show trash before only watch reels and shorts now. So that's the real issue, is that class of people has gotten even lower.
Lower?
Yeah, as in like their intellectual capability.
Yes. Is just dramatically created.
Yeah, they
Hey,
were
he saved
already
Edinburgh's
like
loyalty. Good for him.
Point. I
gonna
hope
see if
you
the Cree
realize
wants to
how
help me.
ridiculous the four of you.
We're not interested in an
Just to
embassy.
finish Senator
Ah,
Blumenthal's
yes, I need to
point,
send you money
I
back.
hope you realize how ridiculous the four of you look.
Have an embassy.
Spouting these preposterous, canned answers
It's preposterous.
in a forum in which A, you're supposed to tell the truth, and B, you're supposed to demonstrate the judicial capacity to make
There you go, I gave you money
independent,
back.
factual decisions in hard cases. If you can't even sit here and say that Joe Biden won that election or that the Capitol was attacked, what's left?
not much.
What's left
Oh,
if
man.
a hard case comes
I
your
thought
way
I
as a
lost
judge?
my entire music
And
library
let's say the Trump administration is
because I wasn't able
bearing
to
down on
pay
that.
for Apple Music this
Why
month.
would we ever believe that you would
And I
give
was
the
finally able to
litigants
get
a
enough
fair
to get it again.
hearing
And
a fair decision
library's back, baby. It didn't fucking wipe it.
if the executive branch was leaning in
I got
on
very
you
nervous. I was about to basically only
when we
pirate
can't
music
get
for the
a
rest of my
reasonable
life.
answer out of any of you, with the executive branch leaning in on you to give these ridiculous answers today. I'm really sorry to have to go through this and that you have to go through this. But it would be nice if you could tell your executive branch handlers, for instance, Ms. Clark, I'm supported by Lindsey Graham.
Okay.
He's a friend of President Trump. He's the second senior person on the Republican side in the
Bro
Yeah, there
is
is
a
actually-
fascist
this-
warmonger.
No, but this is kind of weird because in the most recent, like these recent hearings, there was a lot of, because like you even had Rand Paul pissed off lately. So like a
Yes.
lot of these, I think they see how unfavorable Trump is right now, and it's like Vader,
taking
right?
the opportunity.
He's always plotting to take the emperor down because the Sith rules by the rule of two, right? So Vader was always just going to be a puppet of Palpatine. And
Yes.
Vader realizes this.
Real early, doesn't he?
Well, he doesn't realize it. Like, he doesn't realize it until he's a fucking robot. You know that there's stuff just built into Darth Vader's suit to annoy him?
I did notice, actually.
Just because Palpatine's a dickhead?
It's honestly quite funny. But yes, I was aware of that.
Judiciary Committee. He's likely to be the next Judiciary Committee chair. I think I'll be okay. I don't need to make myself ridiculous at your direction. It'd be great if you could have said that. It would be great if your answers were simple and honest here today. It's really disappointing. Let me ask a different question, a legal question. A judge, you want to be judges. A judge gets a threat to the judge's life or to the judge's family. Can you imagine a scenario in which liability may attach to individuals beyond the utterer of that threat? Ms. Clark?
What's up? So I finally had enough niter to upgrade to a ship of the line, and I got the Great Admiral that would make it into an armada. So I upgraded to a ship of the line and armada'd it in the same fucking turn just now.
Sick. I don't have nationalism yet. That's what I'm building to at the moment. I don't even have fucking plantation.
Senator,
That's hilarious.
As a prosecutor, there are instances where there's some responsibility that is assigned to...
Okay, well,
Alhambra?
there
Yes.
that is.
Wait, one turn, and then I go for the Alhambra. So I want that military policy spot.
Has been largely misused. So let's clarify what that actually is. So you think that even if someone had every word of the Neil Strauss book, The Game, like most ridiculous. That's fine with me. Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The property has been converted to a 24/7, fully staffed live streaming studio for Cloud's particular brand of content, which focuses on partying and also helping young men, particularly in Gen Alpha and early Gen Z, look sexy as fuck and ascend by engaging in looks-maxing activities like facial surgery, limb lengthening, Botox, peptide use, and steroid injection, all with the goal of raising their SMV, sexual market value, in a way that will lead to more ascension and life success. Across mainstream platforms, he has over 1 million
I think I've spoken about this book before. This guy goes into pickup artist areas and like figures out what the fuck they're talking about. It's so funny because I brought this up the other week talking about these exact fucking people and how it's just pickup artist garbage retooled for the internet age. It's no different. It's sad, pathetic incels trying to convince other sad, pathetic incels that they're actually the prize. No, you are not. It's a very interesting book, though. Their brains are broken.
And over 170,000 recurring viewers on the live streaming platform Kick. I don't want to spoil it too much though. Let's get into the interview. All right, thanks so much for making the time, man. I appreciate it.
Oh, sorry.
How's it going?
I know we're getting started. How are you?
I'm good. So for those who don't know, can you tell us your name and kind of what you do?
I am clavicular. I do live streaming. I hop on a variety of podcasts to talk about sort of my philosophy on why looks are arguably one of the most important things in terms of your success in life.
Sounds like a child mentality.
Well, what I basically mean is...
It's true, though. There's tons of studies showing this. Beautiful people get promotions.
I mean, yeah, no shit. Like, it's not a groundbreaking thing to say. Like, people have been aware of this for a long time. Like, this kid is, what, 19? And he thinks that he's God's gift to man because he figured this out. Something that's been very well known.
Every single trait of yours is going to be perceived differently according to your looks level, right? So if you're super caged in and shy, but you're good looking, that will be perceived a lot different rather than if you're, an acne-ridden, balding jester and you stay inside all day. People will call you a recluse, they'll call you weird, whatever. So even though the actions are the complete same, so that's what I'm talking about here.
And what's the exact equation for measuring like aesthetic value?
So there's a lot of different ratios that go into it to calculate someone's overall facial harmony score. So for example, that could be the width of your eyes,
facial
relative
harmony
to the
score.
width of
This
your
is just
cheekbones,
MLM
would be your
shit.
eye separation ratio, or
That's
your
what they
mid-face
be
ratio,
talking
for
like.
example. And then you're going to take all these measurements and calculate them into a final percentage harmony score.
And who has the highest score right now living?
I believe it's Matt Bomer.
What in particular about Matt's face gives him that high score?
It's not one particular thing because it's a calculation of a lot of different measurements.
Well, congrats on the big viewership and stuff like that.
Thank you.
It's kind of cool to see the mechanics of algorithmic takeover here.
I appreciate that.
I read less than a year ago you were a line cook.
That's right. Well, it was just one of my many roles at a restaurant I worked at.
What made you kind of want to jump into creating content?
I had already been kind of posting my looks maxing, routine and the protocols I was doing for a good amount of time.
It's so funny knowing that he walks out of this interview that Andrew has already been in here saying, like, oh, congratulations on all this, like great job on your success, like the algorithm loves you, like he's already gassing him up, which is exactly the technique you want to use when you have a potentially hostile situation. Like if I know that I have to ask hostile questions, I'll soft bake them for a while.
Okay.
And that's like how it got with like the jihadists and stuff. Is like because I always approached it in good faith and like actually like talk to them about things, but then also ask the questions that the networks were wanting me to ask.
Yeah. Interesting. Makes sense.
And then I was also honest with them, being like, telling them like, the sensational stuff is the stuff that's going to make it,
On TikTok, not really taking it too seriously, and I was posting on online forums. So I was sort of like a well-known name in a really small, tight-knit community. And then I kind of took it a little bit more serious because people were asking me like, how do you do this? What was your experience like with this, peptide, whatever? And it started to get a lot of traction very early on. So I just continued with it, and we're here now.
So going back to like the early days, you were born in 2005, right?
That's right.
How would you describe your like childhood? Was it fun?
Pretty normal, I'd say.
Your social experience in school though, how was that?
I mean, what age range are we talking about?
I guess like right around 13, 14 is what I'm thinking.
Well, that would have been during the pandemic, so I was in online school.
Oh shit. How do you think that being in online school transformed your experience during that time?
Well, obviously you're not interacting with anyone. So you're just like Ladaring.
But I mean, was that the time window that you sort of fell into the looks maxing community?
Around that time, actually, yeah.
What do you think?
Right at the tail end of the pandemic, actually.
What do you think like initially appealed to you about it?
Well, it just seemed like when I first started lifting, and then I got really into pharmacology and steroid usage, I was like, this is like literally a video game cheat code, is what it almost feels like. And it seemed like so ridiculous to try to play the game fair when I had access to all these things.
What was the first kind of thing that you tried out? Was
Test.
Test. How do you get that stuff?
No comment.
But it's technically illegal in the U.S., right? But other countries have like more lax regulations.
You know that wrestler I sent you where I said roids maxing? Mm-hmm. He's never failed a wellness check.
Really?
He's never tested positive for steroids.
No
So
shit.
he has steroids that are so good, those real high-end HGHs that don't show up in tests. The stuff they let John Cena get away with so he can lift the big guys. Because Hogan lifted Andre the Giant once, and that's like, and they're like, we got to do that again with our guy.
Aren't the
prescription
lifts a lot
only.
of like?
Okay.
It's
And how did that
mutual,
affect your, like,
they,
looks
they
immediately?
help them lift them, right? It's not.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
they're
but still,
dead weight.
like, I think, like, the Great Khali.
Mm.
Do you know who that is?
The big
He
Arab
killed a guy in the ring, you know.
Really?
Yeah. But
Wasn't he
the Great
in movies
Khali,
and shit?
because of his condition, his legs barely work, so he couldn't jump.
Ah.
So like the fact that Cena I think he does his move onto like a car or off like something too.
Mm.
Like, but I'm pretty sure he lifted him, and that guy like can't jump. But if you want to see somebody who's like a really good worker for a big guy, Big Show.
Yeah.
Big Show is really good. He's really safe to work with. And there's this one stunt he does with Rey Mysterio, because it's like so funny to put the tiniest guy against the biggest guy, right? Because it's wrestling. Who cares? It's fake, right?
Yeah.
So they have Mysterio strapped to a stretcher, and Big Show takes him like a baseball bat and slams him into the ring post. But the thing is like while he could hold him up, like once he hit him with the ring post, he couldn't hang on to that stretcher. So there's no way to drop Rey Mysterio safely. So he falls head first onto the ground because it's like outside of the ring, right? So it's that hard mat. And he fell like right on his head. He had to go to the hospital. And, like Big Show was crying over it.
No shit. The man cared.
Yeah. He felt really fucking bad.
Damn.
But like
Didn't he
you
die
can see
super
a
early?
lot of people have slammed Big Show because Big Show knows how to fucking work.
Yeah.
He's honestly probably one of their best talents that they have, and he's never really been put as the top guy.
Yeah, it's very strange.
But that's how Undertaker was too. And then
he always had a following though. Like he always had a big following.
No, not in the
No?
beginning. No. The beginning stuff is like wrestling was really his whole gimmick and stuff was really fucking stupid back in the day.
Okay. Interesting. Oh, trader.
But he was like the guy who was like known for being a good worker. And like everyone respected him in the locker room.
Like when you mix that with a bit of lifting.
I started to blow up quite quickly in terms of the amount of muscle.
Look at Grandma in this picture.
I started
She's
to
so ashamed
blow
about
up
it.
quite quickly in terms of the amount of muscle mass I had, but I descended because I was lifting in a huge caloric surplus. So I turned into kind of like a blob sack. So I mean, I definitely looked minned from taking tests and just bulking, but it wasn't the test. It was just like prioritizing physique and mass over leanness and angularity.
And you were already creating content like right off the bat when you found this stuff, or did that come a bit later?
I actually
hold on a second. I just need to laugh at this motherfucker for a little bit. So bro goes, I'm eating a lot of food. I'm gonna take testosterone. I'm fat now. Yeah, dickhead. This is what happens when you think testosterone is a cheat code. You fucking moron. I bet you got bitch tits too. Like,
Bob has
like
bitch
testosterone.
tits.
Like testosterone is an enhancer at the very like minimum end, right? It is an enhancement. It is a performance enhancing substance. Okay? It is not a fucking cheat code. Right? Just like God, what's the other one that people use? It's the shredding one that basically gives you cancer. Maybe someone will know in the chat. It's
that would have to mean somebody was in the chat.
Hold on. Testosterone alternative that shred.
HGH.
No. It's something very specific.
Creatine.
No. God, what the fuck is it? What is the popular PD that young people take that gives them mad acne?
It gives them bitch tits.
Anabolic steroids. Yeah, it's not Anavar. God, what's it called? There's like a substance. It's right on the tip of my fucking tongue. Anyway, it's just like it's a thing that's designed to basically shred body fat, and people take it thinking that it's a cheat code, and then they essentially destroy their entire body's ecosystem trying to look max, if you want to call it that. Like this is the thing that people don't tell you when you're taking steroids, is that you need to know what the fuck you're doing, or you will kill yourself. On top of that,
yeah, like, how is Scott Steiner still alive? Is my question.
on top of that as well, why do this? You want to, instead of doing 4 years, you want to do it in a year? Why? It literally doesn't make any sense. Like, you can achieve what you've achieved through hard work alone. You don't need,
See, I'm more interested in where this goes 6 years from now. By the way, he's fucking. Did you see he got arrested?
No, I did not.
Yeah. He committed multiple crimes on camera, but he got arrested for battery, I believe.
Is that running the guy down with his Cybertruck?
I just know I saw him post a video of him shooting an alligator.
Ah, good. What a great guy.
Which is a protected species.
Yeah. But yeah, he ran someone over with his Cybertruck on camera. Live streamed.
Epic.
And I don't think anything happened to him.
Well, he's in jail now. Got a mugshot and everything.
Damn.
Which is why Channel 5 dropped this. They've been teasing it for a while, but once he got arrested, they're like, now, we got to get this out right now.
No, exactly.
Around, I started kind of documenting a lot of what I was doing on forums, and actually have like a few YouTube videos, like kind of going over my experience that people dug up from years prior about like various different cycles I had done. But so I've been doing content for a little while, but none of it was serious. I never intended to monetize it or have a career made out of it.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is not an advertisement, by the way, but did you hear that about a year ago we bought back our old show?
It's an advertisement for you. I love how he lies.
Community, but in terms of like mainstream success and things like TikTok or whatever, a lot of what led to my blow up was like a segment I did calling out copes, right? Because in early 2025, I'm sure a lot of you guys remember, there was just like a lot of ridiculous methods kind of being put out there for looks maxing that really didn't make fucking sense at all.
Like what's the stupidest method that you saw where you
smacking
were like,
yourself in the face
there
with
was
a
this
hammer?
one where it was like jumping to get taller.
What do you
It's like called like Maasai jump. Fuck, I don't even remember.
Oh, because the Maasai people are tall,
really
they think it's because they
retarded.
jump.
So
That's
so funny.
Said to the one guy who's kind of pushing it, like, dude, like this is clearly cope. This is ridiculous, and you know it. And that kind of gave me a lot of clout, like exposing jesters, I'd say.
So a jester is not just someone who's funny. It's somebody who, what?
Well, it could be used in like a lot of contexts, but I mean, like, it is kind of gesturing a little bit because the methods are like so ridiculous. You're like fucking, bouncing around, like trying to get taller. Like,
is it consecutive jumping, like bunny hops for hours?
I honestly couldn't tell you the exact protocol for what people were doing back then, but I just know it had something to do with trying to apply Wolf's Law to like vertical height, and like that doesn't make any sense at all.
The first thing that caught my eye was the bone smashing.
Okay.
Because I
A
was
lot
like
of people are
worried about
interested
you.
about.
Because I saw some people responding saying like, oh, in time, one day you're going to have like jaw issues. Do you think that's bullshit?
Yeah, because I don't even bone smash my jaw.
Oh, okay, my bad. How does it work?
Cheekbones. And it's just like,
Oh my
it's so
God.
silly that people want to talk about bone smash. I think it's just because it's like you hear it and it's so crazy, but that's not even really like one of the main things that I would, advocate for or promote, or that really give people the most results. It's one of the methods that I talk about, but it's just what gets brought up the most frequently in interviews. If you ask me seriously, I mean, what's the best way to look, Max? I would tell you about leanness. I wouldn't tell you about bone smashing.
Got you. So staying low weight.
Yeah, staying extremely low body fat.
And what are some of the easiest ways to do that besides just creating a caloric deficit?
Well, being in a
Smoke
GLP-1
meth.
will help you maintain that deficit a lot easier, right? Because it's going to deal with a lot of hunger signaling. So throughout the day, when
I
you're
found
on a
the
cut
Bermuda
and trying to
Triangle.
maintain your deficit, you're
Yeah.
not just going to be constantly thinking
You
about
ever
food.
you ever use it?
So that's really helpful.
No.
What do you think about Ozempic?
That is
So what happens is it has a science yield for no reason. But if you sail into it, it will teleport you to a random location on the map. But it will always be the same location. So potentially in the
hysterical.
future, we'll see
Could
where
be
this takes
useful.
me, because potentially in the future we could plan an invasion by knowing we can just sail into the triangle.
Yeah, true. I'm curious where you go.
a GLP-1 agonist. That's what we're talking about. It works by just agonizing the one receptor, unlike Retta and
So I was hanging out with my friend, right? And so like I've noticed that there's all these like notoriously unhealthy foods, and they're like now with protein, right? So like they came up with a new Pop-Tart that's a protein Pop-Tart. And I'm like, people who eat protein aren't eating fucking Pop-Tarts. And they were like, oh, it's because of GLP-1s. You need to eat a shitload of protein when you're on them.
Yes, yeah.
And so now all these unhealthy foods are adding protein, so these people can continue eating like shit.
Yes. I've noticed that.
Like you should, if you are on GLP-1s and trying to like lose weight, you shouldn't eat Pop-Tarts.
No, absolutely not.
If you're an adult, no, the Pop-Tarts are fine, but it's
A lot
not
of
something
breakfast cereals.
that I'm going to be reaching for.
A lot of breakfast cereals in Australia are now doing protein breakfast cereals with maximum sugar. I say as I am getting
tirzepatide, which hit multiple receptors. So this just slows kind of your gastric emptying and like almost nauseates you in a way so that you are unable to eat through that. But Retta is a little bit more like, meticulous, I guess you can call it.
So if I'm 202 right now and I want to be 185, what's the fastest way to get there in 30 days?
Well, the fastest way is to be eating as little food as possible.
Just straight up starve yourself.
Yeah, but I wouldn't recommend that you do that.
What do you
It's a
think is the
marathon, not a
ideal
sprint.
caloric ingestion amount per day?
Like 300
It's a marathon,
to
not a
500
sprint,
calorie deficit.
says
I
the
don't
dickhead
really think
taking
going beyond that
testosterone.
is
Honestly, bro, like
you idiot.
he's talking about calorie deficits. This is the best interview he's ever gotten. So, talking about
Yes.
things like calorie deficits is actually fucking huge.
Sure, and
he
he's-
literally said,
he's-
"I wouldn't recommend you starve yourself either."
Yeah, and he's still displaying absurd amounts of ignorance because he's so obsessed with his vanity that he's ignoring health and long-term success and mature muscles for testosterone and cheat codes. Like,
Yeah, so he's doing the calorie deficit with the T, though. He's doing everything because it's maxing, Jack.
but this is the thing.
It's
this is
maximum
the thing, right?
results, not
If you're
just safe
taking-
results.
If you're taking testosterone and are living in a calorie deficit, you're losing muscle mass.
Well, I'm sure he's got it dialed in with his fucking equations. You know what I mean?
Oh, I'm sure he does.
But like, like probably from his perspective, like if you can make it in your by the time you're 40, then it's not going to matter that your body's blown out because you'll already be fucking established enough that you have the power to maintain your position.
True. once you are in that position, it's much easier to maintain.
Like, honestly,
That's a
this
fair
is probably
point.
better than fucking, like, does he gamble too on Polymarket? Because,
Probably.
like, this is probably a better investment for young people at this point. They're over here buying NFTs when they should be shooting tea into their butt.
Advisable ever, especially if you're someone who's going through puberty. Like if you're restricting your micro and macronutrient intake during that critical developmental
don't do
period,
this.
you're doing yourself a huge disservice.
You mentioned puberty in that
Correct.
developmental period. That's
Correct.
also like right around the time that you got into all these communities.
Right.
How was that experience for you? Because it's a strange experience as like a young dude to go from being basically like a kid to a little baby man.
Well, you have the most control over your body while all those growth pathways are still open, right? So your growth plates remain unfused. So you can really do a lot with something like an aromatase inhibitor to prevent this process. No, well, not prevent, slow it down as much as possible. Because estrogen is actually what causes you to stop growing. That's why boys are taller than girls, right? So we're blocking our testosterone from converting into estradiol, and that allows us to have that longer growth period. And you could combine that with other mechanisms like taking HGH, and you'll get a lot taller than
And dying at
you
40.
otherwise would.
Taking HGH during puberty is fucking wild.
Insane. Jesus fucking Christ.
Honestly, like, bro, as long as he's not transphobic and also sees them as looks maxing and doing the same thing in their own way, then I wouldn't have a problem with him. But I don't think he is like that.
Are trans people not looks maxing the way that
That's
they
what I'm
want?
saying. That's what I'm saying. This is gender affirming fucking therapy for him.
Yes, it is. It's literally gender affirming care. You're 100% correct.
As long as he's like consulting a doctor and stuff.
It's
And like if you
Joe
look at the
Rogan.
trans community, like there's like, you know, like literal fucking bathtub fucking. Not really that, but you know, like there's tons
It's
of things
homemade
that
stuff.
just that like if you are a kid and you want to get it, there's tons of groups out there that will help you get it.
Yeah.
So like I just don't see the difference between the two really.
I see the argument.
Like
That
people want to.
This guy is
people
going around
like,
with
and that
Nazis.
goes the same for if you think that like. If one of this guy's followers and you think that you should be 18 before you start any type of trans medical therapy, then you also have to believe the same about looks maxing or you're a hypocrite.
That's a really good point. That's a really, really good point. Because if you're against one but not the other, why? Sounds like misogyny.
It's more bigotry than anything.
Well, bigotry, sure. Same.
Concerned about any adverse health effects?
Oh yeah, certainly. I mean, if you go about like an HGH improperly, you could deal with, potentially, becoming diabetic, right? So if you're pinning GH and then spamming a shit ton of carbs, that's horrible for your blood glucose levels. Or if you're taking a huge amount of aromatase inhibitors, that could lead to ED, that could potentially be neurotoxic, give you mood swings. So yeah, you really need to be extremely well researched when doing this stuff. That's why I'm like very careful about when I talk about these kind of things, because I want to be as comprehensive as possible.
Yeah.
To not leave any nuance on the table and try to clarify as much as possible.
Right, because you don't want to mince words, then someone gets hurt or something.
Because
like
if
that.
someone asks you, how do I get taller? And you just tell them, take HGH and an aromatase inhibitor. They go out and do that, and then they don't know about, the thing about carbohydrates, and they don't know that they could have these issues with flatlining their E with their mood and their libido. They could really cause themselves a good amount of harm. You have to explain every single thing. You have to make sure the person truly knows what they're doing before.
Hey, yeah,
Don't shoot up testosterone as a child.
Doctors are. It's actually they know and they can explain it. So you should probably start there, consulting a doctor about these things.
Yeah, not some random Zoomer. Probably pretty smart idea, I would imagine. But yeah, what do I know?
They decide to indulge on any of these pharmaceuticals. So I would say, in a funny way, like a lot more people will actually end up detrimenting themselves because people these days are lazy. They don't want to research. They don't want to actually do things properly.
Like you
know,
thinking
take the
testosterone's
steps
a
that are
cheat
actually
code.
necessary to have success.
Yeah.
So it's really just about that.
I think people are scared to make friends now too.
Congo is
Screen time's
mine.
at an all-time high. People aren't really going out. Community's kind of in collapse. Less people have real friends.
I don't know the relevance of that.
What do you mean?
What's the relevance of that? It's like
What's kind of what you were just talking about?
not at all.
Wanting to ascend and finding your place in the world, SMV.
I was just
engaging
talking
with
about
the world.
pharmacology.
Oh yeah, but I'm kind of getting into your goal is to help people ascend, right?
Yeah, but I mean, like, what's the value there? I mean,
And engaging with people in real life.
yeah, I mean, there's
Bro, I fired one shot with the ship of the line. The city's 67 out of 200 health with one shot with a ship of the line. He doesn't have walls yet.
really not that many people that are worth interacting with, I would say.
What do you mean?
Like, most people are extremely jester.
Like they're funny, or like they're just like
Just have completely misprioritized lives. I would say the average person that you meet who's like an enjoyer of sports, who drinks beer, for example, you know, let's go have a beer at the pub and watch Sunday football. Like, that's the worst thing that you could do. Like, you should be on PubMed reading various different studies on how you could look smacks.
You don't think there's any value in like social interactions with people?
I wouldn't say people in general. I'd say that there's certain people that you could certainly learn from, but the average person that you encounter is literally like lidaring, watching like a baseball game.
So you think most of humanity is sort of like enslaved to these consumer habits that prevent them from ascending?
Yeah, I would say that's correct.
And you think that certain stuff like sports, drugs, alcohol, all that stuff is like ways to keep people contained and like kind of prevent them from becoming their true elevated selves?
I would say that it's certainly misused, right? So like people will just drink alcohol for no reason at all. It seems like, let's go have a drink, when if you were actually smart, you would realize the purpose of alcohol is to lower your inhibitions to talk to girls. So that's the only time in which it makes sense to leverage such a toxic drug like ethanol.
Is the purpose of looks maxing to raise your aesthetic value to also impress and talk to girls as well?
Yeah, but I don't like when people put too much focus on like getting girls as the reason that they look smacks, because chasing tail is really not going to get you anywhere. Like, you could become the most successful slayer and have the best game ever, sleep with a different girl every night, but your life will really not change, and in a lot of regards, like, it'll get worse. Like, and that sort of is what something I experience is like it's a mega waste of time.
Just talking to girls, going out on dates and stuff like that?
Yeah. I mean, I do content, so it's like, it's one thing where, but like, I was talking about this on my stream the other day.
This
so you
is
were to do like
fascinating to me, bro.
a bowling date with a girl,
I am like
and
just
you weren't streaming it?
This is like, honestly, like, I've been this fascinated since when the History Channel started talking about aliens and I was smoking weed and skipping high school.
Fucking hell. Got you real good.
That's just the most ridiculous.
What about like connecting with her because like you like her or something like that? You know, like maybe you want to start a family.
But where's the ROI in that?
What's that?
Oh my god.
Like, where's the ROI?
Sorry, what's the ROI?
Return on investment.
I mean, maybe you have kids and you can mold your kid into like a Tiger Woods type, like little golf player or something, and then he could provide for you. So when you get old, you don't gotta go to a nursing home, and he can like make sure you're taken care of.
Just leave leech off your kid, like you know, those,
like you want when
those
you're
people who put the kids on the TikTok live, like
I get what you're saying.
you know what I mean? Like that's just comical.
So the main goal of looks maxing is not to get girls; it's to feel good about yourself.
No, it's just to be successful in general. It's not about feeling good. It's about real results. And this is a completely objective thing. This isn't my opinion, and it never has just been a subjective thing. It's very, very well researched that in interviews, there's a huge bias towards good-looking people.
Yep.
In dating, obviously, a
They
huge bias
literally
towards
taught me
good-looking
that in
people.
school.
So, objectively, you could hate me as a content creator, but realize like the value in what I'm talking about.
So the goal, when you say success, you mean like mostly financial and economic?
Well, really anything. It's hard for me to think of something where looks wouldn't benefit you.
I mean, in your industry, you know, you're a content creator, you're streaming all the time. You think that if you were not physically good looking, you wouldn't have as much success?
No, I wouldn't at all.
Even if you were like a genius, like Beethoven level creative, but you were busted, you don't think you'd pop off?
Well, that's the thing. So now you have to be so well off in another category to compensate for your lack of looks that you have to be a Beethoven level player in order to compete with a guy who's, you know, just like, you know, mogging and going to the club, you know. So that's why it really gives people a huge advantage in life to have looks on their side.
Yeah, I think it's definitely true. But you don't think there's any value in like having a girlfriend that you like or an in-person community to like meet your essential needs and find belonging?
Well, I'm just a little bit like weird. Like, I don't know. It's hard for me to enjoy some of the same activities that normal people do, but it doesn't really matter because that's just like my personal anecdote. They're not mutually exclusive.
Right. Growing up, what did you enjoy doing the most before all this stuff?
I mean, I would just mostly like Ladar on my PC. Like I was reading.
What kind of stuff were you reading?
I was reading different forum posts, different studies, just whatever research you can think of.
About looks maxing and developing your aesthetic?
Looks maxing, bodybuilding, all that kind of stuff.
Were you unhappy with how you looked at the time?
Yeah, of course.
What were some of the things that you immediately wanted to improve right off the bat?
My muscle mass was probably one of the bigger ones. I didn't really have much of a presence. I was quite skinny, so I was like a little bit lanky because I grew pretty early, so I was a lanklet, yeah.
Do you think that affected your social life?
Yeah, I'd say so.
In what way?
Well, obviously people are going to be more drawn to you if you're good looking, and I would say that, you know, growing up, especially during puberty, early into high school, I really wasn't, so it is what it is.
So you feel like you had a harder time making friends?
Yeah, but I would attribute most of it to sort of my brain chemistry and like a lot of the maybe differences and activities I enjoy more so than looks, you know, so I'd definitely attribute it to that.
Did you experience any kind of like social anxiety during that time?
Yeah, I still do. Yeah, I get pretty anxious.
Just meeting new people?
It really just depends on the scenario. I would say that meeting new people who have like a higher status is usually something that I get a little bit anxious about because you don't want to like, you know, blow it or whatever.
Make a bad impression.
Yeah, but like if I'm just going to a club, for example, like my impression doesn't really matter that much because a lot of the time it's just like random people in college.
Did you find that engaging with people online as opposed to in real life helped kind of ease some of that social anxiety because you didn't have to deal with so much like in-person immediacy?
Yeah, like Discord maxing was probably one of the better things to do because you could actually find like people who have the same interests as you, and you're never going to encounter people with the same niche interests like looks maxing like you will on internet forums.
Did you ever actually meet up with any people from the forums in real life?
Yeah, actually 2 people in this house I met through looksmax.org.
And that word is like an old 4chan word, right? Like maxing and like sell, like as an abbreviate.
It's on 4chan, but it didn't originate from them.
Do you know where the actual word first came from?
Like PSL websites.
The umbrella term PSL refers to the 3 most popular message boards in the incel sphere: PUA or PickUpArtistHate.com, hate.com, and lookism.net. On these 3 sites, a shared ranking scale was developed called the PSL scale, which ranks men from TerraChad and GigaChad all the way down to subhuman.
It's just 3 forums, like the names of 3 old forums.
One of them is pickup artist hate, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't like pickup artists?
It's not really that I don't like pickup artists. It's just I don't like the fact that they don't give you the key piece of nuance that if you learn all this game and do cold approaching, but you're not good looking, it's not going to work. So there are certain like psychological tactics that you can utilize to be better at approaching women, conversational tactics, whatever the case may be, but they're going to have different success rates based on different looks levels.
So you think that even if someone had every word of the Neil Strauss book, The Game, memorized, and they were like super busted, they could approach a Stacey and get totally...
Ladard, like brutalized almost. Like women are brutal as fuck these days with rejecting people, I think is one thing that I don't really like. Sometimes a dude will, in a bar, literally just like go up and call a girl pretty, like no creepiness to it, no like overly like touchy or whatever, creepy. And like she'll start like screaming like just to embarrass the dude and like brutalize him.
What do you think causes that impulse?
Well, I mean, I think it's just that they feel disrespected, that someone that lower in percentiles feels that they could somehow enter like a relationship with them. It's sensible to a degree. You know, how could you actually think that this approach would work out? But I don't really think that there's a reason for them to like just go out of the way to like be brutal.
On an underlying level, what do you think's causing that just like hostility? Do you think it's like the way culture has shifted?
It's not really like hostile a lot of the times. I think they just kind of also think it's like funny because they'll post it on like social media after.
Of like dudes hitting on them and to like embarrass them basically.
Yeah.
What did you think about the whole Nautica Malone situation?
What is that?
That was the Goonicide. You know, the guy at the Bikini Beans in Tempe, Arizona who went through and he had like supposedly no pants on and they posted a video of him and he took his own life the next day. You familiar with that story?
I'm not, no. You're gonna have to fill me in.
We just made a documentary about a vigil they did for him.
Here's a preview of that upcoming documentary.
Good. Have you been here before?
Yeah.
Sir, you need to leave. Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
Police say a man took his own life after getting caught committing a sex crime in the drive-thru of a coffee shop.
Say his name! Nautica! Say his name!
Nautica's death is bigger than 9/11.
This was a recurring incident that all the girls were aware of.
You killed that man. Nautica was a gooner.
He's left behind by his wife and 2 kids. Do you think they consider him a goon lord?
I think they view him as a loving father that did a radical.
We've seen it already.
Nope.
Acting
really. If you'd like to
well, like he was fully naked with his
No. He has a shirt on.
But his phallus, let's just say, is showing to the workers.
According to the workers, there was phallus. According to Nautica Malone supporters, he had very short shorts on.
I honestly believe that the workers in that case, like, I mean, I don't really think that anyone should take their own lives, but there's a clear difference there between showing your genitalia and being clothed, even if it's promiscuous, even if it's degenerate, and I could call that out too, but like that's just straight up a sexual harassment to just like go somewhere with your genitalia out. So I'm not gonna obviously side with that one.
So you think it's a little bit fried that people are showing up to do a vigil for his passing?
I would say so. I think that they're certainly right that there is a lot of scenarios like in the gym when we'd see girls like record their sets and like a guy would like look for a second and then they would like try to ruin their lives.
Do you need something? Do you need something? Okay, I thought so.
Like, yeah, that is horrible, right? So that shouldn't occur, but like someone pulling up to a restaurant naked, it's like that just kind of ruins all the optics of everything if you're gonna like make this part of like the argument, you know what I'm saying?
So back to rejection in general, there's something they call the Gen Z sex recession. It's alcohol recession too. Sounds like you might think it's kind of a good thing, but right now there's less people ever, like in the past 50 years, that are going out.
Why would I think that's a good thing?
Because you mentioned that alcohol is like a slop of the masses and that dating is a waste of time.
Well, no, I just said the exposure should be limited, right? So like if you're someone who just like has a drink before going to bed or has a drink when they go out to lunch with their buddies, it's like, okay, you are just causing, oxidative stress to your body for literally no reason. Because the way that I think about it is, being super results driven, right? So like actually being able to talk to girls, potentially like, get a girl to go home with you, like that's an example of, okay, maybe the oxidative stress could be justified because you got the success of, slaying a girl, for example. That's kind of like a meaningless pursuit, and that's a whole nother huge philosophical argument, but just for the purpose of this interview, that would be like one example where it kind of makes a little bit more sense. Yeah. But I don't really think that people should be drinking and doing drugs recreationally for the most part, and I know that would appear super hypocritical because I do it a good amount. It's just something that I utilize for my work, for my content, because I can't really like function around people too well or be super entertaining in my sober state.
What drugs do you find help you the most?
Pregabalin, stimulants, I'd say.
Yeah, so just drugs that keep you up, basically. Make it easier to talk to people and do your job.
Pregabalin's a little different. It blocks certain neurotransmitters that are excitatory, right? So your glutamate, and that causes social anxiety.
Sure.
Right? By blocking that neurotransmitter while the drug's half-life is active, now you're like in a low inhibition state for the 6 to 8 hours.
You don't got to talk about this if you don't want, but have you ever used like methamphetamine?
Yeah, no, I've used methamphetamine. Do you know what Adderall is?
Pretty close chemically to meth.
Right, yeah, so it's dexamphetamine. I was just taking dextromethamphetamine.
You think meth kind of gets a bad rap?
No, I don't. I don't at all, because it's different isomers that are cooked up by like literal biker gang retards, not actual pharmacies that are like, giving you like a Desoxyn script. So it's totally different. Like people just smoking like street meth is like, that's horrible. And I don't really think that anyone should use stimulants ever. But there's a difference between like the meth that people think about from like Breaking Bad and actual like prescription Desoxyn.
So if you did have the Heisenberg 99.8% pure, you think that it would come with less adverse effects than what you say is retard biker myth?
Yeah, I mean, but it's just about dosing at the end of the day, because there's a lot of dopamine toxicity that you could get because of how easy it is to abuse the drug. It's super addictive, and there's no doctor controlling the amount that's prescribed to you because you're buying it from drug dealers, obviously. Yeah. So people aren't able to control their dose protocol. They're doing hundreds of milligrams sometimes and causing a fuck ton of neurotoxicity. That's why I think meth is something that should never really be done. I just share my experiences because I stream so much that if I tried to hide anything, it would just come out anyway. I began blowing up on social media, and I wanted to ascend in a very short time frame, so I was meth maxing to lean out as much as possible in a short duration of time.
What was your preferred meth dosage when you're meth maxing?
Usually around like 10 milligrams.
Would that be like a line?
Well, yeah, more or less, or you could take it orally. But like when people
he has a settler here.
Like methamphetamine, they assume it's like a guy smoking out of a pipe. But 10 milligrams of methamphetamine is quite similar to the average Adderall prescription.
It kind of reminds me of that conversation about
stop
like
crying every time
something happens. Like Cipline, but then it was, people would
like
get
I'm trying to deal with the people on my left.
Oh, boo-hoo!
Well, yeah, no, what I'm doing is really not trying to like justify my usage or anything, because I stopped doing it. Like it's quite terrible, but that nuance was never something that was included in the headlines, because like math maxing sounds so funny that it's like a headline. It was a lot different than people really could imagine.
Oh, hey, what's up, guys? I didn't see you there.
Bro, stop with the brandy.
I did a bit of homework. I had to understand the mind of a Clav supporter as well. But as you can see here on the right, there's absolutely no coverage. Not a peep from Fox News, Blaze, Big Tucker, nobody on the right coming to Clavicular's defense. This helped me to understand and truly realize that Clav is a subcultural leader building an empire and army of his own without the positive help of the right-wing political establishment. Except for maybe Peter Thiel, which I'm a bit curious about. Why would the CEO of Palantir be signal-boosting, antisocial, biological determinists willing to sterilize themselves in pursuit of a constantly moving, unattainable success target? If you know more, email me. So back to Clav and the relationship between Clavicular and the mainstream media. I talked about it a bit, But there really isn't one. As you can see here, the biggest collab story ever, titled Mogging, Maxing, and Collab Briefly Explained, only has 6 sources. 6 on let's focus on the QR code on screen right here, and you can get a whopping 40% off the unlimited access Vantage plan, bringing the cost down to about $5 a month. Break free from algorithmic hypnosis. Back to Fort Lauderdale. Speaking of headlines, like, how's your experience been with the mainstream media in general?
Like, a lot more positive than a lot of people think it should be. People really want to tie looks maxing to some type of political movement, whether it be, you know, left wing, right wing, whatever. But it is completely apolitical, and I've had good experiences with reporters on both sides of the aisle, and they've, you know, just written based on their experiences, not trying to hit piece me in a lot of regards. So I think that has like thrown people off. If, like, you know, GQ, for example, wrote like a nice article because we spent the day with the reporter, he got an honest insight into my routine, my protocol, whatever. It's like we were very hospitable to the guy. You know, he gave us a fair article, and people are like, oh, you know, bro's like
it's just an interview.
Whatever. He's got these weird implications behind him for like having a good article from a leftist media company, where it's like, I'm not a political figure, so it's like that's pretty sensible.
How was your experience working with Elena?
Elena's great.
Yeah.
I think she's a very nice girl. And I'm glad we got to do that collaboration, because that was like one of the key things talked about in looks maxing is like a lot of the male models, like the PSL gods, is what it's like referred to. Not to be like, obviously, what's the word for it? I know that's against the 10 Commandments or whatever.
Sinful.
Yeah, not to be sinful or whatever. That's just how it's referred to on internet forums. Obviously, idealization of people is not good. But yeah, that's like kind of a meme in the community. So actually, like, walking on the runway was kind of Mog, and it's like, okay, now you started on the forums, now you're like one of the people that the forum was talking about.
So it was a cool, like, full circle moment for you?
Yeah, a little bit, I guess you could say that.
Was that like the moment you think you're most proud of?
There's been a lot. It's kind of just like a steady up and up so far, that there's like a lot of, but that was certainly like one specific event that was, that's a big one.
What's like one event that comes to mind as well that you were like, holy shit, I can't believe that was me in that video and all this is happening?
I just think it's consistency more so than just like becoming like trendy or viral based on one thing. Just the fact that I'm consistently streaming every single day, getting more and more clips out there, doing more and more media appearance, just generally captivating more people with my message, because it resonates super well with a society of men who are really not that well off in a lot of regards.
In what sense? Like, what do you think are the main things that men are suffering from in 2026?
Economic struggle, lack of success in the dating market, hypergamy, stuff like that.
But your idea is to sort of withdraw from the dating market to an extent and pursue self-improvement in a way to ascend in a way that doesn't put you in last place.
I think you're going to be wasting your time entering the dating market until you are maximized.
In career and aesthetic?
In every metric, yeah, really.
I know you hate talking about politics, and the last thing I want to do is trap you in a politics rabbit hole, but you mentioned that looks maxing isn't political. There is an association in the press with looks maxing and the sort of right-wing manosphere. Do you agree with that?
It's more so just the fact that I've collaborated with like people who say like edgy things. So that's my brand. It's like I really don't care. Like, I'm really not trying to be like PR or whatever. It would just be too much work, really. So that's why I guess they've tried to do that. But in terms of my actual political ideology and whether or not looks maxing has any political implications, it doesn't. So, and looks maxing is bigger than myself, right? So even if I were to hypothetically be right or left wing, it wouldn't change the fact that looks maxing is apolitical.
What does the S and PSL stand for?
Sluthate.com.
That's a pretty intense like word, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
You don't think that like veers towards sort of like a anti-woman vibe?
Well, that's not really a looks maxing forum.
But it's in the greater orbit.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, there's also like the owner of looksmax.org also hosts like the incel forum. It's like, you know what I mean? And there's plenty of hateful rhetoric on there, but that doesn't change the fact that looks maxing as an action is apolitical. You know, even if there's like people on forums who have had a lack of success with women who suddenly turn hateful, it's like, yeah, that has nothing to do with looks maxing, really, because the entire idea of looks maxing is to disassociate with inceldom, is to escape that.
But there is a pipeline, like an incel can ascend through looks maxing and get out of a situation.
I think that
Fascinating.
the word incel has been largely misused, so let's clarify what that actually is. Incels is commonly referred to by the media as just people who hate women on internet forums, when in actuality it's someone who's involuntarily celibate and can't get women. And it is true, a lot of those people become extremely resentful
definitely
and
the women's
become
problem.
extremely hateful.
And it's their
that's
fault.
An unfortunate thing, because that's really not productive in any regard.
You know what?
Is it?
If
You know,
this
I don't
is
support that.
getting
Obviously, I would
incels
say
out of
it's
their
ridiculous to sit
misogynist
there all
hate,
day
go
writing
for
up
it.
like hate posts on a forum. I'm saying the way to actually fix your life is to looks max and not, you know, be hateful against, you know, women because you can't have any success with them.
You see yourself as potentially helping people like that.
Yeah, like that's the best way to escape that sort of thing is actually by looks maxing.
Have you heard any success stories from your supporters who started off incels and are now killing shit after your protocol?
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's the main way that people can escape that mentality.
And does that make you feel gratified that you were able to help younger dudes?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the more people who could have success from looks maxing, it kind of just proves me right. So I don't want to think about it necessarily from like an egotistical perspective. It feels good because I'm still not that far out of it, right? So I was that guy not too long ago, so I still can put myself in their shoes and empathize with having a bad job, like working in a restaurant, being unattractive, not being able to get girls. It's not like I'm, 40 years old with a long and successful media career. I just started doing this. And yeah, maybe I'm successful now and my life is a little bit different than it was, but it's not, completely out of my hindsight.
As far as the mechanics of like the stuff you do here, like how much do you stream? Like how many hours per day this month are you streaming?
Well, we're streaming 24/7 for the whole marathon.
Holy shit. Is that exhausting for you?
Yeah, it's been quite brutal so far.
In what sense?
Just like lack of sleep, because sometimes we'll have a segment that comes about late in the night and then you're up till 6, 7 in the morning. Then the next day is cooked, and then you try to reset your sleep schedule, you can't fall asleep. So that sort of thing has been quite exhausting.
What have been some of your favorite moments from the stream so far this month?
Favorite moments from the stream, we did a couple collabs. Like Blueface was a really exciting one because that was someone we were listening to throughout the come up of my streaming career.
I didn't know you were a rap fan.
Yeah, I like all sorts of music. And then we collabed with Ryan Garcia also, same day. So it's pretty cool to see that. It's always just funny when you see people in real life that you've only seen on like a TV growing up.
As far as your clipping and distribution style, who are your influences in that regard?
In terms of the clipping, that's not something that we really have any control over. Like in a lot of the clips actually make me look like quite jester because it's paid by Kick. We're just a community of people on like a CPM basis. We can't like tell the clippers like, oh, like this moment was really good. A lot of times
I cannot describe how much it pisses me off when he just says acting jester. Shut the fuck up.
Whatever. All kids have lingo.
It's so frustrating.
All kids have lingo. That's honestly, like he even basically, he didn't necessarily say like don't take steroids, but he was like advocating for like if you are gonna do it, which I don't recommend.
It is very interesting. Like I'm not.
That's the thing is like the clips. So he's saying that I guess Kick pays people to make clips and post them.
Interesting.
So it's not in his control. So like those viral moments where you see him just being a total ass, he is quite gesture, right?
I mean, I guess.
Like AI my face with like goofy filters and shit. And like, for example, I was working out not too long ago and they like edited it till the end of my set and they were like, he only gets 2 reps with this weight or whatever. The clipping is great.
That's
and
funny.
it really does help push you out there. Like I was #1 in clipping views. A lot of reporters fall for like clipping memes. Like a reporter called me yesterday asking about like the Chad ranking thing or whatever. I don't know if you've seen that on Twitter.
No, what is that?
Yeah, exactly. It's just it's just some stupid Twitter meme. But they think it's like actually part of the movement sometimes.
Did you expect that the frame mogging ASU frat leader clip would go as viral as it did?
No. Not really, but I never really predict what's going to go viral.
Do you orchestrate some of these moments, or do they occur naturally?
They occur naturally.
Just you in the field?
Yeah, I mean, we just stream so many hours that crazy shit is just bound to happen with the environments that we're going into.
One thing that I've seen to be a major point of debate and contention is the whole body count. What do you think is the ideal body count?
Well, for who?
Let's start with for dudes, for guys like us.
I don't really think that there's an ideal. I think that the argument that a lot of red pillars and people in the manosphere give is like getting this amount of bodies so that you're able to understand female nature and this, that, and the other thing, when that's really not true and it's not necessary. I think what it's really about is just the willingness to like put your foot down in bad relationships and leave, because a lot of dudes are so desperate. They finally get that girlfriend and they're so unwilling to lose it that they just have their girlfriend walking all over them, not respecting them, and that's more so the problem. And that's something that, you know, men who are getting a lot of women are more likely to avoid. But you can avoid it without having 50 sexual partners, certainly.
What do you think's the ideal body count for a woman? Does it matter?
I would say that having any previous sexual encounters is not good.
So the ideal situation is like a virgin?
Correct, yeah.
Why?
Because of something called pair bonding. That's what a relationship is all about, right? A long-term relationship with a partner, being pair bonded with different brain chemicals with that person. So if that process is damaged in any sort of way, that just reduces the chance of success
they found a new
in that
way,
relationship, right?
Because
So
he's not going to say
not like
it makes their vaginas loose, because he actually
perspective.
looks up
I
shit.
think that's just a very like scientific.
So they found a new way to
reason for that.
slut shame
It's not
women.
just like low IQ, typical jester.
Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid. Shut your fucking mouth. You lick sniz. You're a fucking dyke.
That's really like all that you get, you know, saying the word like whore. And it's like, if you're just gonna do that without, you know, giving any reason on why the promiscuity is bad, then you're just like a jester. It doesn't mean anything.
So do you think males lose pair bonding value in the same way that women do as they get
No,
increased?
it's a little bit different.
No,
How
of
come you
course
think?
not.
Well, just the way that our brain chemistries are different.
Men's
right?
brains are
and
like
it's also
waffles.
not necessarily a bad thing, because it's
Full
like
of
we're talking
holes.
about before, the ability to put your foot down
And
and
smooth.
leave bad situations. Because the framing in a relationship has, for centuries, throughout the entire existence of organized societies, has been in the favor of men, right? It's been male-dominated societies. That's sort of what needs to be restored.
Don't you think you maybe want a more experienced partner so that that person has better understanding of human intimacy?
No, because that's not what sex is intended for, right? That's, yeah, like it's enjoyable to have sex with women, but that's not the intention behind it, and that was never meant to be. This is like a very new thing in the context of history. People just have regular sex with random people for pure pleasure and then never talk to them again.
But weren't the ancient Romans on some like gay orgy vibes? And like samurais were on some gay shit?
First of all, it's not even the Romans necessarily, it was more so the army, but like what's the relevance of that?
But you're talking about the people having sex for pleasure as a new thing and that beforehand it was not used for that purpose.
I said generally.
Generally, got you.
But yeah, in terms of relationship, just because like Roman soldiers who hadn't seen their wives and have no ability to see their wives were homosexual, that doesn't
Suck your homie's dick.
change what I'm saying.
But it was outliers back then.
Yeah, it almost is like the same context as people in prison who are not able to have sex with their wife.
So back to what you were saying, which I think is super interesting. You're saying you feel like nowadays the relationship
So
and
that's
human
called
intimacy
rape.
and sex has changed.
Yeah, it has changed.
And in the sense that before it was more just about procreation?
Yeah, more about intimacy, procreation, bonding with your partner, and now that really doesn't exist.
And what do you think, I guess, hypersexualized our society?
The sexual revolution, clubbing culture, just it being normalized, contraceptives, all that kind of stuff.
So relatively new stuff. Like you're talking pretty much since like the mid 1900s.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what do you think was the greater agenda at play there? Do you think it was just people losing their family values, or?
I don't really think that matters. The greater agenda at play, like that's just going to be a lot of like conspiratorial talk. It just doesn't matter.
He lost
I
all
mean,
his
like, just
cause,
after
now
World War
he's
II
sending
ends, like the
individual
hippie
units
movement
at me.
starts, and you have this sort of like you said, sexual revolution, people expressing themselves in new ways, and kind of just like subcultures emerging. Like the divorce rate went up after that, and all that stuff in the past 70 years.
Well, yeah, and that's like people moving away from religion, like the Catholic Church doesn't allow divorce, or at least it's not supposed to. There's a variety of factors why people chose to sort of have this rebellion against traditionalism, and it happened, so it is what it is.
And you think that it was ultimately a bad thing to turn away from the church?
Yeah, I would say so.
How come?
Well, I think that there's a lot of benefit to having some sort of like structure in play in a society, but I think I am not the most well-educated theologian, so I don't really talk about theological issues. It's not that I'm like anti-religion, it's just I don't really like to talk on any issues I don't have too much authority on. So I really haven't like thought about it too much or done any research.
You just mentioned the Catholic Church specifically. I was just wondering if you grew up religious.
Yeah, I went to Catholic school.
Okay, word. I didn't know that. How was your experience there?
Good.
I read that your parents were involved in bodybuilding in some way?
Yeah, my mom.
Your dad too, or just your mom?
My dad just lifted recreationally.
But you were around people who exercised in your life and people who cared about their aesthetic long before looks maxing came into the picture, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What's the main thing you feel like the mainstream media gets wrong about you that you really feel like needs to be rectified?
That looks maxing is from a place of insecurity. That is true for a lot of people, but that's not universal. Like you could just encounter all of these different studies that I'm referencing from like online dating apps or, you know, stuff with looks correlating to higher average incomes and decide, oh, it makes sense for me to dedicate my time to looks maxing because you calculate the ROI.
I'm just confused because it's like, on one hand, you're saying you want to like help men improve their aesthetics and succeed in life so that they don't feel so lonely and they're not so hateful and they can go out and succeed. Then you also say that like going out and dating and stuff's a waste of time and that you should prioritize looks maxing and aesthetic improvement. So I'm just trying to figure out like what the real goal is for improvement because it kind of feels like a closed circle, you know?
Well, so you're maxing and then, you know, you're putting into play any of the things we're talking about, like, you know, low income maxing with pre-gab, for example, and going out and doing stuff like that. That just has a lower ROI if you haven't looks maxed. But you're gonna have a lack of success.
Once you reach like maximum MOG levels, maximum aesthetic, like when you become a true 10, at that point.
Then you get to do whatever you really feel is the path for you. And I couldn't tell you that. But whatever path that you decide, you're going to have a much easier time and you're gonna be a lot better off. So yeah, that is a hard thing for me to try to conceptualize and give a recommendation on, because I think I'm a lot different than the normal person in terms of like what I enjoy, activities I like to do. So yeah, that's why it might be like a little bit confusing, because I'm like leaving that part of the equation out of it.
Yeah.
It's because I don't know. You're you, I'm me, and you know, we get to this spot of being maxed out in as many metrics as possible, and then we take it from there.
Has anybody reached full ascension?
Ascending is kind of like an ongoing process. Like,
is there any 10s out there, like people who have?
No.
Really?
No.
Will there ever be a sort of messiah?
Not with
sort of messiah.
The technology we have now.
Like the methods would have to improve to the point where like scientific evolution would precede that.
Yeah, more so like just surgical intervention. Who knows? So I'm
this
really
is
not
what I'm
going to
saying,
predict
Cal. Like,
what sort of
none of
science
this
is going to come in the future.
Like this is
How did you feel about the whole
Zuma
Miami Club
discovers
controversy
things that has
a few months ago?
existed.
The
things,
controversy I'm
like,
referring to is
existed
how many
forever.
people, including myself,
Thinks
became
is
aware of
original.
Clav in the first place. So, while on stream, a while ago now, Clav went to a nightclub in Miami with some other guys. While they were out,
Did
both
some
in the
Nazi
Sprinter van
shit.
and inside the club, somebody played Kanye's famous Hitler song. You know the one. The incident led to widespread media attention, condemnation by political leadership, a blame game amongst participants, and earned Clav a lifelong ban from all major Miami clubs.
How do I feel about it?
Yeah, the aftermath, like the
Well, I
magnitude
mean,
of
it
coverage.
sucks not being able to go to like some of the mod clubs. I mean, I just started college club maxing. In a lot of ways, that was like actually
How old
better
is he?
because it's more affordable
18, I think.
actually. So like,
Okay.
you know, a lot of people like sort of
Maybe
like
19.
to talk about that in interviews, and it's like, dude, what's the relevance? Like, how is that even correlated with looks maxing?
You talk about mainstream coverage and the magnitude of coverage that has came after some of these controversies and the things they get wrong.
Yeah. So I'd say that would be something that they get wrong. That you know, I'm political.
So when you were with those guys, you didn't know that was going to happen?
No, I mean, no one really intended on that. Like, I didn't play it. It's just like kind of interesting how like that keeps getting like brought back. It really like kind of died off.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even need to talk about it. I was just wondering if you had any closing commentary on it or anything reflective you had to say about it.
I had nothing to do with it.
In general, what's your 10-year plan? Do you think that far ahead?
No. I was actually talking to one of my buddies the other day. Like, the goalpost is always moving, so it would be ridiculous to set a goal for yourself.
You have a dream collaboration?
I mean, there's a lot of people who I'd like to collaborate with, some bigger media personalities. I mean, having as many like press appearances as possible is always a good thing because it allows you to talk to new audiences, right? You're targeting a little bit older of a demographic within Gen Z.
Our demographic is basically the latest Gen Z. So like the average Channel 5 viewer is a 27-year-old American man.
Whereas I'm like more 18 to 24. That's good.
I think it's super interesting too, like the volume of content they seem to appreciate. They like content filmed over a long period of time, like 8 hours of content straight, and they want it live. Whereas our audience prefers a more polished, maybe 15-minute piece that's like a bunch of footage edited perfectly and has like a narrative arc and a through line.
Yeah, I think there's all sorts of media that people enjoy, but I think the main part of streaming that people enjoy is just like not knowing what's gonna happen next. It sort of seems like in a lot of my streams, like things can take a turn for the worst, the best. Like you really don't know what to expect. I don't know what to expect.
Because you're filming so much stuff, it's like a lot of things can happen. Is there any moments you regret from streaming?
Not really, because we're here now.
So even the losses you took on the way were all part of the hustle and the journey?
Yeah, because it's like you learn, like maybe that's not a good idea to do that.
From a security standpoint, how do you stop stream snipers from ruining your...
I'm not gonna talk about that.
Okay. Just because you don't want people to know what your protocol is?
Correct.
Word. Trying to think what else I should ask about. It's tough because I don't want to put you in any boxes, but I'm sure there's people that probably want to know about various controversies. If you don't want to talk about it, that's cool.
I mean, more so like to talk about like lux maxing in my interviews, and it's like kind of annoying because...
Get it away from my territory.
Huh?
It's really fucking annoying. Your ship is visually glitching.
What one?
The ship of the line down near Edinburgh. Wow, you took all of Scotland. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's why I was laughing at you crying.
Yeah, I've got literally 3 fucking cunts sending units to me. And I've got such a good defensive
Has
line
Poundmaker sent any units? No, he's got one scout by you.
He's sent some, and I think that might have been warrior monks.
Yeah, warrior monks are fucking irrelevant.
But I've got such a good defensive line.
You know what that was? That was free experience. You're welcome.
So like, I've got such a good defensive line that as Norway has been pushing in cores, they've been hitting my wall. I destroy them. I might lose a unit, right? And then I destroy them and I move forward. So like, I've unintentionally done this war very well. They can't do shit. I haven't lost any gold production. I think it's gone up. My shit isn't very happy, but that's natural because of war.
Just buy luxuries.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm also trying to repair a bunch of shit while also building the Alhambra because I want that military policy spot.
No interviewer has actually like come up with a question ever that's been more than what would be the #1 piece of advice you would recommend people to LuxMax. I've genuinely never had a single person ask me specifics about how do these two things interact, or how does LuxMaxing differ from this age to this age? Is it still possible to LuxMax? Like, there's no effort really behind the questions that you guys prepare, seemingly. It just seems to be a lot of like gotcha mode, like clip farm shit. And
Well, I'm
it's
not
like,
doing that.
Yeah, you are a little bit to a degree.
I don't think so. I think when you see the full presentation, it's not really going to be edited or clipped into my
Well,
thing.
just because it's not the worst interview I've had. I mean, like you had like a couple of ones that you were trying to sneak in with like, oh, what is slut hate? It's like,
yeah, I mean, it's the second letter in the.
But I mean, like you know what you're intentionally trying to do.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out because it's a pretty strongly worded forum and subculture.
Yeah, and that would be fine if that question was in there because it's decently relevant to the culture, but there was not even a single genuine attempt at like a specific Looksmax question.
Well, I'm not in the Looksmaxing community. I'm trying to learn about it. Not everyone talking to you is going to be a niche person who knows about all the methods.
Yeah, I know you're not in the Looksmaxing community, but you didn't even ask a Looksmaxing question, like at all. You don't need to be in the Looksmaxing community to ask a Looksmaxing question.
I think we've been talking about Looksmaxing this whole time.
We've been talking about like the philosophy behind it, and it's.
You want me to ask you a scientific question about Looksmaxing?
I just think it's kind of funny how like that's really never been done with the amount of like media appearances.
Maybe people don't know you want to be asked that. Well, now they will.
Well, that's quite literally what your companies, your
What do you mean, your companies? You think I work for like Time Warner or something?
Your press companies. You work for Channel 5.
It's a YouTube channel called Channel 5.
I'm not sure.
I'm the CEO of my own company.
His channel. That's so funny.
Holy semantics, dude. Like,
it's a pretty big difference between working for an affiliate news station like Channel 5, the TV company.
Well, the fact of the matter is, like, you guys specifically reach out. We want to interview him about Looksmaxing, and then you'll start asking like
one of the funniest things I've ever heard.
Okay,
someone
like, I don't
try
mind
and
it. You know what
get
I mean?
a one up on someone
really,
in an interview
like,
from.
Afraid
Oh,
to
well, you
answer
work
anything.
for a news
I've gone through
company,
every single
bro.
question
It's
of yours
his own
besides the one
YouTube
about my
channel.
security, which is a little bit weird, but yeah, not a single attempt at anything in regards to Looksmax.
Okay, what's a question I should ask?
Well, that's up to you. It's
Well,
like,
you're
am I going to tell you how to
now
do
he's
your
asking
job?
him what he should ask.
You want me to ask you
so
about
funny.
specific scientific questions about different Looksmaxing methods?
Well, I mean, just
Why do
You're
you
not happy with the
smack your
question about
face
the
in the
peptides or
chin
the bone smashing
with
or
a
anything
hammer?
like that?
I mean, like,
Why do you
not
smoke
identify
meth
like anything
when you
that
can just have a calorie
curiosity
deficit?
about? Like maybe you wake up with
Why do you
dark
do
circles in your
detrimental
eyes
shit
one morning
for
and like
vanity?
even
There's some
something like that.
Looksmaxing
I mean,
questions.
just like even if you don't give a shit, I mean, like it would be like at least you put a little bit of effort into.
I think I've done a pretty good interview.
From what?
I agree.
Context, because if it's from the context of what you guys reached out was your intention, then I would say that you've done a pretty shitty job.
All right. Well, I think people probably want to learn about you, and that was what I was trying to give you the opportunity to do.
Well, I know. I think that's totally fair, and I applaud you for that. But not one, question about Looksmaxing.
There's been so many questions about Looksmaxing. I probably asked you about Looksmaxing like 40 times. I just don't know the specific science. I'm not in the community.
Okay. Well, I mean, like, if you were to ask about like something in regards to hair loss, like, there's really nothing.
Yeah, sure, hair loss.
You see what I mean?
Telling me what you're trying to get me
to what to ask. So when you wake up every single morning and you take a look in the mirror, you're 100% satisfied with every single thing. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, more or less.
Is he going to attack Tokyo?
Okay, dude.
This cheeky little fuck.
I guess that's just, if you want to be completely disingenuous, that's fine with me. I guess there's just no point to continue.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right.
He really Nick Shirley'd the fuck out of that.
Yep.
All right, thanks, guys. No worries.
He's not happy with that.
Yeah, no, everything's fine. We're all good. Yeah.
Though a bit disappointed that things panned out the way they did, I was too overwhelmed with excitement to trip too hard about Clav cutting things short. I'd just gotten word hours prior that rapper and newly championed First Amendment icon Afro Man was down to give Channel 5 his first long-form exclusive interview after defeating the Adams County Sheriff's Department in Ohio, whose officers
Who gives
sued
a
him
shit
for
about
defamation
clavicular?
after Afro Man
Let's
wrote
do
a song
this.
mocking them for unconstitutionally raiding his home back in 2022. Here's a preview of that.
They don't know they're the original man God created. They don't know they invented the pyramid. They don't know the Moors took knowledge to the Greeks and the Egyptians took, and the Moors brought knowledge to Spain and Europe. They don't know they're these intellectual people. All they know is what this guy that don't like them told them. That's my reason why I don't like the N-word. I don't think black people should call themselves that.
If you'd like to see that interview with Afro Man in its raw form, which is over 3 hours in runtime, it's out now on our
Holy
Patreon
shit.
at patreon.com/channel5, along with the Gooniversary documentary. Alright, back to Fort Lauderdale and Clav. Although Clavicular and I didn't exactly see eye to eye during our sit-down, especially toward the end, he actually invited our crew back out the next night because he, like most people, wanted to party with our co-host, Saddam.
Yo, can you define success
Shaka,
to
the
me?
guy who's been denouncing me? No.
You're looking at it, brother.
Would you rather have financial success, looks-matic success, or like romantic success?
Looks first, everything else follows.
Yeah, we're right here. We're in the club with Clavicular. Right now, he got the whole section full of Stacy's. And we're just chill maxing.
We love club! We love club! We love club! Yeah!
Man, some niggas is hella serious about this shit. They're really about that looks maxing. This nigga a god to some people. What's your thoughts on looks maxing?
People can do whatever they want. Me personally, I like the way I look, so I'm happy with that. I don't have to do anything. But if you want to change something about yourself, then it's whatever.
Bro, if there's something you don't like about yourself, change it, man. Wake up and just change it.
Are you a looks maxer?
No. Stop living a life you don't want to live, you know what I'm saying?
Societal indoctrination of looks not mattering is completely ridiculous, and I think that's been shown throughout the last 10 to 15 years with social media. You know, if you're really serious about improving tangible things like money, status, relationships, like improving looks is a pretty obvious thing to do.
If you have to looks max, you're not that hot.
What are your thoughts on the looks maxing movement?
I love it. I love everything about it.
Why is that?
Because, I mean, if you can improve yourself, why not? Do it. Do it for the fun. Why not look good, have money, and be successful all at the same time? You know what I'm saying? And if you attract more people into your life, that's more opportunity.
That's a theory I'm going to explain to you. It's called trickle-down economics. You see, all these bitches are here.
Whoa. Don't call them
but
that.
Obviously, I can't have sex with all of them. It's just too much work. So that they trickle down, and then the rest of the buddies can take care of it.
I mean, that would be a good reason to follow him around, I guess. They move in after completion. I'm here for the scraps.
Fucking Christ.
You know Frank Reynolds is out there waiting for his scraps with his Magnum condom for his monster dong. Or no, my monster condom for Magnum dong.
Yes. I don't think I put those sound bites on the board.
There was a recent video from entertainer Tucker Carlson where he interviewed a Russian political scientist named Sergei Karaganov. By my count, this is the 6th video where I've had to debunk information from entertainer Tucker Carlson.
The green M&M, you will notice, is no longer wearing sexy boots.
I've debunked Tucker Carlson 6 times. And he still don't think I'm serious.
He doesn't know who you are, nor would he care
this disinformation
about
for
anything.
a long time now. Don't mean nothing. Not a thing.
It don't mean nothing. Not a thing.
So I figured I would school Carlson on the tools of the argument and backing things up with, facts. Before I jump into the hot mess that is Tucker Carlson's recent video,
does this guy
link
have
in the
no media
description. We need to
training?
get something.
I don't know, bro. I think what was happening at the end is he was looking at Andrew and thought Andrew was ugly, and because he wasn't asking how to look better, that he was being disingenuous. That's what I think was actually going on at the end there.
I feel like it's a lot of insecurity that came out. Especially after talking about how he's definitely not insecure.
I love that he's like, you're for a news company.
Couldn't have been any funnier.
Straight. Tucker Carlson passes off his claims as facts, his own interpretations like they're gospel truths. He also panders to Russian apologists here, putting Putin and even questionable intellectuals like Sergei Karnagarov on a pedestal. The latter is interviewed by Carlson, who avoids any critical questions for Karnagarov. For those who don't know, Karnagarov is a Russian political scientist who has advocated for what he calls assertive deterrence, that is, using limited nuclear strikes to secure national interests. Restraint in his eyes would be objectionable, even immoral. Now, on to Carlson's arguments, half-truths, and conspiracy theories. At a fundamental level, we all think we have biases, right? We succumb to errors in reasoning and forget or ignore inconvenient facts. I mean, it is human nature to do these things. However, those of us who are responsible, those of us who are transparent and open, those of us who cite our sources or put them all at ryanbeth.substack.com so you can view them. We check our biases at the door. We try to avoid forgetting inconvenient facts, no matter how inconvenient they might be. I gotta pause this for a moment. This Tucker Carlson video was supposed to be released 2 months ago, and nobody would sponsor it except Ground News. And that says something about how much they care about factuality. Ground News is a news aggregator that shows you how the news is being reported, like the story on Tucker Carlson, where he claims he's being investigated on foreign agent charges. You can see that the newspaper Haaretz, which is owned by a media conglomerate and has a high factuality rating, says that it isn't clear whether an investigation even exists. And down here, the New York Post, which is owned by the Murdoch family, has mixed factuality and says that Carlson's claim is that he's being framed by CIA. But the most important feature is this blind spot report up here. It shows you how the news is being covered on both the left and the right, and stories you may have missed due to your own political bias. Like, did you know that Florida College Republican chapter was closed for alleged anti-Semitism? 0 outlets on the left covered this. Or did you know that fish are evolving to be smaller? If you lean right, you probably didn't see this because nobody covered it. Ground News is a part of my daily routine. I actually pay for Ground News. They don't give it to me for free. So click the link in the description below, hit the QR code somewhere up here, go to ground.news/Ryan, get 40% off the Vantage plan, which is what I have. Start getting the whole news. And thanks to Ground News for supporting me, because I couldn't have put this video out without them. Tucker Carlson's recent video was ridden with garbage logic, missing facts, and ad hominem or personal attacks, hasty generalizations, and more. I'm not really here to attack Mr. Carlson. I'm here to attack his terrible arguments and his inability to share verifiable facts or cite the sources.
Space is fake.
As the old college writing class saying goes, don't turn up the volume of your voice, improve your argument. To start, Tucker Carlson commits the easiest, nastiest sin of all, the ad hominem. Here it is.
Being man on the left, that would be Mr. George Soros, one of the world's most successful financiers. I think, as he's euphemistically described, a guy who's bet against national currencies, really done nothing.
Nice.
To make the world a
These
better
cities
place
are
and
on a
to improve
different
the lives of
continent that I
individuals,
just
has
took,
only sown
and I took the
chaos and
perk
hatred and
for
violence.
more loyalty on other continents.
Really for the
and Britain already gets
life,
bonuses for that.
Reason,
So
whatever motive might be animating him, he is on the left.
Ad hominem is Latin for to the person. It is a common feature of polarized Roman Republican politics, and politicians, they keep using it today, right? Ma, where's my pa? He's in the White House, ha, 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 right? It is a personal attack that addresses and distracts the audience with personal characteristics, their personality, their lack of character, not their arguments or policies. It is a way to distract audiences from being too critical of what is being conveyed by the one speaking or writing. At a surface level, it feeds into our inner conspiracy theorists about elites involved in economics and politics. What we need to do is kind of cut through the shaft here, try to understand that, politically speaking, policies and arguments of individuals like George Soros, in a case like this, an ad hominem is a cheap shot. Attack the person's bad argument, lack of facts, poor policy decisions. Avoid attacking them personally. It has no place in civil discourse. Avoid calling their character into question. That's for their time and place, not for fact-based discussions. Another thing that may not be apparent in Carlson's attack on Soros is Carlson's blatant anti-Semitism. While Soros comes from a non-observant Jewish family, his Jewish lineage has been sneered at by his critics. Carlson's diatribes against Soros feel like I'm reading a modern version of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. Entertainer Tucker Carlson also relies on false premises to build his arguments through this video as well.
And events tend to follow momentum, almost independently of the judgment of people who are in charge. So it looks like we will be striking Iran. We're doing something
Bermuda
there.
Triangle exits near Norway.
It looks like the United States will be taking Greenland from Denmark, which sort of owns it. There are pictures this afternoon of a kind of sad-looking.
So, I mean, you're
Danish
already pretty
president
close to
or
Norway.
king or
I think it would be more
emir
out of the way for
potentate
you.
or whatever, whoever runs Denmark.
There has been renewed U.S. political pressure
But if you
and
are on
ambition
this
around
side,
acquiring
like
Greenland.
in the bay
At the
we
time
have
of this
here,
taping,
then it would be
at
beneficial.
least
It would
the
cut
time
your
of,
travel in
Lieutenant
half.
Tucker Carlson's taping of his show, there was some question as to whether the United States would try to take Greenland by military force. But Greenland is not a U.S. protectorate, and Denmark has not transferred sovereignty. This is, at best, Tucker Carlson treating political talk or pressure as an accomplished fact. When you build an argument on false premises that is incorrect or untrue in its assumptions, you're building a truly unsound logical conclusion with it. When in doubt, do your research, especially when you look at who actually runs Greenland and Denmark. Tucker Carlson also succumbs to a hasty generalization, sometimes called overgeneralizations.
Everybody she knows in Ukrainian leadership, says Chrystia Freeland, everybody has taken money from George Soros, or their wives have taken money from George Soros. Everyone running the country is actually employed by this Hungarian billionaire who's got nothing to do with the country. Oh, no one would admit that now. That's a conspiracy theory. But George Soros smiled and took credit for it. Of course, we had no idea how successful we were. Successful at what?
Think of hasty generalizations like conclusions that have no leg to stand on, and there isn't enough data to support them. A classic example is if we enter a classroom for the first time, we have the professor or teacher drone on about the syllabus during the first day. We might say, oh, this guy is freaking dead horse personality, right? And you immediately go, this class is going to be a waste of freaking time. I need to bounce. And the fact is that you have too few data points to support your conclusion, meaning you're coming up with a hasty generalization. So you stick it out, you collect more data. And right now, there isn't enough evidence, credible or otherwise, to support the notion that George Soros has bought Ukraine. Like, bought and paid for Ukraine. And Zelensky and Soros aren't cousins. Apparently, that's a thing, too. The next one piggybacks off the last one. The last clip falls to argument from motives or questioning motives, suggesting a sinister plot to control Ukraine by Westerners like George Soros.
The truth is that in 2001, Putin, same guy, same leader, asked the Bush administration in person, directly to George W. Bush, I would like to join NATO. I would like to join the defensive alliance that exists to keep me from moving west into Western Europe. In other words, you won. I'm joining your team. And due in part to his own limitations as a leader and due in part to the counsel that he received from Condoleezza Rice at the time, George W. Bush turned down that offer.
What you just saw was a classic fallacy found in arguments of all kinds. It's called post hoc ergo propter hoc. Essentially, it means this happened because of this other thing. It's also called a false cause fallacy. Classic example, I think, comes from getting sick. Say you ate a burrito in the morning. You know, the kind of burrito you shouldn't have eaten. Then you go about your day, by noon you're on the toilet and stuff's coming out both ends, and your ape brain thinks, oh, the easiest cause of this illness was that frickin' burrito that I shouldn't have eaten. However, what if you've been lacking on your personal hygiene, you didn't wash your hands as you went to the bathroom, maybe you touched your face, whatever the reason, there's an infinite number of reasons as to why you get sick, but your mind doesn't always think through this. Your mind goes to the simplest explanation, which may not be the reason of your current illness. Causality is complex. Well, yes, Russia asked to join NATO under Putin during his early years in office. Carlson's suggestion that being denied entry into NATO caused the inevitable conflict between Russia and the West just isn't correct. It's bad logic.
That was a lie.
I mean, several nations have asked to join NATO, and NATO rejected them. Countries of Georgia, Cyprus, even Spain under Franco, they were rejected from NATO. So rejection
telling Franco to fuck off. Another NATO W.
Look, since the fall of the Soviet Union, Russia has invaded Chechnya, invaded South Ossetia in Georgia, executed cyber attacks against NATO countries, supported Assad in Syria, annexed Crimea, sent mercenaries to Africa, and what about the current war in Ukraine? Does that look like someone you want to invite to NATO? Right? So the West and Russia collided because of actions and ambitions of one person, Vladimir Putin in Russia. That's it. Next, Carlson relies on something called a priori argument or rationalization, where he has a preset conclusion and uses any argument he can to justify that argument.
Hey, that's like Drew
We can
Pavlov's
instead
video on the
look
NDIS.
at what they do. We can judge the tree by its fruit. And the current state of Ukraine was clearly the point all along. Destroy the country, depopulate it, change the laws that prevent foreigners from buying its natural resources. It's land, some of the most fertile farmland in the world. Huge tracts of it. It's an enormous country. It's the biggest country in Europe.
The Ukraine war isn't the West's fault. John Owen IV of the Miller Center writes, whose fault is the Russia-Ukraine war then? It is a difficult business assigning blame for such a large and complex event, but if you're going to assign blame, it should be with Putin. Not because he fears NATO, that is a rational fear. His power and possibly his life are indeed at stake in the alliance as the alliance comes toward Russia's border. Rather, Russia's president for life stands condemned simply for being a tyrant. For the past 2 decades, he has steadily dragged Russia back into despotism. He did not have to do that, but he did. And that is why today the approach of democracy has driven him to brutalize Ukraine. In the end, Putin's tyranny caused him to start this war. The fault lies not with the West, but in himself. Next, Carlson uses scare tactics via worst-case scenarios to scare his audience into going along with his ideas and argument.
Fine.
And in the case of a strike on Iran,
leave, then the war will end.
You know, the country could fall apart and become Libya, which is kind of a big deal given its geographic location, given its energy reserves, and given the region. You could see Iran strike out at Israel, for example, to such an extent with conventional weapons that the Iron Dome, the fabled Iron Dome, does not protect Israel's 2 largest cities, and a lot of Israelis get killed. You could see that for sure. That's not a crazy thing to worry about. You could also see attacks against energy infrastructure in the Gulf right across the water from Iran. The 6 Gulf countries that produce a lot of the world's energy, oil and gas, and you could see those taken out.
Carlson presents a series of increasingly extreme, improbable, and devastating disaster scenarios. These include Iran becoming a Middle East Libya with a flood of weapons and munitions going into the hands of extremists, and Israel seeing 2 of its largest cities leveled. This scare tactic relies on spreading fear over sharing a fact-based statement. Well, yes, Iran has been part of an axis of instability. Iran has seen better freaking days. It is a country hollowed out by international sanctions. It's a country with fewer and fewer friends on the world stage. It also ignores the regional and international players that will likely counter such a thing from happening. Also, Iran isn't Libya. There's no local warlords waiting in the wings. Persians aren't Arabs. They really don't have... This is kind of a big problem with some Arabs. Essentially, many Arabs have had a tribal society for thousands of years. And
let me tell you why Arabs are the problem,
somewhat
he says.
united society for like 7,000 years. Persia's culture is older than China, and China's pretty damn old. Carlson's doomsday scenarios rely on the tribalism of Arab states that just doesn't exist in Persia. And any kind of reality in Iran would produce a variety of results within the regime. You can't really pin one of those things down. It's also pretty obvious that Tucker Carlson doesn't understand anything about Persians or Persian culture, or he's choosing not to admit it. And both of those things are bad.
Persia expert.
In reality, some of these post-Iranian regime scenarios include regime continuity. Some include the clerical parts being ousted by security forces, and others still include, although unlikely, a return of the Shah. At the end of the day, Carlson is a fearmonger who relies on poorly crafted arguments, hypothetical and unrealistic scenarios, and alternative facts to sway his audience.
Sure.
Next, Carlson relies on Karaganov's star-like role in Russian defense circles to support Carlson's arguments, including future Russian actions.
Russia, and prepare yourselves because this is the global headline, Russia is actively considering the use of nuclear weapons against Europe. Not against Kiev, against Europe. Specifically, the UK and Germany. Just taking out the UK and Germany with nuclear weapons.
Who's your source?
That's a fact.
A meth pipe?
Now, we're going to explain why we know that that's true. in a moment. And at the end of this open, we're going to play an interview we did a few hours
you
ago
want peace now, do you?
with
No.
a man
is it
called
'cause I'm on
Sergei
your borders now?
Karnagov, who
you were
is
happy to wage
a
war with me while I wasn't on your borders.
political advisor to
And
Vladimir
now I'm on
Putin
your
and
borders, you're
one of the most
crying.
famous public
Okay.
intellectuals in Russia. Been around for about 35 years. Advised
Can we
Boris
make peace with
Yeltsin.
Norway?
First, the source from which Carlson pulls his information from is immediately suspect.
If he
There
just
is an
accepts it, we'll
error
see.
in star power.
Look, the
Also
Congo
known
still
as
has another city.
testimonial,
Guess I'm
questionable
going to keep
authority,
going.
use of authority fallacy, which relies on the
Yeah, I
authority
sent
of
my ship over here to
Karaganov
find
right
it.
here to make Carlson's arguments seem logical.
Nope, he won't
While
accept it.
close
It's a
to
bad
Putin, Karaganov is far from being a mouthpiece for the Putin regime, meaning he can't speak for Putin and his administration's motives and agendas. Karaganov's prominence in Russian defense circles is also questionable. He doesn't appear to have direct links to the Russian government.
That's funny. He doesn't
or
want to
their
make peace at all.
policies,
He
at least
wants
unlike
100 gold per
Medvedev
turn
or
and 50 straight up.
Petrushkev, who both sit on the
Yeah,
Russian security
yeah.
council.
That's why I said we'll
The guy's
see if
almost
he'll
like
take
Cat
it for
Turd
free.
from Twitter.
And he didn't take it for free from me,
Cat
so I
Turd,
said goodbye.
he's aligned with President Trump's ideology, but Cat Turd doesn't really write any Trump policy, right? He's just a gadfly that repeats stuff. And it's starting to look like this gentleman, Karaganov, is the same thing. Literally a Russian cat turd. Next, aside from the anti-Semitism I mentioned earlier, Carlson also succumbs to vague conspiracy theory thinking. He commits attribution laundering, while Karaganov showing that his influential dude said it, the Russians must be doing it or getting ready to do it. He also stacks claims throughout the video to create a particular vibe that rides well with his viewers. CIA targeters, Nord Stream pipeline was done by Americans, assassination attempts against Putin, bioweapons labs in Ukraine. It's a bundle of conspiracy theories with little or no linkages or reasoning to support or mention these conspiracy theories. Another topic brought forth by Carlson is the mention of nukes being flung everywhere, right? Nukes are coming for Europe, the UK, and Germany. The reality is probably more complicated than Tucker Carlson wants to admit. While the Russians are leaning toward a harsher stance with their nuclear deterrence, they aren't stupid, right? They need Europe.
You sure about that?
They got to sell gas to somebody, right? And they need the world ready to be more ambivalent toward their war in Ukraine. They don't necessarily need it gone. The minute they start flinging nukes everywhere, this ambivalence changes, and Europe would likely seek to isolate Russia, to destroy Russia with their own nuclear weapons, or put an end to their war efforts completely. Finally, Mr. Carlson's description that Maduro was taken to New York City
did you see
and
France
Delcy Rodriguez
has been
became
talking
the
to
head
Europe
of state
and saying
matches
if nuclear war
what
happens, don't
actually
worry about America,
happened.
we'll use
And that's
ours.
important because it
Say
shows
that?
how the show kind of mixes real events with unsupported leaps and conspiracy theories and alternative facts. Celebrities like Tucker Carlson make my job
I can't
harder. They
remember
make the
whether
job-
they said they were stepping up production of nuclear weapons, but I have a feeling France might also start producing more nuclear weapons, if that's the case. So, thanks, Donald Trump. Captain fucking President of Peace. Nuclear, like, what is it called? Denuclearization King. How we going with that?
I got the big
More
button.
nukes
My
than ever
button's
before?
bigger than him.
defending this country's interests harder. Carlson's ideas, his conspiracy theories, his half-truths, they are kinetic effectors on the battlefield
Are we
between
making
two
peace with
great
Pan
powers.
Maker?
It's information warfare as fires. Mr. Carlson's show is essentially a weapons system aimed by Russia, designed to get you to call your congressman in order to advance Russia's agenda. If you want to support this channel, consider buying one of my books.
Man, I can't even repair my dam because I don't have...
Before that, like,
Heck
I
yeah.
love making fun of this guy. He makes the funniest, silliest content anyone's uploading to YouTube. He gets 500,000 views on all this crap. But there always comes a point in these Tim Pool videos where I just deeply feel sorry for him. I just deeply, deeply feel sorry for him and I want to try to help him somehow. And this is one of those moments. I call this the Skate Jam saga. Oh, God. Okay. Well, get ready to feel sorry for old Tim. Here we go.
There's a local DIY skate jam happening in Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ooh, that's where I live.
It is the 10th Cluckin' Year Anniversary Skate Park Jam with music, games, and food. Free parking at the Raleigh Street Skate Spot.
Oh, wow.
Google it. Support from Embark Skate Shop. August 26, 12 p.m.
Okay.
And I am personally committing $20,000 towards prizes at this local DIY.
I'm personally committing 0.00% of my super chats to my local community.
Skate Jam Best Trick Contest. $12,000 for first place, $6,000 for second place,
Wow.
$2,000 for third place.
Oh,
Richie
great.
Jackson,
That's
famed pro
pretty good prize.
skateboarder, will assist in the judging. Now, I have not been in communication with any of the organizers. I have no idea what their plans are.
I have not been in communication with any of the organizers. I have no idea what their plans are.
I just heard about the event and said, I'm going to put $20,000 towards the event.
Yeah, you might want to check with them. You might want to check in with them on that first. You know what I mean? Oh, man, here we go. Feeling bad for a guy who constantly uploads, like, goose step and Nazi content, but it was somehow we feel sorry for this guy. So, there's, like, a skate jam.
A skate jam. A skateboard jam.
So, it looks like, just, like, on his own, like, out of nowhere, he put on Twitter to his all crazy followers on Twitter, he puts, I'll give somebody 20 grand if they win this. Out of, like, didn't contact them. I'll give 20 grand if you win this. Oh, God, this is brutal. So he puts it's 12 grand. Sorry, I'll give 12 grand. Give him 20 grand, you cheapskate. Your wallet has hot lava in it, buddy? 20 grand, 25. Come on. Come on, Scrooge McDuck. Crack that wallet, you creep. Okay, so he does that. I'll give 12 and 6 and 2 grand for these skateboarders without asking them, right? And then, so now he puts this tweet today. Canceled. Could you imagine you're a skateboarder in the middle of nowhere and it's like, oh, somebody might give me 12 grand. Never mind. I did this stupidly, so never mind. We are canceling the prize pool as the organizers have rejected... God, this is so sad. Have rejected the offer. Sorry to everyone who hit me up excited about it. We are going to buy land nearby and host our own event later.
Unreal.
We come on the compound. There's Kool-Aid for everyone. And then I guess people were asking, like, what happened? Long story short, locals shared the flyer with us, asked if we were going, mentioned a best trick. I said I'd throw down money. Organizers posted that I'm not welcome. Good God. This is what's happening to poor old Tim Pool out in the middle of nowhere. Organizers posted that I'm not welcome and will be removed if I show up. That's fine. I believe in private property.
Oh, God, that is brutal.
Sounds like code.
Oh, damn. Tim Pool wants to involve some of his bigot-based money from our skate party. Oh, great idea. It is actually kind of big ups to this Martinsburg. Where the hell is Martinsburg? It is kind of big up to them, though, because, I don't know, maybe it would bring more people if there was, like, 12 grand for the best skateboarder.
Yeah, well,
that could
them
attract
rejecting
more
Tim
people,
Pool
sell
and
more
Tim
food
Pool
or
crying
whatever the
about
hell
it
they're
is
doing,
better
you know?
PR.
But they're like, no, we've seen your content. Keep all your money. No thanks. And don't come. I mean, they have some principles. So I guess big up to the Martinsburg skateboard jam community. I can't wait to see Tim Pool's skate jams. He's like, I'm gonna buy my own land and start my own competing skate jam. It'll be him skateboarding and then like Steve Bannon on a skateboard.
I'm gonna do
Judge
my own
Jeanine
casino.
Pirro
I'm
on
gonna
a
do my own
skateboard.
blackjack.
Some of the most incredible castles.
Tim Pool's first annual
Strippers.
hate jam.
Hookers. I can't remember the actual quote. What does he say? Like
With
this is
blackjack
literally
and strippers.
Blackjack and strippers, or is hookers? One of them.
Hookers. It's hookers. It's
Bender.
blackjack and hookers.
And
Now,
he's like,
I
forget
saw
the blackjack.
Sagar and Jetty doing a Tulsi Gabbard rant. I'm not sure when it's from. So I'm going to try and find it.
Okay.
I looked at the post. The post that I saw was 6 days ago. The only show they have is from 7 days ago.
Okay.
So it has to be at some point in this show, and it seems like the whole show is Iran focused. You know what?
Fun.
I wonder if I go on there, if it shows, because they have the little thing at the bottom, I wonder if that's cut off on the post that I saw with him crying about Tulsi.
Maybe.
I commented on it. Is there a way to see posts that I commented on?
Need more builders.
Huh. Well, guess not.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. I have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Another monster show. A lot significant. You know, we've been following Rory Johnston, oil and gas analyst, Arnaud Bertrand.
What are you going to do? They are going to burn more coal as a result of this energy crisis than probably at any time in the last 20 years.
World's largest reservoir. It's just the Israelis freelancing. Was this?
Which, according to them, they did. It's pretty obvious why this happened, because the world freaked out as a result. The Qataris.
But Trump, which are not going to be reopened, with and also, look to, there is a report that there are more, even gives the Iranians some kind of concession. All right, we'll do a little sanctions relief. Move on to this next part, because it's the economic damage is already.
And the yields, I mean, they're White House today for $800 billion, 100%.
Lies. Place your munitions. Like, this is insane.
You could copy and paste that out of what I used to hear in 2003 and in 2004 in Bush country. We're back. We are back. That's what they're going to do.
Oh, at the bottom it literally says Tulsi.
That does too.
Interesting. Because it may not be online, because I know that they don't post the whole show to YouTube. So... see here. Yeah, the Tulsi section where the clip is from is not here. They did not upload it. They skipped it.
He's gonna give me great works.
They have every other segment from this show but the Tulsi segment, which is the one that got clipped. Seems intentional, huh? They want you to pay for that, huh?
Sounds like
anyway,
it.
If they couldn't get any lower than fucking platforming that Holocaust revisionist, let's see how they got on this time.
Joining us now is Professor John Mearsheimer of University of Chicago. Great friend of the show. We're honored to always to speak to him. Thank you very much for joining us.
Ghoul jump scare.
My pleasure to be here.
So, Professor, we haven't been able to speak with you since the outbreak of the conflict. We have been reading quite a bit and looking at some realist scholars. First, we've seen this piece from Foreign Affairs. Let's put this up here on the screen. Curious for your reaction. He says, how America's war on Iran backfired and Tehran will now set the terms for peace. Your general reaction, not only to the war as where we are stand now, but how, if any way, that this actual conflict could come to a close.
How do I shoot down an observation
I
balloon?
think that starting this war was a colossal mistake.
Somebody's got observation
and
balloons?
It's hard to believe that President Trump did this. Not simply because he had promised that he would not start any more wars and certainly not get us into a forever war. But if you're going to go to war, this is the last war that you want to start. And the reason is that the Iranians hold most of the cards. if you think about where we are today,
got
and you
observation
think
balloons?
more importantly about further marching up the
Norway?
escalation ladder,
Yeah.
Iran can do enormous damage to the international economy. And there's nothing much we can do to prevent that. So we're in a precarious situation right now. And I would argue we don't have an exit ramp, but as we move.
But she doesn't know me yet, so she's probably not angry with me. Even though the Zulu waged war on me. I'm just defending myself, like Israel. Bombard that fucking skirmisher.
Forward, things only get worse.
We've been talking a lot this morning on the Israeli and U.S. attacks on the South Pars gas field in Iran, and then Iranian retaliation both in Saudi and Kuwait and in Qatar. What do you make of the significance of these developments and this escalation?
I think it's hugely significant. And I think the fact that President Trump issued this post where he made it clear how angry he was at the Israelis for doing this is evidence of that. Look, President Trump is doing everything he can to keep oil prices under $100 a barrel.
I don't believe you.
And that is not easy to do. And I would note that he has taken sanctions off Russian oil, and he has allowed Iran to sell its oil. It's very important to understand that Iran is selling its oil on world markets. Iran has been allowed to send oil through the Strait of Hormuz. And the reason that Trump is allowing this is because he wants all the oil he can possibly get in the world oil markets. And he's been quite successful, at least at keeping the price of a barrel down under slightly less than $100. Well, what happened yesterday when the Israelis hit this natural gas field in Iran, and then the Iranians retaliated first against Qatar, and now apparently they're attacking Saudi Arabian sites as well, is that the price of a barrel of oil is going up. I saw it was up around $115 this morning. This is disastrous for the United States and for the world economy. And if things continue to escalate, which is a real possibility, the economic situation will only get worse. Yeah. So what happened yesterday really mattered. And that, again, is why President Trump made it clear to the Israelis, don't ever do this again.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, Professor, what do you think the best and worst case scenarios are at this point? Start with the best.
The best case.
All right, I'm bored.
House has been out saying Ilhan Omar married her brother, that these are deportable, denaturalization. How's it going? Congratulations on baby number 4, by the way. Why not start off with that?
Well, congratulations to you as well.
Population problem.
That's right. That's right. 8 kids between the two of us, so we're doing.
Imagine being the vice president and sitting down with an interviewer who is knowingly fucking paid to be an agent for Russia.
For Russia, yeah.
America first, guys.
Yeah. But he sucks
our part to make sure that
Donald
America's
Trump
birth rate
regime's
stays
dick.
high.
So it's a good interview, you see. It doesn't matter that they're Russian linked, because so are they.
But we're very excited. Usha's doing healthy. The baby's doing well. So knock on wood, we appreciate your prayers.
The Johnsons and the Vances
That's
doing
right.
doing their part. That's right. What's your advice to young men?
Weird. What did that mean?
It's like an important driver, right? Of
Yeah.
the motivation to do big, tough things, like
That's right.
going after fraud, like preserving
What-
America,
what?
for children. It's like actually a great motivator.
That's right. Well, first of
Yeah,
all,
they went
my
after
advice
fraud.
to young men
Huh?
thinking about becoming fathers who are
Is
about
that
to
what
have
you call
babies is you're never ready.
I guess that's
right.
what we're going with.
There's no point at which you can sort of get all your little ducks in a row and get all your financial situation in a row. Whenever you have a baby, whatever stage of life, it will be shocking. It will be crazy. It will be the most difficult and the most rewarding thing that you've ever done. And I think about this all the time when a buddy of mine said that the only thing that actually prepared him for being a father was when Usha and I showed up with our first kid, and he was like 3 weeks old, and we looked like zombies because we had no idea what the hell we were doing. We had no idea how to raise this kid. And that said, I would do it all over again. In fact, if I have one regret, it's a very slight regret. I wish that we had started early and had more, because it's the most rewarding. It's the coolest thing. Now that our kids are, they're at the age 8, 6, and 4, where they've got their own little personalities and they're so quirky and fun. And they're all into different sports, and it's just an amazing thing. But I think our society tells young men that you only have kids after everything in your life is perfect. And I think that's a ridiculous attitude. You have kids, you figure it out. They're the thing that affects life.
Fatherhood is the absolute best motivator.
Absolutely. Yes, it is.
Like the biggest lie is
Fuck
that,
it, figure it
kids will
out.
take away from your careers. It actually 10x's your career and your motivation.
It's
Fixing
10x
fraud
of their
is
career.
a massive motivation for you and the fraud task force.
That's right.
You got to fix fraud to preserve an America for our children. You have to fix fraud to preserve Western civilization. We won't have a country.
Correct.
It keeps going the way that it's going.
We'll go bankrupt in everything that makes them.
Well, really shows that they're definitely not fixing Western civilization then, huh?
No, it really doesn't. Oh, I see why he's trying to make peace with me. He has no military left. Oh, Norway wants to make peace now.
Yeah, go ahead. Because
all right, Norway is done.
We need the next target was probably going to don't make peace with the Aztecs. So
I'm not. I didn't plan to, because I'm right on his border and I'm going to keep pushing.
Oh, I'm already taking one of his cities.
Oh, beautiful. I am just finishing off the Congo right now.
Most of his cities are coastal cities, so I can hit them all, and then I can float over to the Bermuda Triangle and hit the other side.
Ooh, Castle to Concentration hasn't been built yet. Because everybody's been busy.
America Great will disappear if we allow fraudsters to steal the American dream from the next generation. I actually just met with Nick Shirley one-on-one very briefly. Of course, he's one of the people who really blew the lid off this crazy fraud in Minnesota with the Somalian illegal immigrant community there. And you know what he said is a lot of people in my generation, Nick, I don't know exactly how old he is, he's probably 21, 22. He's like, they can't find a job making $60,000 a year, which is what they'd like to be able to, buy a home and support a family. And meanwhile, they've got fraudsters. He's talking about his friends, not abstractions. His friends can't find that job, but they see people driving Mercedes
do you think
making $1 million
matter?
defrauding the American people.
Hold on,
it's an absolute disgrace. And I think if we don't...
You know what's really funny? Drew literally
I was
posted
queuing
a
you for a
video.
soundbite.
I was too concerned with the fact that Drew has literally been saying word for word this same shit. Like, oh, they have Mercedes, they must be doing fraud. Dickhead, this isn't proof of anything. Oh, well, they have a $50,000 car, it must be fraud. It's not a Lamborghini, you fucking dumbass. It's a fucking C-Class Mercedes. It's literally the achievable Mercedes that they offer. You fucking idiots. It's as much as a fucking F-150, for fuck's sake. Do you say that it's fraud if you see an F-150? They're $100,000. You fucking idiots. Like, how do these people function with brain power this low? Like, how do their legs move? I don't understand how they can dedicate so much energy to saying such dumb shit and still power their motor functions. Like, I don't believe that they have this capacity. It's like 100% focus on one thing. If you're lying and talking about lying, like fabricated shit, that's why you're sitting down, because you can't actually fucking move, because you're just a single function automaton. Like, use your fucking brain. Google helps. Actually, don't even use Google. Just go to fucking Twitter at this point. Like, you get as good of a result. And still, a Mercedes is not indicative of fucking fraud. But, oh, they have some Mercedes. There must be fraud. Is it really? I didn't know this. Interesting. But it's like they're not expensive cars. It's not an M5, right? It's not an E63, which is a $250,000 car. It's a $250,000 car. It's not a fucking Audi RS7 that's a $300,000 car. It's probably 40,000 US. Like, these cars aren't new. They're not buying them brand new. Have you never heard of the concept of a second-hand car?
You want to know something crazy? It's not pronounced axolotl.
Okay.
Do you know that?
How is it, like axolotl or something?
Nope. There's no L. The L.
Really?
The L ending in the Aztec language is like a click sound.
Huh.
That's why it's like atl.
Ah, interesting.
And like it's like a TK at the end, so it's exolot.
Ah, interesting. I did not know that.
Don't fix it, we are not going to have a country in 10 years.
Well, what people need to see, I think that the fraud has been laid bare. We've all seen the Leering Center.
Oh, it
correct?
certainly
the
has
Leering
been
Center is not
laid
an
bare.
actual daycare.
It's right
No,
out there in
Leering
the
Center
open.
was
It
fraud.
certainly is,
Right?
guys.
We've seen the hospice fraud in California. And so I think it's been demonstrated that this is a problem. What people need to see now is like arrests,
Yes,
right?
100%.
Deportations.
Okay, go
We need
ahead.
to see that the federal government, the gears of
Go ahead.
justice grind against these people and they're not allowed to just continue.
Yes. So let me give you an example, something I just talked about upstairs, but I think it's worth reiterating for your viewers. So you take a program that exists within Medicaid to help autistic children get the resources that they need. So you have a Somalian fraudster in suburban Minneapolis who says that they have 3 kids who are autistic, and maybe they don't even have 3 kids, and they certainly don't have 3 kids who are autistic. So it takes money away from the American citizens who need these services. It defrauds the taxpayer. And you're absolutely right that the thing that we need to do is get real justice. So, you know, something I learned just in the past couple of months, I had no idea that we do not prosecute fraud in this country if it's under $1.5 million per year.
What?
Okay? So think about that.
awesome.
Think of all the...
What?
Your religion name.
What about it?
It's funny.
What would you say it was?
Sissy Hypno.
Oh. We're coming to put the cock cages on.
Why is Korea here with a dragon boat? Oh, she's angry with me. Why is she angry at me? Hey, sail. Oh my god, your fucking ship is fucking up my entire screen.
What?
Your ship is still glitching out.
It's not anywhere near you.
Yeah, and it's still, if I zoom out at all, it just glitches the fuck out of my screen.
This guy looks like a spike drink in human form.
People who are $1.5 million a year. This is not chump change. That is meaningful money. And by the way, sometimes by prosecuting the lower level people, you get to the higher level people, you know, who have sort of the conspiracy to commit fraud against the American people. So one of the things that we're trying to do with this task force is commit the Department of Justice to investigating all fraud and actually going after the people who are doing it at the small scale of $1.4 million, but also actually looking at the big conspiracies that are out there. Because, Benny, I don't know about you, but I do not believe that what happened with the Somalian immigrant community in Minnesota, I don't think that happens without some cooperation from politicians, without other people looking the other way, or maybe
you're right.
even
It was a
being
white
involved
lady.
themselves.
Yeah, so,
You
okay,
fucking
let's
idiot.
talk about Ilhan Omar and Tim Walz.
Exactly.
And obviously, Ilhan Omar, the president and the White House have been out saying that she married her brother, that there is immigration fraud going on here. These are deportable denaturalization offenses. Can you give us an update on that?
Yeah, so we actually think that Ilhan Omar definitely committed immigration fraud against the United States of America. And I talked to Stephen Miller about this actually recently. We're trying to look at what the remedies are. That's the thing that we're trying to figure out is what are the legal remedies now that we know that she's committed immigration fraud? How do you go after her? How do you investigate her? How do you actually do the thing? How do you build the case necessary to get some justice for the American people? There's a related issue, Benny, which is she has been at the center of a lot of the worst fraudsters in the Somalian community. So do I know that Ilhan Omar was aware that the Quality Leering Center was defrauding the American people? I'm not certain of it, but we at least need to investigate it, because if people can commit wrongdoing without even the fear that they're going to be found out, that's a fundamental problem. So I'm worried about the immigration fraud. I'm also worried about what did Ilhan Omar know about what was happening in the Somali community, and why was nobody looking into it until, frankly, Donald Trump came along.
Yeah, that's right. What about, your friend, Tim Walz? I mean, you guys shared a wonderful moment on the debate stage together.
I do feel very bad for Tim Walz because of what happened in the October 2024 debate. But unfortunately, we're going to have to maybe kick him again a little bit.
Because the most embarrassing person on stage?
I don't know. To be clear, I don't know what Tim Walz knew about the fraud that was happening in Minneapolis.
So you're just
but
talking
what I do know
shit.
is that the Department of Justice is now going to look into it.
This is
we're now going to
slander.
investigate it. And if he committed a crime, we're absolutely going to prosecute it.
Yeah, same with Gavin Newsom in California. There's a lot
Ilhan Omar should sue the fuck out of both
voter
of
fraud
them.
in California, hospice fraud. What about the voter fraud? Them like just using fictitious names, paying people for votes. Perhaps you've seen this.
We've seen this. We've also, I mean, look, California is the state that is most ripe for voter fraud because they will literally prosecute you if you ask
Isn't it
for
funny
voter ID.
how
and this
you
is
just
one of the
talk
reasons
like
why
Nick
Benny,
Shirley is actually
to bring in
proving
another
shit,
subject,
and
this
you
is why the
actually
Senate
don't have
has to
any
grow
proof,
spine
and
pass the Save
realistically, you
America
are
Act.
just a
Because
smooth-brained
when you
midwit
allow people to cast a ballot,
listening to
and you don't
an
even check their ID. In
illiterate
fact,
Mormon
you prosecute somebody at the polling booth who would check their ID.
grifting to
you
you
necessarily
specifically.
invite fraud. And my favorite response
You
on
idiots.
this, Benny, from people is when they say that, well, voter fraud doesn't happen that often.
Yes.
Two problems. Number one, that often, not that often is still too much voter fraud in the United States of America. The right amount of voter fraud is actually zero. And number two is, if voter fraud doesn't happen that often, then why are you guys so dedicated to stopping our anti-fraud efforts? In other words,
because
why do
it's
you
a
care
waste
so
of
much?
fucking
And the reason
money,
they care so much
dickhead.
is
Because they're not
they
trying to
know
stop
that
fraud.
fraud
They're trying to
happens in both our
fucking
voting system, but also our
Democratic
welfare
What
system.
happened to
way
Doge
more
and
often than
saving
not.
money?
Sure.
You know what
In the
investigations
Senate, you work
do?
with some of these
They
senators
cost
who
money,
refuse to support the
dickhead.
SAVE Act, like Mitch McConnell, Murkowski. You know the Senate and how it works. They're going on recess now. And people are enraged about that without passing the SAVE Act.
of
Yep.
dollars
They're not
of
going on recess.
taxpayer dollars
or without
based on
funding
Nick Shirley.
the Department of Homeland Security.
Smart.
We're
so
frustrate
smart.
you. You're the president of the Senate, I think, if I read the Constitution correctly.
That's right. That's right.
So what's your word to the senators here? What would you like to see happen? Are you available to cast the deciding vote to pass the SAVE Act?
Absolutely. I am available whenever they would like to pass it. The problem is we actually do not have 50 senators, not who would vote for the SAVE Act, but who would overrule the filibuster. That's something that a majority of the Senate, you need 50 senators plus me, and I'm certainly on board, 50 senators to actually overrule this archaic rule and pass the Save America Act. Now here, this is the thing that I find so absurd about this. If you remember, Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin, two people I didn't always agree with politically, moderate Democrats,
Oh my God.
but very good people.
Oh my
They're
God.
the people who saved the filibuster when the Democrats were in control of the Senate just a couple of years ago. What happened to them? They were tarred and feathered by the far left. They were ran out of town.
Oh my
So when
God.
Mitch McConnell and Lisa Murkowski say, well, we need to protect the filibuster because the Democrats, they're not going to do it, so we shouldn't do it either. The Democrats ruined the career of Kyrsten Sinema for not overruling the filibuster. They're going to do it. So we might as well do
That's
it
not
now
why.
to enforce the protection of the American electoral system. It's the dumbest political argument I've ever seen.
Also,
I promise
career,
you,
she's
I would
making
bet
way more
every
money
dollar that I
now.
own that the next time the Democrats have control of the
She
Senate,
used her
they will break
position.
the filibuster, pack the Supreme Court, and destroy this country. We have to do it now in order to save the country.
Should the Senate be going on recess right now?
No, of course not. Of course not. We should at least, the very minimum product that we should get before anybody's going on recess is, let's reopen the Department of Homeland Security.
They did that.
I heard from my mother-in-law this morning. Chaos at airports. She's flying this morning. There are over 4-hour waits at the Houston airport. That's probably one of the airports that's the most affected by this. We want people to be able to fly and see their families over the Easter holiday.
You don't know the reason why the TSA got funded before the break? Because these Democrats and Republicans knew they would have to go through TSA and deal with it.
Having to wait 6 hours in a TSA line. We want the TSA agents who are keeping our airports safe to be able to get paid. We want the people who are running our Coast Guard
you don't
ships
care.
and preventing drug cartels from bringing fentanyl into our country. We want them to be getting paid. They're not getting paid because Democrats shut down DHS and went on recess. Republicans in the Senate should not be playing along.
So we wouldn't actually need a SAVE Act if we got rid of all of the illegal immigrants in this country, right? There would be no illegal
I would still
voting.
like it, but sure.
Of course, but like it's like you're trying to put a Band-Aid on like the real problem. And I think the real problem is I don't know, what is the estimate from the White House of how many criminal aliens there are in this nation? And will we ever see mass deportations? There's been some headlines that like perhaps that's not the policy anymore.
No, I mean, I've seen those headlines too. If you look at the number of illegal immigrants that exist in this country, we think that it's probably about 3 million lower than it was when we took office about 14 months ago. Now, that's a combination of self-deportations. We're trying to facilitate people who leave voluntarily. That's also, we're arresting more people and deporting them than we have pretty much at any period in the history of the U.S. government. The problem is we did inherit a mess. I mean, when I say 3 million, good news is that's 3 million fewer. My guess is we probably still have 20 million criminal illegal aliens in the United States of America. So there's a lot of...
You want to know, speaking about estimates that we don't know about, it's estimated that like the number of dinosaur species we know about amounts for about 5% of the dinosaurs that existed.
Yes. Yeah, I did know that.
Because like they had to be in a specific ecosystem to even be fossilized. And they were around for like 16 million years.
Mm-hmm. It's why all the
work to do, but again,
lakes
goes
and shit have so much fossils because they just sank into the swamps and essentially got preserved because they were in swamps. And then as the land erodes and recedes,
fucking used my fucking Great Admiral when I meant to hit Link.
Oh no. What does that do?
I used her.
Yeah, what does the Admiral give you?
Oh, it's something like, it's the pirate lady who gives me gold. I mean, I could use the gold. It's not a bad... Not a bad outcome, actually. I can buy this bombard now.
Excellent. I'm gonna heal all my shit up now.
Back to, we've got to keep our foot on the gas pedal, and we also need a Republican
Step on the
Senate
gas.
and a Republican House.
Oh, I'm so
that's
bummed
helping
we
us.
didn't
What
get
I've
to that
realized
boss, bro.
about, Democrats and Republicans is
one planet
Democrats
away. Also,
really?
I played a little bit and I remembered that the lava waves on solar, if you hit them with a charged laser shot, you'll actually get 2 points and take them down. And the boss wave, you fly to the top of the screen and hit break.
Oh, that makes sense. I'll get it next time.
But if you have hyper lasers, also if you have a controller that has a turbo function, then you can, because I allow you to map 2 different keys, you can use one for the turbo and one that you hold to get the charge laser.
Okay.
Because the turbo, like, actually kind of infantilizes the game, honestly. It's, like, pretty much cheating.
Yeah.
But you can kill that boss before it even gets to throw a wave at you.
we stick together. They always vote the way that their leadership tells them to vote. So when you say, well, you have 53 Republican senators, why can't you get the Save America Act passed? And the reality is that we've only got 48 or 49 Republican senators who are willing to do the right thing. Good news, that's much higher than it was, okay? So even 10 years ago, I mean, this is one of the fundamental transformations that Donald Trump has wrought on the Republican Party is 10 years ago, there would have been 35 votes to break the filibuster and pass Save America. Now it's 48. So don't get discouraged just get involved because we need to get that 48 to 51 so we can pass this thing.
So you're saying that Joe Rogan is wrong? Because Joe Rogan yesterday was roasting the Trump administration, saying probably the most offensive thing you could say, which is that Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama are better at deporting people than you.
I did not see Joe say this. I'm going to text Joe because that is definitely wrong. So
I'm going to text Joe and say, excuse me.
When you look at the deportation numbers that go back to the Obama administration, they would count somebody who showed up at the border and they turned away as a deportation.
It is.
Okay. Now, we have almost no one showing up at the border because the border is secure. So if you have somebody show up at the border, let them cross into our country, provide them some free medical care and free food, and then you send them home, that counted as a deportation. What we're talking about is interior deportations. We're taking the flood of people that Joe Biden led into our country and getting them out of our country. The numbers from the Obama administration or any other administration, they weren't doing a tenth of what we're doing. So Joe is wrong on this. We've been the best administration in American history at deporting illegal aliens. The problem is we also followed the worst administration at letting them in. So there's a lot of work to do.
Joe says MAGA's full of dorks. What do you think? You consider yourself
There's
a dork?
2 of them right there.
MAGA's
Look
dorks.
at
I think
on
we
the
have
screen. They're calling us dorks. Did you hear, JD?
Got some dorks. We love our dorks. We love our cool kids. We love anybody.
JD stands for giant
So
dog.
the domestic policy issues critical for the midterms. Obviously, high gas. Nobody likes it. Grocery prices. There's been ups and downs, right? But also homes. I know this is critical for you. You're young. You're the youngest vice president in history. You're a young father. You understand the pains of young fathers trying to have housing for their families.
Of course.
And also what a threshold that is to actually start a family if you don't have a home.
That's right.
Right? And so what can young people expect from this administration when it comes to affordability?
So you've heard me say this before, Benny, but I'll repeat it. But one of the main drivers of housing costs is that we let in so many people into our country and that we didn't build enough homes.
Okay.
Too many illegal immigrants weren't building enough homes. We're
Isn't it
fixing
funny
both of
that
those
Australians
problems. If you
have
actually
this
look
same
at
rhetoric?
rents,
It's almost
rents have
like
gone down, not stayed flat. They've gone down in the United States of America
coordinated
for the
rhetoric.
past 6 months. Now,
Hey, we
I
have
understand
an
a lot of people
episode
are
we just
saying
released about
rents
this
got too
exact thing.
high, housing prices got too high. The fact that they have leveled off is
Go
a good
watch it.
thing, but again, we've got more work to do. But we've made a lot of progress there. You're right, gas prices way too high right now because of what's going on in the Middle East. The president said this is going to be short term. It's going to be a blip, as he said, a little excursion, and the gas prices are going to come back down to reality. Food prices, I think that we've done a good job. Again, I think rent and housing is probably where you've seen the most movement over the past 6 months, but there's just a lot more to do. And Rome wasn't built in a day. And I try to remind myself that while the average
as we know,
American has actually,
Professor
this is
Zhang
just
says
simple, objective
Roman
dollars and
history is
cents,
fake.
has gained about
Rome's not real.
$1,400 since Donald Trump became president in take-home pay.
This idiot thinks
the average
Rome
American
exists.
lost $3,000 when Joe
Imagine
Biden
being
was
that
president.
dumb.
So we've made a lot of progress, but Biden left us in a big hole, and we've got a lot more work to do. And by the way, just to be fair to Joe Biden, which I would never gonna hear me.
Wasn't counting on hearing that.
But look, Biden accelerated problems that existed in this country for 30, 40 years. And it was bipartisan, it was Democrat and Republican. It was ship all of our jobs to China, let illegal aliens into our communities to make them less safe and to make it harder to buy a home. That was the official policy of the government until Donald J. Trump came along. You're not going to fix all of that in 14 months, but we've made a lot of progress I'm very proud of.
Mass deportations really tied to so many of those issues. And
100%.
so many of those affordability issues.
Are they?
There's 20 million people here that shouldn't be here.
Correct.
And many of them are on welfare. And if 40% of the people are getting their food
Sure
for
they
free,
are.
what does that do for the people who are paying?
That drives up the price
You know
of
the
food for everybody
majority of
else. By
people
the way,
on
have
welfare
you
are
gone to
actually
an
white?
emergency room in the last few years in this country? Of course, you're going to have half
the
of the people
entire
there who don't speak
income of
English
all
who require a
Hispanics
translator.
make up
That's
for the amount
resources
of
that's not
welfare
going to
that
doctors
whites,
and nurses. And then, of course, you're going to have a much longer
sacked
wait
out of the
time
government.
because people are there.
There's a fun
it's one of the
fact
things
for
that
you.
you see. You're already starting to see evidence of
Well, I guess
hospital
it's gonna
wait
cost you
times,
even more money
emergency
now.
rooms are more functional because we have fewer illegal aliens in the country.
So gas prices were down. I think the national average was close to $2 a
Correct.
gallon. And do you think that's like where the actual stasis is? Do you think that that's where that's natural? And obviously
you
the
now have three of
excursion
these
in
ships that
Iran
break my screen.
is what's doing this with the high gas prices. As somebody who's enlisted,
No.
obviously as somebody who's served,
They're my signature ship.
What is your message to the troops? What does the off ramp look like in Iran?
Well, the president said,
I don't
look,
have
we've
access to
accomplished
beyond
the gross
frigates.
majority of our military
We're
objectives.
not in
I
the
think
Cole
you can make a
era.
good argument we've accomplished all of our military objectives. The president's going to keep at it for a little while longer to ensure that once we leave, we don't have to do this again for a very, very long time. That was fundamentally the president's goal. He said, look, this country, they're threatening us in all these ways. They're still trying to build a nuclear weapon. We need to neuter them for a very, very long time.
Don't
and that's
call
the
it
purpose.
that.
You're right. Gas prices have certainly gone up because of what's going on in the Middle East.
That's
but they're going to come down, right? This is a very, very temporary reaction to what is going to ultimately be a short-term conflict. I think the president's been very clear about this, that we're not interested in being in Iran a year down the road, 2 years
why
down the
did you
road.
fucking
We're
bomb
taking
them,
care of business.
dickhead?
We're gonna be out
Leisure
of there
activity
soon,
for the
and
United
gas
States
prices are gonna come
includes
back down.
bombing
Use the
civilians.
discombobulator.
Yeah.
I cannot talk about the discombobulator. That's highly classified, Benny.
This is my job to ask these kind of questions. You going to release all the UFO files?
We're working on it. It's funny. When I came in, I was obsessed with the UFO files. And then you start getting really busy worrying about the economy and national security and things like that. But I've still got 3 more years as vice president. I will get to the bottom of the UFO files.
Okay. Have you peaked? Have you done a peak?
So I actually haven't. I
The
have
full
not.
Independence Day.
I have
Here it
not
comes.
been able to spend enough time on this.
The
to
reason
really
I put this
understand it,
on.
but I'm going to. Trust me. I'm obsessed with this. I've already had a couple of times where I'm like, all right, we're going to Area 51. We're going out to New Mexico. We're going to sort of get to the bottom of this. And then the timing of the trip just didn't work out. But trust me, anybody who's curious about this, I'm more curious than anybody.
No, you're
and I've
not.
got 3 years of the very, very tippy top of the classification. I'm going to get to the bottom of it.
Okay, so you haven't been to Area 51 yet?
Not yet.
Some
Not
people
yet.
say they keep the UFOs in Ohio. You know, they might,
Yeah, Hangar 18, Hangar 18,
right
right?
under your nose the whole time.
I've heard that as well, but I don't know. I haven't looked into it yet.
Okay, all right. Well, we're waiting for it. We saw
And
aliens.gov.
you know me.
We saw
you know me.
aliens.gov.
I don't think they're aliens. I think they're demons anyway, but that's a longer discussion.
Well, I can't let you go without a follow.
So, what you're telling me is that you're going with evil
It's the Libbies.
under our feet,
It's
but
the Iblis.
aliens in
It's
all
the Iblis,
of the
Jack.
fucking space and planets and empty void
Jack.
everywhere else
Jack.
that isn't here.
Jack.
That's unlikely.
Jack.
What?
It's the Libbies.
The
right?
what?
The demons. And guess who's going to save us from them? Spider
I don't know
Cash.
what you're saying.
Spider Cash. Brother Spider-Man is going to save us from the demons.
Oh, the Iblis. I'm all over it now. Do I have this one? I think I did put this on. Hold on. Where is it? All my sound bites are all fucked up now. Hold on.
Oh my god, Brother Spider-Man is wanting to saving me from crazy Iblis.
Barack Obama is on this podcast and he goes, "Yeah, aliens are real, but like, here's where they're not." You know,
I did not.
And so Obama says,
I didn't
"Yes,
hear that
aliens."
one.
He gets asked, "Point
Is
blank,
it time
are
for that
aliens real?" Oh, yeah.
sound bite?
And he goes, "But they're not at Area 51."
The
and
castle
where are
one?
they,
Well,
Barack?
that's what he says. Right. There's a great question.
I need to
Trump
see
had to
this-
go save
I
him,
need
and
to
he
see
said
this
he's going to
podcast.
declassify.
Okay.
Do you think it's a necessary time?
Well, look, I think that celestial beings who fly around, who do weird things to people, I think that the desire to describe everything celestial, everything is otherworldly, to describe it as aliens. I mean, every great world religion, including Christianity, the one that I believe in, has understood that there are weird things.
Gigantic dickhead. I understand it starts with G, but I'm going with this anyway because there's no words that start with J. You call people from other countries aliens, and you're crying because they're like, aliens.
Well, he's doing. I believe in ancient aliens, but it's actually actual angels, not aliens. That's what he's doing right now. Angels built the pyramids.
It is so fundamentally absurd to be like, you know what? Demons, real. Aliens, like extraterrestrial beings not from Earth, impossible. You have no brain. It is all over the floor. It has leaked out of your head. You are a meat puppet.
Also,
you
that
are
would probably, if I was so religious like
unreal.
JD Vance, that would probably prioritize me, because if I could see that these things are actual demons, that would validate the existence of God.
Exactly. Right, so it's already like even me not me like mocking him for being an idiot. Like, if you actually think about this, it's a confirmation bias rather than being a trustworthy person to give you information. This is the problem when you interject religion into the state. And now we have this idiot, the vice president of the United States, saying, you know what? Aliens. Of all the empty void and planets and potential life, we cannot possibly have extraterrestrial life because life has to look like us. This is some anthropocentric, religious nutcase shit. Like, you are ignoring science to confirm your own bias. This is why religion needs to be kept from the state at all costs. Because if he's doing this on something as irrelevant as a discussion about aliens, imagine the confirmation bias that they go through on shit that actually matters. Imagine their justification for the war. Do you think it was a just justification, or it was bring the apocalypse? Let's use the US military to bring the apocalypse in Iran. Like, is that what we're going with? That's really what we're going with? Like, conservatives have to be, I'm convinced, conservatives have to be legitimately stupid. Like, clinically idiotic. Yeah. They have to be. There is no other explanation how you can go through the world and be this dumb. It has to be low IQ shit. Like, clinically stupid. It has to be.
And there are things that are very difficult to explain. And I naturally go, when I hear about
it's difficult to explain,
extra
so my God does it
natural
for me.
phenomenon, that's where I go to, is the Christian understanding that there's a lot of good out there, but there's also some evil out there. And I think that one of the devil's great
God,
tricks
what
is to
do I
convince
do?
people we never existed.
God, give me these answers, please.
Okay, I've been given the wrap, but here we go. I can't let you go without one final question, the last question.
All right.
All right. I'm not going to ask you about running in 2028. I won't. Okay, I won't. I've heard the answer a million times. But I will ask you this. Since we started on fraud, and since it's going to come back to it, if, perhaps, hypothetically, there was a 2028 run, would you rather run against Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris, or AOC?
Oh, God. Oh, man. You just asked the question.
I'm not
you just
running,
asked it in
Donald
a different way
Trump
to try to trick me. I'm not nearly as easy to trick, but look, I'll say this about the Democrats. They don't seem to have a very strong bench, and I'm not too worried about any of these people as political candidates. I am worried about them as potential presidents, because they're all in their own way.
You should continue to
The thing
underestimate
that
them.
Benny, I continue to find very interesting about the modern Democratic
you know
Party
what fascists
is, on the one
always
hand,
do?
they say that they stand for working
They think
people.
that they're the best. They think that they're the best. They think that they're in control.
And then they end up killing
think-
themselves when they realize that they got bodied by fucking Stalin.
Exactly.
Stalin, a guy who would put tomatoes on Politburo chairs. Like, Stalin was a whoopee cushion type of guy. You know what I mean? Like, and then he would laugh because they sat on tomatoes. Like, bro would think a whoopee cushion is funny. And imagine, wouldn't you also kill yourself if you lost a war to that?
And this is honestly the thing that I'm just waiting for, is that realization, like that bunker moment that the Nazis had, where they're like, it's over, and then we get them becoming good Nazis. That is the kind that I am waiting for.
What does Hitler say before he dies in Wolfenstein? Avita said. That's what he says.
Oh man, it's gonna be so funny when they come to realize, like, they're literally getting complacent already. Like they really are speed running Nazi Germany.
Oh, so everyone you
They're
don't
doing-
agree with is a Nazi?
Yes.
You didn't ask me anything about Look Maxine. Dude, the best was him going through that Nick Shirley interview, and he's like, "No, this word has more syllables than learning." So I understand.
And on the other hand, they support the importation of millions and millions of people who undercut the wages of working people, who take away housing and healthcare from working people, who stretch the social fabric that normal Americans depend on. And I just think until the Democrat Party wakes up to the fact that, I mean, Cesar Chavez, the old like socialist union organizer who hated.
Oh my God! I can't believe they're adopting this. I was like, there's no way they're even gonna fucking bring it up. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that they're gonna fucking bring up and be like, Democrats, Joe Biden had a bust of this guy in the Oval Office, and the guy was a sex criminal. Like, I didn't think they'd go there.
They really doing it. They're really going for it. It's something. Oh, I see.
The illegal immigration recognize this, that you cannot stand for working people and mass immigration. You have to choose one. Until the Democrats make a smart choice, I'm not worried about who they nominate, but God forbid any one of those people ever became president, because then we would have what Biden did to this country on steroids.
And now Jimmy Kimmel's making fun of plumbers. You see that?
I
Mark
did not
Wayne
see
Mullen
that.
upstairs. He said Mark Wayne Mullen's a plumber. Shame on him. He shouldn't be in charge of our security.
You'll be
That's what Kimmel
shocked to
said.
find out that I don't watch Jimmy Kimmel on the regular. I deal with enough annoying people as it is.
Well, that was definitely
that was real life.
That was definitely him telling Benny Johnson that he fucking hates him.
Hell yeah, I got my Alhambra. So I got an extra military spot now.
Charges were his role in an anti-ICE protest
My
in
Forbidden
Spokane,
City
Washington
still
last
building?
summer.
Hell
It
yeah.
was the first.
No, I'm building the Forbidden City as well. I'm getting all those card policies.
Time an American had been charged with conspiracy in connection with the ongoing ICE protests. Some legal experts saw it as an escalation of the administration's efforts to suppress, even criminalize, First Amendment rights. Special correspondent Aaron Glantz has the story, which was produced with the support of the Pulitzer Center.
The sound of banging on Army veteran Bajan Malvawala's front door startled him awake at 6 a.m., the morning of July 15th, 2025.
I just want to let you know
Something's
I'm gonna
not right. And I went and I looked
settle close
out the
to
upstairs
your city over
window.
here.
The street's all closed off, and there's a bunch of guys with rifles.
It was the
on
FBI,
this
and
island?
they had come to arrest
I'm gonna
him.
settle on the other
My dad
island.
very, very quickly after that was like, you know, Beige, it's the
I need
FBI.
it to
they've
keep the
got a
loyalty
warrant.
on this city.
Bajan was arrested for conspiracy for his
leave
role
me
in an
these two
anti-ICE
cities on the
protest
left- on the
more
left.
than a month earlier.
I'm an
And that's as far up
Afghanistan
as I'm
veteran.
going to go. If you want to
I'm an
take his
American
capital, you
citizen.
can take Tennessee.
Bajan kept his cool in handcuffs while the FBI searched his pockets.
Have you been read your rights?
His father recorded this video.
My son is steady as a rock, saying, he's an Afghanistan veteran, that this is unjust.
If convicted, Bajan would face up to 6 years in prison.
I don't think that you really realize how far away we've come from democracy until you open the door
That's just Anthony Bourdain.
and see federal agents to arrest your son for a nonviolent protest.
Bajan comes from a military family. His parents both served in the army. His father, Bajan Ray Malvawala, a retired intelligence officer, earned 3 Bronze Stars in Iraq and Afghanistan. He and Bajan served in Afghanistan at the same time.
I think that might be my favorite photograph in the entire world.
The younger Malvawala provided signals intelligence in Kandahar province, one of the most dangerous parts of Afghanistan. His unit suffered casualties, including one time a fellow soldier stepped on an IED.
There was 3 amputations, three traumatic brain injuries. I was maybe 10, 15 yards back.
My son's incredibly brave. He believes that you should do the things you're supposed to do.
After coming home from the war, Bajan moved to the Pacific Northwest. He felt he'd done his duty. Like many veterans, he said he wanted to find some peace.
I bought the land and it's beautiful. There's tons of trees. Like, I've seen wolves on it. There's been moose. There's been bears. You know, like, it's quiet.
But a few years later in 2021, when Kabul fell to the Taliban, Bajan felt compelled to serve again, this time out of uniform, volunteering to help dozens of America's Afghan allies come to the United States.
Every single person here, except for the people who are indigenous to the Americas, is an immigrant or comes from immigrants. It's absolutely ludicrous to think that we can get away with not bringing people in, especially people who we told, hey, if you help us, we'll help you.
5 weeks before his arrest, Bajan saw a Facebook post from the former president of the Spokane City Council. 2 men with pending asylum applications had been detained at a routine ICE check-in and were going to be transported for deportation. I am going to sit in front of the bus, he wrote. Feel free to join me.
Happened to be scrolling through and saw it pop up, and I was like, oh, well, I have time. I'll swing by and see what's going on. I'm pretty upset about how this country is treating immigrants. The people they rolled up were legal asylum seekers. They'd been doing everything right. There was no reason for them to be detained.
The protest was, for the most part, peaceful, but at times it turned contentious. Bajan can be seen in this video briefly tangling with masked federal agents. One ICE agent pushes Bajan in the back, knocking Bajan into another, who grabs him. Bajan and the agent shove each other and then disengage. Then demonstrators back up and link arms to try to block the gate to stop ICE from taking the asylum seekers away. Dozens of people were arrested, but Bajan wasn't among them. Richard Barker, the acting U.S. Attorney for Eastern Washington State, had monitored the protests from his office on the other side of the Spokane River.
I am a true colonizer.
I went to bed that evening
there are no
feeling
Congolese
like the
cities
situation
left.
could have been a lot worse than how it ended up.
Barker had worked for the DOJ for 11 years and focused on prosecuting drug smugglers and murderers. But the day after the Spokane protest, the Justice Department sent him and the 92 other U.S. attorneys nationwide a memo that demanded they prioritize prosecutions of ICE protesters. So Barker authorized an investigation. His staff started preparing a conspiracy indictment
I'm going into coal
against
now.
Bajan Mavawala and 8 others.
I will give you the money to upgrade them.
Couldn't support.
Nobody's really hurt. None of the protesters were hurt.
Actually,
Fortunately, none of the law enforcement officers were hurt either.
He was aware that other U.S. attorneys had been ousted for refusing to comply with Trump Justice Department orders, and he worried about his ability to act ethically if he stayed on the job. So he resigned.
I didn't feel in this case that a conspiracy charge that would carry a 6-year term of incarceration was true to who I was or who I wanted to be as a federal prosecutor.
2 days after Barker quit, his successor signed the indictment, charging Bajan and the others with conspiracy to impede or injure a federal officer, the first time conspiracy charges had been brought against ICE protesters. In a statement to the NewsHour, the DOJ said it respects the First Amendment and the right of Americans to peacefully protest, but will never tolerate the obstruction of lawful immigration operations or putting federal agents in harm's way.
Should we go in?
The day he was arrested, Bajan was getting ready to move into a new house. He and his girlfriend Kate bought it with a VA mortgage.
This is the service uniform. I was in 9 years.
Kate's also an Afghanistan war veteran. She deployed as a medic.
We're not weak people. We are willing to fight for what is right, which is, I mean, it's a First Amendment issue.
Jack? That was kind of an, you know.
What happened?
Nothing. This just took a, let's just say, a hard left turn.
The game?
No, the interview. You need to use your eyes.
Needed to pee. Okay.
Was it 9 years?
Kate's also an Afghanistan war veteran. She deployed as a medic.
We're not weak people. We are willing to fight for what is right, which is,
Oh.
I mean, it's a First Amendment issue.
Bajan agrees and is standing his ground. They say that...
Right?
Interesting. So what's the story here? What's going on?
This guy was arrested for protesting ICE.
It's more of it's not prairie land though. It's something else.
No, this is in the Pacific Northwest.
Mm.
But also it's like him talking about how he volunteered when Afghan refugees were fleeing to help resettle them and stuff. So he's actively been working to help immigrants.
Yeah, interesting.
You were part of a felony conspiracy
probably a bigger reason why they're doing
or
this.
assault a federal officer.
Conspiracy requires people communicating and planning it out and saying, yeah, we're going to do this and this is why we're going to do it and this is how we're going to do it. None of that happened. At least not as far as I know. I wasn't part of any of it.
Since Bajan's arrest in July, the use of federal conspiracy charges has spread. Prosecutors have filed them against demonstrators in Chicago and also investigated Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey for the same crime.
What these people are doing to my son, and that they're doing all across
really
the country,
seems like
is unconscionable, and people need to know about it.
Making shit up.
How y'all doing today? Inspired by Bajan's arrest and concerned about what he sees as the misuse of government authority, his father announced in January that he was running for Congress, challenging Spokane's Republican
These
incumbent.
people must be getting unhappy.
It was a day after federal agents fatally shot Renee Good in Minneapolis. And he stopped by a demonstration in Spokane.
This is me and my son in Afghanistan. He was arrested by the FBI. It's unconscionable and it's un-American.
Congo?
The shock of Renee Good's killing also inspired former acting U.S. Attorney Richard Barker to speak out about what he sees as the government's hypocrisy.
He'll start toppling from loyalty in a second here.
Yeah,
one
of them's
instance,
already.
really nobody was hurt.
Yeah, I see. Okay.
And the protesters were charged. In another instance, somebody's life was taken, and DOJ wants to give that person immunity.
These are things that are supposed to be fundamentally American. These are the things that when I joined the military, I thought I was joining to protect. You have a right as an American to voice your opinion. You can't do it violently. You can't do it in a way that harms other people. But you have a right to stand up for what you believe in.
Oh, you got it. Bajan's jury trial is scheduled for May 18th. For PBS NewsHour, I'm Aaron Glantz in Spokane, Washington.
Support journalism you trust. Support PBS News. Donate now, or even better, start a monthly contribution today.
Or even better.
Instagram or TikTok lately, you've probably noticed that these platforms are inundated with AI video slop. It's gotten worryingly good, but it's still slop. And when it isn't slop, it's just straight up disinformation. Disinformation that's very believable, because the tech is just that good now. You simply cannot trust your own eyes anymore, and that's probably really bad. But in addition to fostering a low-trust information environment, this technology also threatens to slopify not only our social feeds, but also the film and television industries and the movies and shows that they produce. Or at least that was what we were hearing for the past year and a half.
The future has arrived, everyone!
Pretty much from the moment that OpenAI debuted its Sora text-to-video generator, all you heard was how this is what's happening. This is what's coming.
It's over.
It's
Do
over.
Eastern Orthodoxy
And yeah,
condemn.
the stuff that this technology is capable of was impressive at
for
the
my
time and has
religion
only
to be
gotten more
good.
impressive. And OpenAI's decision to just totally ignore copyright law during Sora's initial public release resulted in a lot of impressive videos featuring existing intellectual property. But there were always some, pretty glaring underlying problems with this forecast for the future of media. For one thing, there's a world of difference between successfully getting Sora to create a few seconds of realistic footage versus successfully getting Sora to create 90 to 120 minutes of footage that is coherent and consistent. Doing so would almost certainly require numerous attempts at creating every single shot with slightly different prompts, which means a hell of a lot of computation, and brings us to the second big problem. Nobody actually knows what it really costs to generate these videos, but it's likely significantly more expensive than the 10 to 50 cent rate that OpenAI charges customers per second of video, with estimates putting OpenAI's Sora losses at as much as $15 million per day.
Is that good?
What's more efficient? Sitting around and typing in a prompt infinitely until you get the correct thing that you need for the scene, saving that and then starting the process over on an entirely new scene, or getting a team of people with one artistic vision to execute on that. People who have a pedigree, a track record of wonderful creation.
But it's expensive.
I really don't know if it is more.
It's funny because like nationalism is inherent in fascism, and I thought the leftists weren't patriots.
Funny how that works. I guess words just mean whatever they want when you need them to. Words don't matter. What is
like
meaning
Benito
behind
Mussolini, the founder of fascism. Him saying our myth is the myth of the nation, that didn't matter.
No. Don't be silly.
Expensive after seeing how much this costs.
Yeah, we still don't. I mean, I think it's probably cheaper to prompt the slop, but like at what cost? The cost being the actual quality of the product and anyone actually wanting to see it.
This is a very dystopian take, but so far throughout the entire history of modern generative AI, it still seems as though human labor is somehow cheaper.
Yeah, I mean,
and that's fucked up.
It's always cheaper to get something right the first time.
Well, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. But I'm saying in like a much more like big-headed theory of just like it's still cheaper to use fucking cheap third world labor to do anything.
Oh yeah. If we're factoring in outsourcing, yeah, absolutely.
Like in a future that they envision, where AI has control of all of this stuff, there is still going to be underpaid labor. Like that's just not something that you're going to solve with AI.
If and when we ever get those nanny robots, like that's what it's gonna be.
Yeah,
that's what it's mostly gonna be, guys. So yeah, OpenAI has been losing money on every single prompt since they released Sora, and the same is true for the entire AI industry, but especially when it comes to AI video. And the plan for all these companies
called this
is
shit
to
so
just
hard.
lose money getting people hooked on their products until they can eventually figure out some way to get the energy and computation costs down enough that they're no longer unprofitable. But there's no real guarantee that that's gonna happen, at least not anytime soon. Guys like Sam Altman have openly stated that in order for AI to be profitable,
like, you know how like RAM is colossally high?
Yeah.
Well, these companies also need to buy that RAM.
Yeah, they do.
So their costs are only skyrocketing with how much they're dumping into the industry, while their profit is dropping. Well, there was no profit, but you know what I mean. And like,
yeah, we be sending shit.
My spider sense, especially when fucking Congress is introducing a bill to ban some of this stuff. My fucking...
Oh my god, your ships are so fucking annoying.
My spider sense started going off where I was like, this bubble's about to pop.
I mean, it was bound to happen. It was just a matter of time.
profitable and progress and much further than where it is now, they need fusion energy to become commercially viable, which is just not something anyone should be holding their breath for. Point is, the inevitability of AI, particularly AI video, is a lot less certain than they'd like you to believe. And on Tuesday, seemingly out of the blue, OpenAI announced they would be shutting down Sora. Here's the Wall Street Journal.
OpenAI is planning to pull the plug on its Sora video platform, a product it released to great fanfare last year that has since fallen from public view. The move is one of a number of steps OpenAI is taking to refocus on business and coding functions ahead of a potential initial public offering as soon as the fourth quarter of this year. CEO Sam Altman announced the changes to staff on Tuesday, writing that the company would wind down products that use its video models. In addition to the consumer app, OpenAI is also discontinuing a version of Sora for developers and won't support video functionality inside ChatGPT either. Oh, darn. And they explain that this is a strategic shift or whatever, but it seems pretty obvious that Sora was costing them a shitload of money, and they didn't want that on their SEC disclosures before the IPO.
Yeah, especially very clear that that's exactly what's going on here.
And that's the thing, is outside of the financials of this company, which are definitely fucked anyway, think about the money that's been burned in just the past couple of months of people just creating things that they never even post, never even liked, or was so stupid that it shouldn't exist in the first place. Just for no fucking reason. People just doing multiple prompts alone in their bedrooms for their own giggles.
I mean, each prompt is like $1, couple dollars. I got dollars.
It's crazy. And to think that this would catch on enough for people to like keep, like the average citizen is so bored with their lives and has so much free time that they'd like to sit around and make fake movies for themselves and their friends all day. No, with the economy the way it is, the first fucking thing that people will cut out of their lives is the fucking AI.
It's the definition of a unnecessary expenditure.
Exactly. Oh, I guess I'm gonna go back to Googling now.
I gotta start,
how will I live?
Start eating just brown rice and water so I can continue to afford my Sora credits.
Yeah, or else fucking Toon Toon Sahur isn't gonna come on and dance on my phone or whatever.
It is fun. Like, obviously enough people are watching this garbage that it is constantly showing up in like, recommended feeds. But if you look at the comments, every single person is just like, oh, so this garbage is why RAM costs $500.
Yeah. There was like some tomato family that was big recently on TikTok. I think TikTok took it off, but
thank you, David Ellison.
Yeah. What?
Sure.
Anyways, you have to also remember that all that intellectual property slopped from Sora's public release didn't really belong to them. It actually resulted in OpenAI officially partnering with Disney, though, seemingly confirming that slop was the future of entertainment. But maybe not. OpenAI launched Sora without guardrails to protect certain content from being used without the consent of copyright holders, touching off a brief copyright battle. Eventually, the company added controls so content owners could block the use of their likenesses or intellectual property. In December, Disney said it would invest $1 billion in OpenAI. As part of the deal, OpenAI was set to license more than 200 characters from Disney, allowing users to create and share AI-generated videos with beloved Disney characters. And even at the time, everyone's like, it's going to be Mickey Mouse snorting a line of Coke off of Minnie. Like, people are going to do, like, above-board fun things with this.
Yeah.
Some will, but, like...
I mean... Yeah.
The 3-year agreement allowed people to wield a lightsaber with Luke Skywalker or insert themselves into Toy Story. Disney's investment into OpenAI isn't proceeding. As the nascent AI field advances rapidly, we respect OpenAI's decision to exit the video generation business and to shift its priorities elsewhere.
Bro has no walls on his capital.
Altman said the Sora team will now focus on giving priority to longer-term bets such as robotics.
Yeah, that's definitely going to happen. Butlers? I want a butler. Give me, where's my butler?
It's, you know, especially on the eve of an upcoming IPO, to literally devalue your company. Not only devalue it, but be like, oh, all the stuff that we've been doing that cost all that money, we're throwing it away because no one uses it. They can't use it. It costs too much money. It's creating garbage results. And okay, and now we're gonna pivot to robotics. Oh yeah, let me give you $1 billion.
Yeah, we mean we've never done the robotics.
The ChatGPT company's gonna do this thing that other companies have been perfecting.
It is interesting, and like you obviously don't have to hand it to Anthropic, but like the fact that they they very clearly realize that like the best use case for AI currently is assisting with coding, and they've focused most of their business on Claude Code. And also, I don't believe have any plans to go public anytime soon. It's just like, yeah, you're taking a revolutionary idea and proceeding kind of like accordingly, whereas Sam Altman and OpenAI and everyone else is
Well, they
just
did
like,
the move
this is
fast
going to
to break
solve
things.
every problem any day now.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They knew that the copyright infringement would get a lot of traffic and views, because when you see Superman and Mickey Mouse blowing each other, it's like, wow, that's provocative.
Yeah, it is provocative. I want to see more. So yeah, I mean, based on what we just read, you would get the impression that Disney saw all this coming a mile away. But well, here's Reuters. On Monday evening, Walt Disney Co. and OpenAI teams were working together on a project linked to Sora, OpenAI's AI video tool. Just 30 minutes after that meeting, the Disney team was blindsided with word that OpenAI was dropping the tool altogether. Wow. A person familiar with the matter said.
Did they keep the
OpenAI
money,
announced
though?
the move publicly on Tuesday.
I hope they did.
It was a big rug pull, according to the person who requested anonymity to discuss the matter. Jesus
They
Christ.
rug pulled Disney.
They did.
Epic.
Wow.
The mouse never forgets.
No, sir. At that point, it makes me wonder if they were trying, like this was probably like deep into some experimental thing they were doing, and it just wasn't working. And they were like, you know what? Fuck it. It's never gonna work.
Yeah.
Just pull the plug. Disney's already gonna take their money away. What's the point of this? They also confirmed that the video slop generator was hogging a ton of OpenAI's resources. Shocking. OpenAI executives have been debating Sora's fate for some time. Running the AI video app required significant computational resources, a fourth person with knowledge of the matter said, and left other teams with less firepower.
And it's really worth highlighting that the Disney deal with OpenAI was announced just 3 months ago. It was so fresh that they never even managed to ink the deal.
Oh, you're going to want to ink the deal.
And no money ever actually ended up changing hands.
Oh, well, that's good news on Disney's part.
Yeah.
That's a pretty shrewd business
That worked
move.
out.
Yeah.
It was considered a certainty back in December that this was the future of entertainment. But here we are in March, and the flagship product for this sea change is being discontinued. I mean, tech hype usually is mostly hot air, but this is kind of unprecedented, the cycle going this quickly.
Yeah.
Anyway, Jason Kobler at 404 Media had some great reflections on just this whole hype cycle. Here's some of what he wrote. Sora is dead. May the memory of its 4-month existence as a copyright infringement machine that was also used to make videos of men strangling women and ICE arresting undocumented immigrants be a blessing. Disney is pulling out of its billion-dollar investment in OpenAI entirely. Other efforts to slopify Hollywood look underwhelming, appear to have been quietly shelved, or have utterly failed to gather any audience whatsoever. This news does not bode well for OpenAI, and it likely does not bode well for Paramount's mega merger with Warner Brothers, a deal whose financial terms and the debt involved only make sense if you can believe in a future in which the cost of creating blockbuster movies is drastically reduced by AI via huge numbers of people losing their jobs.
At the time of Disney's announcement with OpenAI, it was hard to imagine why Disney would infect its flagship paid streaming service with content from a service whose viral videos consisted of users turning Pikachu into a felon and SpongeBob into Hitler. It was not clear why Disney would want AI slop made by randos to live next to, say, the $200 million Toy Story 4 or any number of Disney's masterpieces. It was also hard to imagine why a company that has so aggressively enforced its copyright would suddenly say all bets are off for Sam Altman's plagiarism machine. The only thing that made any sense is that Hollywood executives, like Silicon Valley executives, hate paying for human labor so much that they have convinced themselves that their customers would happily consume AI slop if it was shoved down their throats. After Sora's initial novelty
I mean,
wore
they
off,
should
it
learn
became clear
that
that people
slop
do
doesn't
not
work
actually
with
want
all
this.
these live-action
And
Disney
people
movies
using
that
Sora
continually
were
bomb.
using it
Yeah,
at
you would
great
think,
financial
right?
cost to OpenAI in order to largely take videos off platform to spam other social media sites. The Sora subreddit has been basically dead for months outside of people attempting to figure out how to get it to create nudes or people complaining about content violations. When I scrolled Sora Tuesday evening, I almost exclusively saw videos that had few or no likes or comments. I saw very little Disney content, though I did see a lot of South Park, Peppa Pig, and SpongeBob videos, none of which were very good. And yeah, I forgot that it was its own social media app.
Yeah.
Because you only ever see it posted elsewhere. But that gets back to the point I was making earlier about, like, this wasn't being picked up by the general public anyway. Without, like, with everything in OpenAI and Sora's corner, the technological advancements and the partnership with Disney, it was much like the metaverse, where they built this thing, and then just nobody cared.
Yeah, vastly overestimated actual demand or desire for any of this.
Because the novelty of typing in whatever the fuck you want and having it spit something out,
well,
it goes away really quickly.
They're going to continue hating you. We picked military for a reason. After this, like, we need to take the Aztecs out, and then because, like, if we're not hitting, like, Norway especially soon, we're going to be in big trouble. But the Zulu as well. But the thing is that I will have the naval ships to bombard their coastlines.
I'm pushing towards flight now.
Yeah, if you go flight, I'll go navy.
You do like hearing the stories and fantasy worlds built by
planes on
others.
your ships?
There's a
Huh?
Can I put my planes on your ships?
No, but by the time you're like getting to carriers and stuff, it'll basically be a few clicks to research it.
Yeah.
But getting planes early would be beneficial for everyone.
No, I'm gonna get planes and I'm gonna build an airport in Hokkaido, and then I can hit them from my base.
a big human emotional connection to that. Not just jacking off with videos in your mind. That's what you're doing.
Yeah. They created an app. I think Meta still has their Meta AI app, and it's like, I don't think that one's doing well either, because it's like, who the fuck wants to scroll a feed? I mean, we're already all scrolling feeds filled with AI, but who wants to scroll a feed literally dedicated to just other people's AI slop?
It is a great tattletale app, though, because I see every fucking person that I follow on Instagram when they download that
It's
fucking
really
app.
helpful, because when they started Threads, you'd get because it's all connected, they'd be like, oh, your friend joined Threads, you should join. I'm like, no. And then when they launched the Meta AI app, it's like, hey, your friend, this guy,
your friend's a fucking loser.
Yeah, I'm like, wow. Sad.
Must have been a misclick.
Sad.
Yeah. Anyways, in that same article, he does check in on some of the other attempts at slopifying Hollywood, and yeah, no surprise. After the initial hype cycle, it became clear they'd overestimated public demand for this kind of thing, as well as how capable and affordable the technology actually is. Now, there's no doubt that generative AI will increasingly be one of the many tools in the filmmaking arsenal, but the idea that some realistic 8-second AI-generated videos meant that entire Disney movies were going to be made by AI was always hype.
No.
Yeah.
And it's nice to see that confirmed so definitively by this news.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't want to toot our horn here, but fucking called it again.
Yeah.
And a bunch of y'all...
Called it again award.
A bunch of y'all fell for it again.
Look, I didn't do it because it would be like me trying heroin. I didn't make any of those cool, funny videos, even though I have some absurd ideas bouncing around in my broken brain. But I didn't do it, and I'm better off for it.
Yeah, I mean, from what I can tell, to get anything close to what you're asking for, you have to run that prompt several times and just sit there for a minute while it processes, and then you're like, okay, also not what I want. Let me tweak this a little bit. It's not enjoyable.
I know we've said it, it would just too many times, but the only thing I've ever seen anyone use a generative AI thing for in real life is Googling something.
That's what people use it for.
In a more human way. Like a conversational way, and that's mainly because it talks back to you that way.
Yeah, I mean,
I do follow that one kid who has just the most infuriating conversations with the ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Do you see the one today where he ran a mile? He's like, all right, I'm gonna go, and he barely steps off camera. He's like, yeah, that was good. That was 10 minutes, and he's like, wait, are you sure? Because it was maybe 3 seconds. No, I know it seems like you're running a lot faster when you're in the moment, but it was definitely 10 minutes.
Yeah,
he's just driving. He's like that Kip Boga guy. What Kip Boga does to telemarketers or scammers, this guy is doing to ChatGPT. If it had a soul, it would be breaking the soul.
Yeah, his videos are very good. Can't remember the account name, but he started animating some of them too.
I believe fans started animating those, and they are good. And look at that, a real person practicing their animation skills on a show that they enjoy. It almost feels like the 2010s again.
I know. Wow. BuzzFeed coming back.
I don't know about that, but yeah. Big tech, they do certainly have a tendency of doing all this kind of stuff. They'll have an impressive breakthrough with something and then jump 20 steps ahead and proclaim that it's the future of everything. Can you not see the fucking vision? Give me the money. Obviously, they're not talking about the very niche thing that they've actually accomplished. We saw this last week with the news about Mark Zuckerberg's metaverse shutting down, despite it previously being positioned as the company's core product. They overestimate a lot of things.
It's an aid
but the biggest
request,
thing they overestimated was
and he's like, fuck your aid. Fine, bro. I'll keep my money. Fuck you. Don't touch this little city-state here. I might annex it later.
What one?
Halen.
Where?
Between our civs. At the bottom.
Okay, that can be a natural barrier.
Okay, that can work.
All the city-states I went for were actually the militaristic ones.
Okay.
And so, like, I annexed these two cities in the same turn here. And set it up so I would be able to do that with faith.
Yeah.
And it was super cheap. And then the ones that are close by me, I don't really need to annex because they're so close to me that nobody's going to be putting guys in them.
Yeah.
And if they start doing that,
public's actual desire for this niche technology.
Yeah, which was never going to happen.
Nope.
Like, as someone who was using AI, consumer AI, well before the public was, I was like, no, there's no fucking way. Even then, I was like, this will never be anything more than a niche product because it's uncomfortable to wear. Half the people that use it get ill.
Oh, you're talking about VR, not AI.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, this is... They could have saved themselves a lot of money when it was what? It had to be at least a year, but maybe 2 years ago when they did analysis and just no one that even worked on it was using it.
Yeah.
One of the better things you can do when running a business is cut your losses.
But then you have to admit that you were wrong.
No, that's why you have like 10 fall guys. It's a big business.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this week, Neil Stephenson, the sci-fi author who originally coined the term metaverse in his 1992 novel Snow Crash, but who otherwise has no connection to Meta or Mark Zuckerberg, he broke his silence on this turn of events in a blog post titled My Prodigal Brainchild that's worth reading in full, but this part here really gets to the heart of the problem, straight from the horse's mouth. When I was working at Magic Leap and people asked me why I thought that was a good idea, I would ask the rhetorical question, do you really think that 20 years from now, everyone's still going to be going around all day staring at little rectangles in their hands? At the time, it seemed obvious to me that the answer was no. Reader, I have changed my mind. 20 years from now, everyone is still going to be staring at handheld rectangles. Or at least that is the case if the only alternative is wearing things on their faces. Maybe this should have been obvious to me given the amount of time, effort, and money people put into making their faces look as good as possible.
A possible workaround is to keep refining and miniaturizing the devices to the point where they just look like eyeglasses. This, however, turns out to have the unintended side effect of making these things seem sinister. It happened with Google Glass, which instantaneously spawned the term glass hole, and it has happened again with Meta's product that looks like normal, albeit heavy framed glasses. When someone around you is staring at a rectangle in their hand,
we blame it on
might be
him?
incredibly annoying.
I think so.
But at least you
Probably.
can tell they're doing it.
No,
When
because
someone's
he
wearing
wasn't
a head
ever
on a
there.
display, on the other hand,
No,
you
but
don't know
he was
whether
the one
they
that
are
was
looking
like,
at you or
"I'm
not.
using Google, you got."
Likewise,
Yes, but he wasn't showing up and recording things. He was showing up after it happened. That's the issue. So he wasn't getting in people's faces doing the confrontational journalism that he was saying he was going to do in that fucking whole hysterical meet the producers thing for Vice.
We've watched that on here before, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Very funny.
when someone holds up their phone and aims it at you, it's obvious that you were on
It was
camera.
very funny because just like I knew who he was from the Wall Street movement.
Yeah.
Like I didn't know his name or anything. But like I like recognized him. I didn't know that shit was going on with Vice, you know, where they had that young producers thing that he was a part of, where he did like 2 stories for, and then they fired him. I didn't know anything about that, but like after, and I came back and I started doing American politics, I was like, oh, I know who this guy is.
And that's funny.
Like I didn't know his name or anything like that, but I had seen him in person before. So like at one point he did show up to cover a protest. I can tell you, I witnessed it.
Not true in the case of glasses or goggles, so it's creepy. There you go. The rest of the post is obviously worth reading, but basically he gets into why the VR metaverse made sense as a vision of the future back in the 90s, but makes less sense now.
Also, like him selling, like, we're using technology to be on the ground and stuff. And the technology was actually Google Glass and a fucking Wi-Fi drone.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
When, like, I also, along with everyone else, was, like, the whole, like, they literally just, like, he got a job and got paid just because he bought Google Glass. When, like, fucking everyone with just, like, a fucking DSLR in the field does the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Like, you think a news camera isn't fucking live stream capable? Like, and that's the thing, is he wasn't making live content anyway.
No, he wasn't. He was recording it.
So, what's the fucking point? Like, oh, I'm gonna use an even shittier camera instead of a fucking DSLR?
Or a news camera.
Yeah, news cameras are normally attached to the trucks.
Ah.
So anyone using a DSLR is... So, like, that's the thing, is the DSLR is just the body. You build the camera unit around it.
Yes.
So, like, basically, in the field, DSLRs are going to be the most common thing because photojournalists are going to know how to use them.
Yep.
And the video journalists will know how to use them. So, it allows you to work seamlessly with people. Like if I'm doing something with somebody and they want me to use their camera, like I already know what I'm doing.
Yeah. Makes sense.
A Red, on the other hand, I probably would need a rundown on how it works. But I assume I would just press record and they would set it for me.
I really want one of those Olympus OMD cameras. They are like super compact and very fucking capable, but they're also $3,000 just for the body.
Yeah, my camera is $3,000. Was $3,000 for the body at the time. Still would be fine to take to Syria.
I think I paid $2,000 for my body.
Like the only thing that I would get, I would still keep my camera body if I was going to the field. But I would get a 35mm and a 50mm dynamic lens, and that's it.
Yeah. Like,
because I have the zoom lens on it, the standard zoom lens that you see on all the cameras.
To 55.
Huh?
The 35 to 55.
No, I think it's
25 to 55.
I think it's to 70 or. But I want to say it's the 108 one, but I think that one's the next one up.
Yeah, because I have I actually found it
and like
the other day.
What's interesting is
been able to look for it. I have a Sigma lens.
I've used other basically the same lens that's on other camera bodies, and I've even used the same lens on Canon bodies, but the Red series lenses for Canon are so fucking good. Like the comparable, like I would shoot with
it's 18 to 55. I was close.
Yeah, let me see the whole lens.
That's the basic lens.
Yeah, it's that size.
The basic shitty one.
Yeah, that's what it is. But like the Red also does that only have one ring?
Yeah. This is like it's not the signature series, these are just the basic
Where's
ones.
the focus?
Here.
Oh, so it does have two rings.
Yes. You turn the autofocus off, and you can turn the ring here.
Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about. So is that a Canon?
Yeah, this is a Canon one.
So like the focus does not hold very well. It's so loose.
No, it doesn't. No, it
so
really
like
doesn't.
the Red series, like it's like it grips really nice. And so like and like I've worked with the camera long enough that I don't necessarily need to see the viewfinder to know if I'm in focus.
Ah, okay.
So like
That's a handy
I
skill.
used like I didn't use tripods, right? Which everyone said I was crazy for. My entire career people
Fair
said I was
enough.
crazy for not using a tripod. But like I didn't do stand-ups. There was no reason for me. That would be the only reason to carry a tripod, is that you need the ability to also do stand-ups. And if I was going to do a stand-up, I would have somebody else with me to fucking shoot it with me.
Yes.
So the fact that I was using the monopod allowed me to do a lot of things where I didn't necessarily have the ability to see my screen, kind of like how you would use a periscope.
Yeah.
Like I was able to get it into places where a camera on a tripod would not be able to get.
Because
And-
this is the other lens that I have.
Yeah, what
This
size is that?
This is a 55 to 105.
Okay, that might be what I have, is that length.
So, but this is a Sigma one, and this is a lot higher quality. So like this is I bought this secondhand in Japan.
Yeah, see, that
actually.
one actually has a
But,
grippy
like,
front ring too.
Yeah, see how the ring actually has notches on it too? You wouldn't need to look through the viewfinder for this one.
Yeah, so there's one of the positions that, because like if you're on a film set, I've never experienced it. All the cameras on the films that I've worked on were so indie that it was just a 2-man crew.
Yeah.
Basically one guy was the dude who held it, and the other dude was the one who did the viewfinder to dial it in, as the director of photography.
Yeah.
But if you have the next step up, you'll have 3 people on one camera, and the third person is the focus puller. And they literally mark on the ring. And they're not also using the ring. It's like a whole wheel that comes off the side for their position off to the side. But they literally will have marks that they'll hit and know when they need to hit focus marks. So if you think about iconic shots like the Goodfellas shot, that was probably a 3-man unit. So the guy who was actually focusing that shot most likely was not even looking at the shot.
Interesting. It's a handy skill.
Normally, so like nowadays, they it's like, I forgot what it's fucking called. It's like something similar to pterodactyl, but it's basically a tablet sync where you can basically have an infinite amount of tablets and they can see the live feed from the camera.
Oh, interesting.
And what's cool about it is like, because when you're working on indie films, you're normally shooting in real people's houses and stuff.
Yeah, okay.
So like they get to be there quiet in the next room and get to watch the film being made on the tablet and stuff.
That's pretty cool.
And like when I'm not working, I can watch it being made as well. Because normally what I'll do is production stuff where like we need to fucking shoot day for night. I need to block out this window. So normally my job is over once the filming starts, but then there'll be certain stuff where like resetting scenes to do another take. That's when I'll actually be in the room.
Yeah, okay. So I'm looking for my camera.
Fortnite and Roblox are way better modern realizations of the
macro
idea
lens
than Horizon Worlds. Yeah,
just
especially
on my camera at the moment.
I mean, Fortnite has their events and everything.
Don't care about your lens.
Roblox
Sit down.
is
But I'm not sure
is
where it
quite literally the metaverse that they envisioned. But this was like a pipe dream. This was a COVID pipe dream where they were like, oh, you know what? Maybe offices are antiquated, which they are. But you don't need headsets to do that. And it's another thing where it's like you can look at the way that average people use things like that. And I brought it up last week, but like people don't even FaceTime each other. What are they going to want to do with strapping a headset on and going and sitting in a virtual living room?
Like, FaceTime is less anxiety inducing for me than just regular phone. Is that weird?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're right about the whole COVID aspect of it.
Phone calls give people anxiety. What are you going to fucking put a headset on
I
for?
think Zuckerberg had this idea for a while, but yeah, the COVID situation, I think, made him really think that now was the time.
Yeah.
When, no, like, even back in there was a video over telephone protocol in, like, the 80s. And, like, in the 90s, you could, like, buy a video phone to talk to other people.
I remember
with
trying
video
to
phones.
win one from Nickelodeon.
No one bought that shit because no one was fucking interested in seeing the face of the person on the other end, especially if it cost way more money than a normal fucking phone.
Hi, is this Snick or Slime Time Live? I would still like to win my AT&T branded video phone that you promised I would win in the 90s if I called multiple times. Huh.
Yeah, we'll get that right to you.
Oh no, you had to call. You had to say Snick or Treat on
That's right.
on Halloween. You had to answer the phone and say Snick or Treat because it could be Nickelodeon calling. Could be.
Yeah. Anyway, from the article, when you're reading about the metaverse or something similar to it in a novel or watching it in a movie, you are reading a novel or watching a movie. And those things have plots. There's a beginning, middle, and end. It's quite easy to get carried away thinking about how cool it would be to actually build a system that could, on an engineering level, do the things that the fictional technology is depicted as doing in the book or the movie. Having built it, though, you might discover that it's just a lot of randos milling around waiting for something to happen. Fortnite, just to name one example,
We gotta
of an
get
extremely
canals
successful
running through Lake
metaverse-like
Tumba
world,
here.
remedies this by imposing a gamified structure on the user experience. It is straightforward and repetitive, but it works. When you enter a play session, you know in general, but not in detail, what's going to happen.
If we
and
get
you know that it'll be
a
over in
canal
about 20 minutes.
at each point
in
there.
my opinion, which some may feel free to disregard after the matter of the $80 billion, this is only the beginning of what will become possible in coming years. Even one millionth of what...
It would help if your stupid boats weren't fucking up my entire screen.
Yeah, it'll change soon. Unfortunately, the
Right here? Like those spots there?
Lake Tumba, yeah.
Alright, I'll have to do
Like
something
where's how close are you to Panama Canal? Oh, you're not going sea, so you won't have it. Let's say potentially you could get a Panama Canal in there. That would be sick.
I don't have
But-
canals yet.
When I unlock canals, just give me the cities. I'll build the canals and then give them back.
Hey, is that a thing you can do?
I don't know, but why not try?
No,
That
because
I
I'm
spent
building
isn't-
canals now with my railways, so I'll be able to do it now.
Enough to fund
Oh, well, they said
significant
you don't
progress
have
in
it.
this area if you
Converting
have a small,
my city.
talented, and dedicated...
Huh?
The Zulu are converting my city.
Well, stop them.
Eh. I don't have the faith for it.
Suck it.
I'm just spreading Eastern Orthodoxy.
dedicated team.
Yeah, he's mostly right, though he's doing that thing where he's retroactively calling massively multiplayer online gaming the metaverse when it's something that's been around for decades and is very much not the sci-fi version of the metaverse that Mark Zuckerberg blew $80 billion on. But the only counter of that is like Fortnite does have game creation, it has mode creation, it has sandbox, it has live.
It has all these things, but it's not the metaverse, because the metaverse is VR. Like, you take away the VR, and it's something we've had in various iterations for 30 years. The only thing that makes it the metaverse is the VR aspect.
Yeah.
So it's like Fortnite is metaverse-like, but it's not the metaverse.
Yeah, I'd say Roblox is closer, but they are metaverse-like. Yes. But anyways, he didn't ask for any of this. Mark Zuckerberg stole a word that he coined and applied it to a product that ended up failing.
Yeah. Sucks.
So
he came up with this idea that was like beloved for decades, and then Mark Zuckerberg comes along and applies it to some crap that no one
virtual
wants. And now
reality
Neil Stephenson has
is
to write a
also
blog
a term
post.
that's existed for decades.
Just like
guys.
that, Pepe the Frog had something beautiful taken and ruined.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, speaking of Meta, they have been in court recently arguing that their products are not intentionally designed to be addictive to children. And on Tuesday, a jury decided that yes, they fucking are designed to be addictive. You fool! You moron! On Wednesday, the jury, in a totally separate case, returned a similar verdict. Here's Reuters with the first case, which resulted in a $375 million fine for Meta, which isn't enough, but it's a start.
Yeah, it's a big fine, but still a drop in the bucket, but still a big fine. A team led by New Mexico Attorney General Raul Torres, who sued Meta in 2023, built their case by posing as children on social media, then documenting sexual solicitations they received, as well as Meta's response. Torres wants Meta to implement more effective age verification and do more to remove bad actors from its platforms. On Tuesday, a jury found Meta to be in violation of state consumer protection law. It found thousands of violations, each counting separately towards a penalty of $375 million. The landmark decision came after a nearly 7-week trial. Jurors sided with state prosecutors who argued that Meta, which owns Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp, prioritized profits over safety.
Duh!
The jury determined Meta violated parts of the state's Unfair Practices Act on accusations the company hid what it knew about the dangers of child sexual exploitation on its platforms and impacts on child mental health. The jury agreed with allegations that Meta made false or misleading statements and also agreed that Meta engaged in unconscionable trade practices that unfairly took advantage of...
Hey, you think it would be a better approach to actually go after the companies for harming children than banning children from the product?
Might be. I don't want this city because it's literally on a fucking volcano.
I have a volcano city too. Did you see my
What do you think about leaving this city-state, or we can just kill it?
What one?
Garama. Because it is currently blocking my way through.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you can just destroy it if it lets you.
Well, it's got one way to get in there, but I'm going to stick a couple bombards on the other side of the ocean.
I'll help
but
you.
If you
Hang
can
on.
get
Once it's my turn again, I'll help you.
Yeah, if you can get boats in there, that's great.
Yeah, most of my boats are already halfway across the world at this point. Yeah.
The vulnerabilities of and inexperience of children.
And then, just a day later, a separate case here in LA reached a verdict. The New Mexico case was brought by the state, but the LA case was brought by an individual plaintiff who sued both Meta and YouTube for getting her addicted to social media as a teenager. And here's the New York Times with more on that. The social media company Meta and the video streaming service YouTube harmed a young user with design features that were addictive and led to her mental health distress, a jury found on Wednesday. A landmark decision that could open social media companies to more lawsuits over users' well-being.
Good.
Meta must pay $4.2 million in combined compensatory and punitive damages, and YouTube must pay $1.8 million. The bellwether case, which was brought by a now 20-year-old woman identified as KGM, had accused social media companies of creating products as addictive as cigarettes or digital casinos. Hey, good news! We do have more digital casinos now, too.
Yeah, you know...
So those lawsuits will be fun eventually.
Yeah, and there will be.
Just the idea of how many probably 14-year-olds are on those sites betting money is...
I mean, I don't know. I've never used them, so I don't know how easy or hard it would be for a child to get on there, but...
Well, you take someone else's profile, like with most things. Anyway, citing features like infinite scroll and algorithmic recommendations, KGM sued Meta, which owns Instagram and Facebook, and Google's YouTube, claiming they led to anxiety and depression.
The verdict in KGM's case, one of thousands of lawsuits filed by teenagers, school districts, and state attorneys general against Meta, YouTube, TikTok, and Snap, which owns Snapchat, was a major win for the plaintiffs.
Did you build the Forbidden
finding
City?
validates a novel legal theory that social media sites or apps can cause personal injury.
Somebody got it before
It is
me.
likely to factor into similar cases expected to go to trial this year, which could expose the internet giants to further financial damages and force changes to their products. The personal liability argument draws inspiration from a legal playbook used against big tobacco last century, in which lawyers argued that the companies created addictive products that harmed users. The companies have largely dodged legal threats by citing a federal shield called Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act of 1996,
But once
which
you let me
protects
know
them
it
from
was on a
liability
volcano,
for what their
fuck it.
users post. TikTok and Snap both settled with the plaintiff for undisclosed terms before the trial started.
And yeah, these penalties are just a drop in the bucket for these companies, but they could set a precedent. And there's many more similar cases already in the works, including a lawsuit filed by several public school districts who are being represented by a lawyer who successfully sued opioid makers and says this case isn't all that different.
What are you going to do about it?
From Reuters, Jane Conroy, a lawyer on the plaintiff's trial team, was also an attorney for plaintiffs seeking to hold pharmaceutical companies responsible for the opioid
my
epidemic.
people need land.
She
I'm
said
like,
the
so do
cornerstone
mine.
of both cases
just
is the
defeated the
same,
Congo.
addiction. With the social media case, we're focused primarily on children and their developing brains and how addiction is such a threat to their well-being and the harms that are caused to children. How much they're watching and what kind of targeting is being done, she said.
Damn, Zulu
Medical science, she
apostles,
added,
fam.
is not really all that different,
Wow,
surprisingly,
Zulu
from an
took the lead
opioid
for
or heroin
religion.
addiction. We're all talking about the dopamine reaction. Both
Norway
the social
is
media and the opioid cases
really
claim
far in
negligence on
culture.
the part of the defendants.
I just
What we were
I
able to
was
prove in
gonna,
the opioid cases is the
I was going to
manufacturer,
name the
the
city that I
distributor,
just took, Naha, which is Okinawa's capital, but I'm going to call it Taipei instead, because that's funnier.
Norway's really high in culture, but I have great news. Okay? Everyone who's a follower of my religion gives me 4 culture. So if I start converting your cities, and then you can make your own things to convert your further cities, that's just more culture for me.
The only city that you need to convert is Hokkaido, and then I can do the rest. But if you,
probably
if you
this,
hit
probably this
Sendai, Hiroshima,
island.
Tokyo, Hokkaido, Kobe, and Taipei, I can do the rest.
Yeah, I'm building my mosques, so I have more faith and they're cheaper. Also, I'll end 2 emergencies, the aid request and the military emergency. Also, when he said, I don't want your aid, you have to give them at least 30 gold per turn or 200 gold if they don't like you.
Okay.
But don't even worry about it. Save your gold. I'm already 600 in, and nobody's competing against me. The Diplo points are going to matter. Like, if our team wins, then we win, so... That's the real cheat advantage we have against the cheating AI.
Yeah. I am building canals.
The pharmacies, they knew about the risks. They downplayed them. They oversupplied, and people died, Conroy said. Here, it is very much the same thing. These companies knew about the risks. They have disregarded the risks. They doubled down to get profits from advertisers over the safety of kids. And kids were harmed, and kids died.
Yeah, and like again, there's a lot more cases in the works. The LA one, the key evidence was just the leaks, the internal leaks from Meta from a few years back, where they acknowledged and disregarded the fact that like
with the city state,
this is bad for the mental health of children, especially young girls.
I think I already did.
Yeah, very exciting. Because like one $375 million penalty. That's nothing, but like,
there's gonna be a lot of class action.
Yeah, like you multiply that, you make and just what they're having to spend probably on their own legal fees. Like, yeah, at the very least, it'll make them realize
they'd have a lot
this
more
isn't
money.
the 2010s anymore.
A lot more money to fight with if they didn't start that metaverse.
I know. Imagine if they still had that $80 billion lying around.
That's right.
To fight these lawsuits with. Oh well,
take them for all they're worth. But moving on now to our big dumb president and his big dumb war on Iran, there remains no end in sight for this conflict, and it continues to play out exactly how anyone could have predicted, with the Iranian regime battered but still perfectly intact, and oil prices through the roof due to Iran's closure of the Strait of Hormuz. You almost get the sense that the people who decided to wage this war are kind of stupid, and have surrounded themselves with so many yes men that they barely even know what's going on.
They don't even have the right shoe size.
Well, you'd be right
on.
if you thought that, because on Wednesday, NBC News reported that Trump is mainly experiencing this war through short-form IRL kill streak compilations his aides are editing together for him because he's a lazy, senile man with no attention span.
I wonder if they're putting hit markers at.
I'm sure they are. They got Snoop Dogg down in the corner.
Yeah.
They got everything.
Dorito chip with the aluminum.
Now, did we actually throw Doritos at them? Wow, I have a joint in my mouth that came out of nowhere. Just look at this photo from the article showing Trump in an actual meeting about Iran. He's bored as fuck. Bring him the iPad. Show him the big boom. Make sure the iPad has one of those big elaborate cases around it so he can throw it and it won't break.
Yeah.
Palpatine.
Each day since the start of the war in Iran, U.S. military officials compile a video update for President Donald Trump that shows video of the biggest, most successful strikes on Iranian targets over the previous 48 hours, 3 current U.S. officials and a former U.S. official said. The daily montage typically runs for about 2 minutes, sometimes longer, the officials said. One described each daily video as a series of clips of stuff blowing up. The highlight reel of U.S. Central Command bombing Iranian equipment and military sites isn't the only briefing Trump gets about the war. He's also updated through conversations with top military and intelligence advisors, foreign leaders, and news reports, the official said. But the video briefing is fueling concerns among some of Trump's allies that he may not be receiving or absorbing the complete picture of the war. Now in its 4th week, 2 of the current officials said, and the former officials said, they said the videos are also driving Trump's increasing frustration with news coverage of the war. Trump has pointed to the success depicted in the daily videos to privately question why his administration can't better influence the public narrative, asking aides why the news media doesn't emphasize what he's seeing. One of the current U.S. officials and the former U.S. official said,
I
know what'll do the trick. 1,000 paratroopers.
Much like Stalin.
I know what'll do the trick. Boots on the ground. I know what'll do the trick. Raising the draft age to 42 just to fuck me personally.
Yeah. You thought you were done. You thought you could get out of it.
I'm gonna shit my pants like Ted Nugent.
Yeah. I'm gonna...
Oh, sorry, Mr. Trump. I got a little bit of cat scratch fever.
It's like, why aren't they showing... But just show them the video you showed me. Like, oh, of course, sir. We even edited it together with Call of Duty footage.
Yeah.
So, how does everyone feel? They find it kind of disgusting.
Yeah.
They find it morally repugnant, for the most part. It's not really having the intended effect.
Trump the kind of guy who doesn't even press F to pay respects.
No.
No, he presses P to piss on the grave.
That's right.
It continues, the current and former U.S. officials said the military can't brief Trump on every strike. There are hundreds every day.
What?
And so the curated video, while it showcases U.S. capability...
You say, huh?
All-the-nighter.
Where's the coal?
It is... Can you see it yet?
I think so. I've researched coal.
Okay,
I'm just...
there is one in Store-upon-Trent. There's one in that Garama
Oh, up
City.
there.
There's one in Taos. And there's one in Mascatu. And then there's another one down in the Red Territory. No, actually, it's in the one last Cree City.
Oh, I see it. There's another one. What other one did you say? Mascatow?
Yeah.
Is that this one that's next to Taos?
Yes, there's 2 there. There's 2 in between those 2 cities.
Is there? I only see the one.
It's under the commercial hub.
Oh, you're searching. Okay.
Yeah, it's under the
So it's highlighting ones that are covered. Got ya. Bingo, bango, bongo.
Doesn't reflect the full scope of the conflict.
Wait, you can't sum the whole thing up in a 2-minute
And
montage?
they're definitely not putting any of the bad stuff in there.
No.
Like, sir, some planes collided.
Because then he gets mad. He can't get mad before his nap time.
We can't tell him every single thing that happens, a current U.S. official said. The official noted that Trump's briefings tend to draw better feedback from his aides when they focus on U.S. victory.
Yeah, he's happier when you give him good news. Weird how that works.
Wow.
Overall, the official said, the information Trump gets about the war tends to emphasize U.S. successes, with comparatively little detail about Iranian actions. One example came this month when 5 U.S. Air Force refueling planes were hit in an Iranian strike at Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, according to one of the current U.S. officials. Trump wasn't briefed about the strikes, and he learned what had happened from media reports, the official said. When Trump inquired, he was told the planes weren't badly damaged, the official said. The official said Trump reacted angrily behind the scenes to the news coverage. Publicly, he posted on Truth Social calling coverage of the strike misleading and accusing media organizations of wanting the U.S. to lose the war.
So a bunch of planes blew up. Trump learned about it from the media, which that's already troubling enough. And then he got on the phone. He's like, is this true? And because they didn't want to make him mad, they're like, well, they're not. They're all,
This
just a little
BB
banged up.
motherfucker
And
better
he's like,
not
why
blow
isn't
up
the
my
media
nuclear
talking about
shit.
these planes?
On the
being
phone,
just
looking
banged
back
up?
at just like burning wreckage.
It's lies.
Nah, it's fine.
Why are they lying?
I'm right here with the plane. It looks great.
So yeah, I mean, there is a non-zero chance that at any given moment, you know more about what's going on in this war than the president of the United States.
I guarantee that.
And here's an
I
example
can
from last
guarantee
week
that
that
on most
we somehow
things.
missed. This is fucking crazy. Last week, Trump said that he called a top military general after he
It's not
saw
that I'm
video of
cocky,
the
it's that it's
USS
Donald
Abraham
Trump.
Lincoln in flames, and that the general told him Iran fabricated the video using artificial intelligence. I called the general. I said, General, what's with the Abraham Lincoln? It looks like it's burning down. Trump said at a lunch for Kennedy Center board members. He said the general told him, no, it's not burning down. Not a bullet was ever fired at it, sir. They know better. One of the U.S. officials said that the USS Abraham Lincoln has been targeted multiple times since the war began, but that the strikes have either failed to reach the ship or have been intercepted. Trump also said he had seen fabricated video of buildings.
The fact that Iran knows that AI deepfakes are reaching the United States president is what's important here. That's very, very important. If Iran is having him call generals asking what's going on.
Like this is not a condemnation of the United States military. This is showing you how much bad leadership cripples militaries. That's all this is. America should, theoretically, have no problem fucking up Iran.
Korea! That was rude. Looks like you're gonna get annihilated after the Aztecs.
What'd she do?
She declared war.
Ah, rude.
I know, that's what I said.
Oh, he just wants to make peace with nothing now. Okay, no. Your cities are going to be mine. Town maker, no. Oh. Norway decided they want to fight me again. That's great. Oh, they did it with Korea. Okay. That's cool. Okay.
I know, right? Rude.
In Tel Aviv, burning to the ground, as well as in Qatar and Saudi Arabia. And they weren't burning, he said. They weren't hit. It was AI.
Well, that also...
This man is seeing the same fucking feed as your uncle.
Yes, but the obviously the bigger problem here is that he's not getting correct information from his generals and his staff around him based on the actual mid-air collision that happened. So what does this man actually believe? Because now he's going to assume that all failures are AI and all successes are real.
Yeah, I mean, the war the whole thing's dumb, but like, it's one thing where like, again, George W. Bush had, was an idiot for what he did, but he at least was aware of what he was doing. Whereas,
Well, and at least at the time had support from at least half the country, if not more. But like,
this is
not he's not even going to Congress for boots on the ground. It's fucking insane. This is not normal, but nothing is. Meanwhile, the next steps in this war
we
continue
should
to be
probably
totally
form an
unclear to the
alliance,
public
huh?
and perhaps to the president himself. But even Nancy Mace, one of the most MAGA members of Congress, tweeted this on Wednesday. Just walked out of a House Armed Services briefing on
research.
Iran. Let me repeat.
'Cause we already
I will
get
not
enough
support
gold
troops
from
on the
each
ground
other.
in Iran. Even
The
more so
science
after this
boost
briefing.
would be a little
Washington's war
I
machine
think I
is
sent
hard
you
at
an
work.
embassy
They are
check.
trying to drag us.
Huh?
I think I sent you an embassy check.
I don't have one.
Okay, I'll send it again.
The thing is there's always so many alerts polluting the side of my screen. If you don't tell me, I won't see it.
I'm always checking them. Except for when I don't.
Into Iran and
I
make it another
normally
Iraq.
only look for the
We can't
podium.
let them.
they are trying to make us Iraq.
Yeah.
And it's always like the worse things get for Trump, the funnier it is how people from his own party can't directly criticize him.
Yeah.
Like it's his
They're
fucking
talking
war.
about the
But they're
war
like,
machine
the
as if it's like he's
the
not
Washington
connected.
war machine. Yeah, it's a classic. In the USSR, it was called, or in pre-USSR in Russia, it was called good Tsar, bad boyars. The Tsar can never do wrong. He's just people are the people telling him what's going on are lying to him.
That's because a lot of people in this country, when they hear government, they think Democrats, regardless of who's in charge or what's happening. Oh, the government's spending all my money on the war? That's probably Kamala Harris's fault.
Well, they can't do that with this one though, because like as much as there are Democrats,
Well, they can't. They can though. They will.
But as much as there are Democrats who support this, like you can't say that this is the Democrats' fault. This is
No, they will.
by far the Republicans' fault.
One of the arguments is that Joe Biden didn't go solve this problem while he was president. And
Well,
now
that's-
Trump's having to clean it up, or you know.
Okay, but like that's different. That's I'm talking about support for what Trump is doing right now. Is overwhelmingly supported by Republicans.
Well,
And-
let's see what
and
Nancy Mace says in 2 weeks when there are boots on the ground.
She won't remember
Yeah.
any of this happened. So, but yeah,
Nancy
like it's-
Mace.
Whoever
Is that
did you see?
the
We're all
Senate
looking
one?
for the guy responsible. For
Scott
that.
Besson.
Show me your genitals.
Yep,
Is that
that
Nancy
one.
Mace?
Yes, Scott Besson made a joke about Nancy Mace's boobs and called the space between her tits the uncanny valley.
Isn't he gay though?
Yeah. So he was just being a bitch.
Yeah.
Sure.
So bitchy.
Why not? Did you also
Damn,
see the,
Scott.
when Pete Hegseth is like very animated and he's like, we're just gonna fucking hit him hard, and Trump's like, he's doing like the facial things, like he's looking at Pete's hand and he's just like loving it.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, we're gonna fucking.
Did you see
It's a
Iran
fucking clown show.
posted
Yes, it
AI
is.
of
Everything
Pete
about it.
Hegseth looking
But the,
normal?
the sad part is that this is causing irreparable damage to the world, our country.
By that I
and
mean
causing
a
the deaths
flask
of
in his hand and
thousands of
disheveled.
innocents.
Yeah. Only bad can happen.
Yeah. And other Republicans who were in that same meeting as Nancy Mace, they weren't
Okay,
as direct,
Cynthia.
but they still indicated that they weren't very happy with what they were being told. And also on Wednesday, perhaps coincidentally, the U.S. Army announced it was easing up its enlistment requirements, raising the
all my
enlistment
data?
age from 35
Great,
to
'cause I just got
42,
my last bombard,
and
so
easing
go for
restrictions
it.
on people with cannabis convictions. It's almost like they pulled up my file.
Yeah. This guy's
How old is he?
yeah. He's
I don't have any convictions, but
Yeah, so this isn't. There's no draft, and I honestly, I would love to see Trump try to reinstate the draft. It's not going to happen because that is one of the things where like Congress will never allow it. It's so fucking unpopular. They'll get voted out. Like it's one of the most like unpopular fucking things anyone.
Well,
can
yeah.
do, like historically unpopular. They'll never allow it to happen.
I just think
And,
it's like it would be even more difficult than Vietnam. Where, like, could you imagine just me or you, for example, getting drafted and the pain in their side that we would be? I would literally sit on my hands and do absolutely nothing in protest. I would say, just send me to jail.
Yeah, it's not even about this specific war. It really comes down to I will not take orders from a 23-year-old. Never.
You're fucking drill sergeant clavicular is gonna whip you into shape.
No fucking way.
Yeah.
Did you see those like
give me 20 looks maxes?
Did you see the like teenage ICE agents that were at that one airport?
Yes.
Like, come on, man.
Yep.
Fuck.
That's your new boss.
But yeah, sending a bunch of like 40-year-olds to war, like especially in a country like Iran that is not flat, it's a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. And the fact that it's right now it's just for enlistment, so it's like. Was there a sizable population of like 39-year-olds out there who were just like, God damn it, I wish I could enlist in the U.S. Army right now?
That leads to a bigger issue, which is that when there are no financial prospects for a large portion of the aging populace, like, yeah, that becomes a viable option. In your 30s, and it's like, oh, fuck, I just lost my job down at the technology factory because Mark Zuckerberg decided he wanted to goon in some goggles. Now what do I do?
I mean, Hunter Biden, he did that.
Yeah.
Not for money, but to get himself off drugs. But then he failed a drug test, so he couldn't get in. But he did plan.
Look, have you ever wanted to see the world?
Hunter Biden tried to join, I think, the Navy at like 38 or 39 years old.
Yeah.
And they were like, okay, we don't usually do this, but like your dad is the vice president, so we'll make an example. Just come in tomorrow and pee in a cup. And he comes in and it's like, literally tests positive for cocaine, which leaves your system if like after like 6 hours or something like that.
We used to have.
He was full of it.
We used to have so many great comedy movies in this country. You'd see a new comedy every week. There needs to be a movie that is like it's a 40-year-old joining the military and having to listen to like a 22-year-old drill instructor the same way that Billy Madison plays out.
Yeah. Yeah.
That would be fun.
As long as it's not based on real life.
Well, no, that would be awful.
That would be bad.
Yeah. Well, we've already seen that movie. It's called Full Metal Jacket, and he not only kills himself but the drill instructor.
Spoilers.
Whoa!
Metal Jacket. Whoa.
Yeah. Make sure you watch that right before you sign up for the military.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, a lot of people watch that and say, "Fuck yeah."
Yeah, I want to do that.
Like, there is a point to be made in
frag
like,
your commanders.
Film criticism, literature criticism, but especially in film criticism, that you cannot. It's impossible to make an anti-war movie.
Frag them.
Even the most obviously anti-war movie, something like Full Metal Jacket, as long as it's like leaving anything up to interpretation, there will be a portion of the population that watches that and says, "Fuck yeah."
There's a Russian film called Come and See. And that one is, I don't know if there's any redeeming qualities.
Soviet
to that
film.
one, but,
Yeah, I've been putting off watching that one for
It's
about
Soviet, yeah.
Well, it takes place in Belarus, but it's a Soviet film. That's different than a Russian film.
Okay. Because it was made by the Polish and the Belarusians, right?
Oh, I mean, it's made by Russians.
Like, it was made by Russians. Okay.
Yeah. But the Soviets banned that movie.
Yeah, of course they did. Can't criticize. Oh my god. My fucking city that I didn't build walls on.
The Soviets
has
were
a
like, what?
horsey
He
there."
killed baby Hitler at the end in his mind? No way.
Siri, be quiet.
20 years now. I think I'll eventually get around to it.
Well, because in that movie, he kind of starts out that way. The kid's like, yeah, fuck yeah. I'm all amped. I want to go to war.
Yeah.
And very soon he realizes the reality of that. So, anyways, finally today, let's at least end things on a positive note. Donald Trump is not popular.
But he also survives his village genocide because he was away.
Say it again.
And Come and See, the entire village is massacred that he lives in, and he's the only one left from that village.
Yes.
So, like, because he went to war is why he lived.
The whole thing is anti-war, if I'm not mistaken.
I would say it's mostly anti-Nazi.
Okay.
It's not because like if you listen to the Soviet commander and stuff, like when he's referring to the partisans and stuff, like you know, and like what's important is like right after the genocide and he snaps and there's the whole them getting stuck in the mud scene.
Yes.
Right after the genocide is witnessed, they end up on an island with a guy who's basically given burnt. And it's the guy from the beginning who told them not to be digging up the battlefield because it will bring unwanted attention, right? And he's going, I told you not to dig, I told you not to dig, and he's been burnt alive. He's lived. The people were able to like evac him from the village. So he was the only other survivor, and then he dies. But he's telling him right then, I told you not to dig, right after he had a psychological break, really realizing his entire village had been massacred.
Yes.
So, and then immediately after, the guy is telling him, I told you not to break. So he then realizes that it's his fault that his entire village was wiped out. Which may not be the case. You know, the Nazis were just wiping out villages.
That's just the psychology of
a
person
exactly.
who would survive, like survivor's guilt.
Exactly
what it is, yeah.
That movie is like insane.
It's free on YouTube, by the way.
Yeah, well, most Soviet films are.
Really?
That's why it's important to make the distinction about Soviet films. There's actually, you should, if you want to get into Soviet films, there's a lot of guides where you could be like you just write on YouTube, you can write guide to Soviet film, and different things about like animated film and film history in the Soviet Union came up.
I
There's
have
this
heard
one
that
movie.
Soviet
I think
animated
it's
movies
literally
are
Stalker,
wild.
like called Stalker, and
like the game,
like the entire film was like lost in production, and they had to like
Holy
redo
shit.
the entire thing or something.
Damn.
Let's see if I can find something on it, because this video is basically over. But there's also like Soviet animation is very interesting as well, because much like various other things, they kind of had their different approach to it. And there's a Soviet animator as well that like could never complete his work. Kind of like the Howard Hughes style madness that comes over him.
Yeah.
Where he never finishes this animated film.
Because I've heard that some of the Soviet animations are like pretty good. And like because it's Soviet animation, it's like very different to Western animation, so Disney. Almost more brutalist in a way.
Yes, Stalker is also free on YouTube, by the way. Did you know there are 3 Anchorman movies?
What you are looking at is legendary director Andrei Tarkovsky's response to one of the worst things that can happen to a filmmaker. While filming the most expensive shot of his movie The Sacrifice, involving a man burning his house down in one long take, the camera jammed during the take and the house burned down, without being filmed.
Jammed.
They scraped together some money and rebuilt the house over 2 weeks to film it again. And this wonderful edit at the end is actually just the end of the take because they used up the entire reel on the one shot. Reportedly, the cinematographer had advised Tarkovsky to use more than one camera for the shot the first time around, but the director decided against it. I mean, at least he didn't choose to bring 0 cameras, although he might as well have. Now I bet you're thinking that's some pretty bad luck right there. Well, that's nothing. 7 years before filming The Sacrifice, Tarkovsky sacrificed his sanity to make this movie, Stalker.
way.
Stalker had one of the most difficult productions in cinema history, and possibly even caused Tarkovsky's death. You don't have to have seen Stalker to watch this video.
What?
Oh my god, wait.
Oh.
It is on YouTube, but it is a buy or rent, it looks like.
But it's possible that you already have. It's currently the #1 most streamed movie on the new Criterion Channel streaming service. So let's see why one crew member described the production of Stalker as a mirror of a hellish trip. This is Cinema Tyler Show. If you're unfamiliar with Andrei Tarkovsky, here is a mini bio. Andrei Tarkovsky was a Russian film director whose main work was between 1962 and 1986. His style was slow, methodical, and atmospheric, often involving really beautiful shots of nature. His father was a poet, and you could say that Andrei was a poetic filmmaker. He's most similar to directors like Ingmar Bergman or Robert Bresson, and you most likely have seen his influence even recently. Much like Christopher Nolan today, Tarkovsky's main interest in the art of filmmaking revolved around time. He thought of filmmaking as sculpting in time, and he is known for lingering on a shot for long periods for the purpose of, as Roger Ebert put it, absorbing you rather than entertaining you. My favorite movie of his is The Mirror, but I would start with Ivan's Childhood, about a child army scout during World War II, which is more traditional, or Solaris, about a space station orbiting a mysterious planet that creates perfect copies of people from your memory, which is his movie that seems to have caught on the most in the mainstream, and is a direct answer to the cleanliness of Stanley Kubrick's Future in 2001: A Space Odyssey. Tarkovsky was quoted saying, "Let's make our space station look like a broken down bus." And he hated 2001: A Space Odyssey, by the way. And he hated it in a motivating way. It's very likely that we got Solaris because of 2001. And, it makes sense. Kubrick is one side of the brain and Tarkovsky is the other. And there's a fascinating video showing the similarity in style and imagery between the two directors, which I'll put a link to down in the description. Out of the 7 features Tarkovsky directed, only Solaris and Stalker were really science fiction movies. And it's really interesting to see Tarkovsky apply his craft to science fiction. Personally, I would love to have seen a Tarkovsky horror movie or even like a screwball comedy or something. Apparently, he didn't consider himself a sci-fi fan, calling the genre full of comic book elements and vulgar commercialism. So I guess he wouldn't like some of these sci-fi movies coming out now, but I'm sure there are many he would like, and many that were influenced by him. That said, shortly before his death, he saw James Cameron's The Terminator and said, "As a vision of the future and the relation between man and his destiny, the film is pushing the frontier of cinema as an art." Stalker takes place after a mysterious object from space crashes into a fictitious country. Troops were sent in, but never returned. The government put walls up around this zone to keep people away from its strange effect on reality. Imagine if you can, a forbidden zone of unimaginable mystery and one unauthorized guide to the zone known as a stalker, hired to sneak a writer and professor into the heart of the zone's magic. A room that grants the deepest desires of anyone who enters it. And stars Natalie Portman.
Hell
Just kidding. The film was based on a novella named Roadside Picnic by the Strugatsky brothers. And the film is extremely slow moving, but that's the point. It envelops you. You feel like you're there instead of watching the story happen to other people. I almost feel like some of these really long takes allow your mind to wander as if you were the character. You're intrigued by the nature of the zone and what will happen next, but you're given space to contemplate the concept as the character would without being told what to think at any given moment. And the movie seamlessly transitions into these contemplative segments. Tarkovsky hired Georgi Rurberg as cinematographer. Rurberg had shot Tarkovsky's previous film, The Mirror, in 1975. They wanted to use the expressive texture of the abandoned power plants in Estonia and Tallinn, which, as strangely beautiful as it was, caused lots of logistical problems. The crew often had to work in some very uncomfortable situations for hours on end, but we'll get more into that later. One of the earlier issues involved Tarkovsky's wife Larissa, who demanded to play the role of the stalker's wife in the film. She was very difficult on the set, earning the nickname the Empress. Rurberg asked Tarkovsky if he wanted Larissa or the actual actress, which was apparently enough to get Tarkovsky to come to his senses and hire Alyssa. Larissa, his wife, was pissed, and she hated Rurberg. The real problems would begin once they got the footage back. The footage had been brought to a lab in Moscow to be developed, but when it was done, they noticed that the image looked dark and greenish. Now, I'm not sure why they were just starting to see the footage after several months of shooting, but nevertheless, the film was ruined. Months and months of extremely stressful, hectic work was destroyed. I mean, can you imagine looking back on all of the issues on the set and the problems, and realizing that you might as well have not have even had film in the camera at all? The problem was twofold: a mistake in the development along with a defective batch of film. Here are some stills from the ruined film so you can see what it looked like. They had been shooting on a film stock that was, at the time, experimental. Kodak 5247, actually one of the more famous film stocks.
Capture
and the
that
Soviet film
with
labs
the
were not yet
Kodak.
experienced in how to develop it. Alien, The Shining, Star Wars, Blade Runner, and a ton of other classics were shot on that film stock. What happened next, as you can imagine, was a nightmare of determining who was to blame and the decision about whether or not to go on. They fired the second cameraman, who was apparently, quote, responsible for exposure, but it probably wasn't his fault. The next to go was the production designer, and so on down the line. Tarkovsky had already been having problems with the cinematographer, Rurberg, before the film stock was even ruined. Rurberg had said that he was trying to make his own film simultaneously. He even said that when he worked on The Mirror with Tarkovsky, which was Tarkovsky's autobiography, that, quote, Andre made a film about himself and I about myself. Luckily, it was the same film. That's kind of messed up, right? I mean, isn't that like hiring a stalker to take you into the zone, but instead he just takes you over to his house so he can show you his Blu-ray collection? And you're like, what's so magical about this place? He's like, oh man, you just have to believe. You just have to believe, man. Rurberg was born into a highly intellectual family in 1937 during the height of Stalin's repression of poets and artists who were often arrested for their work. The thing you must realize is that Stalker is about an artist, a writer, who lives under a repressive government. Of course Roberg is going to want to tell the story. His parents probably drilled into his mind the importance of authority in your artistic voice. So Tarkovsky and Roberg would often butt heads on the set. And one time, Tarkovsky asked Roberg to do an effect that he saw in the Ingmar Bergman movie, and they even had a special studio made to get the effect, but Roberg couldn't do it the way that Tarkovsky wanted, and Tarkovsky just flipped out on him. Man, I wish I knew what the effect was. If you have any idea, let me know in the comments. So when he found out that the film stock was ruined, Tarkovsky immediately fired Roberg.
Hasta la vista, baby.
This was a whole thing, and there was even a documentary made in 2009 detailing Roberg's side called Roberg and Tarkovsky, the reverse side of Stalker. In 1993, Tarkovsky's diaries were published. Not only did he write that Roberg was a terrible cinematographer, but that he sucked as a person too. But this disdain might not have been as intense as it seemed. Apparently, Tarkovsky would often dictate his diary for various people to write down, including his wife, who, you'll remember, hated Roberg's guts. According to his diaries, the 70s were particularly tough for Tarkovsky. At one point, he considered quitting the cinema entirely and directing theater productions. I mean, there can't be a problem with a film if there's no camera, right? And Stalker was actually the climax of Tarkovsky's decade of anger.
Huh? We're just raising the city, so whoever gets it first.
Oh, I mean, I only have
Like some
ranged naval,
Grunk.
so I'm just kind of helping a little.
Yep. Well, I've got my siege unit here, so hopefully it doesn't take too long. Have you got any ships that you could just put on the water?
1 second. I just got something for this very occasion.
Beautiful. Because I can rotate my line infantry out, but that's the only thing I can do to attack it, so I've only got one line infantry attacking them. Have I got my golden age yet? Fuck.
His film Andrei Rublev from 1966 had been denied a domestic release, and the script he wanted to do for his next movie was denied because it was too personal. And this would later become The Mirror. The studio was ready to pull the plug on Stalker. They were losing money, but instead of scrapping the production entirely, they decided to let Tarkovsky try again. Tarkovsky had originally proposed a two-part film, and they used the leftover money to reshoot, but they only had enough money to shoot one of the two parts. With Roberg gone, Tarkovsky had to find a new DP to shoot his film. He hired Leonid Kalashnikov, and the following autumn they reshot for months at an abandoned hydroelectric power station in Estonia, because the original location they wanted had an earthquake. Tarkovsky saw what he had shot, and it sucked. It had no magic. Tarkovsky was like, "This is bullshit, man. This isn't the way I wanted it. Damn it." So yeah, he fired Leonid. So Tarkovsky decided to shoot Stalker for a third time, and this time with a new cinematographer named Alexander. Tarkovsky changed the script around, and apparently the version that was shot by Alexander is very different from what they shot a year earlier. The version shot by Alexander is the one that we've seen. This final version of the film was shot using a KSN camera, which is the Soviet version of the Mitchell NC. Nearly every shot in the zone that isn't a close-up was shot using a Cook-Verotol 20 to 100mm T 3.1 zoom lens. This lens was, quote, as big as an artillery shell and cost the same as a passenger car. The first shot of the new production was the one where the handcar finally stops in the zone. The production designer Rashid Safulin said that the shots leading up to the men's entry into the zone required a large fence with barbed wire, but the production didn't give him any materials the second time around. Although, when they were ready to shoot, he saw that the fence had been set up. Could it be the zone? But really, he was implying that there was something going on in the background, whether that be stealing, finding, swapping, or, buying the material somehow. Another shot affected by the diminished budget was the shot of the tanks lurking in the mist. In an interview, Safulin said, "The first year we had 7 or 8 tanks and 5 armored troop carriers. It was all brought from Moscow and placed around. The next year, there was no money. The limit was 3 tanks and 2 armored troop carriers. Alright, we took it." Andre said, "Can you draw a sketch of it?" I worked for 2 or 3 days drawing the storyboard, because he needed a full-blooded picture, didn't he? With him, there had to be not a single unmotivated flower in the frame, let alone the tanks. We needed an illusion. a great number of tanks being there like something had happened to them. Like they had melted or gone to pieces, people in there disappearing somewhere. The whole scene had to breathe drama. He had 2-3 scattered points in his mind. I knew the situation and I said, I'll do this. But they brought the tanks and gave us 1.5 hours instead of the 2 or 3 days that we really needed so they could be seen from several angles. And they had to be placed at the very entrance. But a tank passing the marshland destroys it for 5 to 10 years. And there had to be no trace that they had just been brought there. We needed an illusion they had been there for 20 years, overgrown with moss. So it was a predicament. That said, Safwan noted that as much as Stalker was altered over the course of its productions, not a single alteration was accidental. It was a result of complex creative work. Apparently the alterations were so frequent that they were doing them even way back during the first version with Rurberg. They would change something in the script and end up having to reshoot the entire scene. Tarkovsky is so good at making the setting look stunning that you don't realize how miserable it was to actually be there. One scene had the crew standing for hours, quote, up to their knees in stinking puddles of oil while effluent discharge upriver from a paper processing plant enveloped the set in a fetid miasma. This went for months on end. In fact, one of the only 2 shots from the original version of the film that made it into the final cut involved a river covered in reddish foam. This was, quote, the waste of pulp and paper that was dumped into the river from an industrial complex. The other shot from the first version was the one where the camera floats over the mirror. The main part of the movie where the 3 men journey through the zone was shot at 2 hydropower plants on the Jagala River near Tallinn, Estonia, as well as in Mardu next to the Iro power plant. And some of the scenes before the scenes in the zone were shot at an old fluorochemical factory in the center of Tallinn next to the old Rotterdam salt storage and the electric plant.
Cool.
So you can probably tell where this is headed. Many of the crew members would later pass away from illnesses likely related to their time working near hazardous chemicals and radiation. 3 of these deaths would be Anatoly Solzhenitsyn, the fantastic actor who played the writer. Definitely make sure to check him out in Andrei Rublev and The Ascent. Tarkovsky's wife, and Tarkovsky himself. Tarkovsky was only 54 when he died. He could be alive right now. He'd be around 87 years old. Just think of all the masterpieces that we missed out on. The sound designer Vladimir Sharun is convinced that it was the chemicals that they were working around that killed them. He said that this shot here of what looks like snow falling in the summer and white foam floating down the river was in fact some horrible poison, and many of the female crew members got allergic reactions on their faces from it. This kind of makes the film feel
what's
similar to
interesting is in the subtitles he's putting his sources. Like that one said Wiki, but I saw him put Guardian before.
Of the core leaking out after the Chernobyl disaster. You know, you shouldn't be able to see this and survive, and yet you're looking at it right now. And this picture was taken a decade after the disaster when the radiation had died down to 1/10 of what it had been. In fact, the Chernobyl disaster involving a catastrophic explosion at the power plant made the surrounding area uninhabitable, and the area was referred to as the zone of alienation. And some of the people who made trips into the zone to care for the Chernobyl power plant called themselves stalkers. So what happened to the first version of Stalker? I mean, it was a little greenish, right? We might actually be able to use color correction software to fix that. Well, sadly, the film was destroyed in a fire in 1988. And the people who had seen the first version said that even though it was damaged, it was still extraordinarily beautiful. Rurberg may have also been one of the victims of Stalker's hazardous chemicals, having died at only 61 years old. Nearly all of the dreams Tarkovsky wrote in his diary between 1974 and 1977 involved being in prison, and one dream even had Tarkovsky escape from prison only to want to go back. Tarkovsky wrote, "At last, to my joy, I saw the entrance to the prison, which I recognized by the bas-relief emblem of the USSR. I was worried about how I was going to be received, but that was nothing compared to the horror of being out of prison." In an essay by Marc Lefanu for Criterion, he argues that Stalker is a fantasy wish to leave Russia, but knowing that it would be either impossible or wrong to. In 1976, Tarkovsky had bought a new house about 200 miles southeast of Moscow. But in 1979, shortly after Stalker, Tarkovsky started traveling to Italy, ultimately deciding in 1982 never to return to Russia. Over the 3 versions of Stalker, 16,000 feet of film was shot, and yet some who have seen both the first version and the version we've seen claim that the 2 versions are almost identical. So who knows what's going on? I mean, they're identical, they're extremely different. I don't know, maybe the first one and the third one are similar and the second one was different. Who knows? But I'll leave you with a quote from an interview with Tarkovsky that I think really sums up this story. He said, "To make a film, you need money. To write a poem, all you need is pen and paper. This puts cinema at a disadvantage. But I think cinema is invincible, and I bow down to all the directors who try to realize their own films, despite everything." Thank you, Andre.
Cav. Ooh, I have a parking shot. Come on, bitch.
And I thought she was just a great comedic actor. And, you know, doing blue material, whatever you want to call it. Corinne, who does all the style, said, "No, you're wrong. This is the real deal." Then my 13-year-old, Cha-Cha, said, "No, this is who she is." And then Dusty said it. And everybody knew her, but me. And now I'm totally devoted to what she's doing because it's so brave. And I'm not going to censor her. Yeah, she's going to say some things that you would not want to say yourself, little, and I said,
Why is
which
it
probably
recorded
would
on
be my
a
position.
phone off a screen?
But as I told
No,
Bailey
this
ago,
is just called the greatest interview of all time.
she's not going to say anything to me that my whole team
So,
has wanted to say since the day.
we'll see if it's bait.
But I love the bravery, and I love that we can get through the stigma and just treat somebody with decency because we all deserve it. And Balin Dupree joins us now. All right, kid, thank you very much for coming on. And what do you hope
This is
you
his
can
daughter?
do by taking the risks that you take so people can understand what you're dealing with?
I'm sorry, do you mind repeating the question? Fuck off.
What do you want people to learn?
She's got Tourette's. That's great.
I want people to learn that Tourette's is a neurological involuntary motor and vocal disorder. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. I don't tick 24/7, and there's a lot of literally means fuck off. Fuck you, Chris. There's a lot of things that people don't understand. Like,
Look at him trying not to laugh.
People think that cussing is with everyone who has Tourette syndrome, but it's only in 10% of people with Tourette's.
Really?
And how has it been as you've gotten more famous? Do you believe that people are understanding better, or are they dopes like me who think you're acting?
I say it's the same. I think there's a lot more people that don't understand what Tourette's is, and they like to educate themselves more. So I get thousands of DMs from parents, from teachers, from girls that have been diagnosed with Tourette's, and they've had to be kicked out of school for attention seeking because they rip up their homework or do things like that. I've had parents reach out to me asking me, "Oh, my son's coming home with a girlfriend and his girlfriend has Tourette's syndrome." So, and then I also get very evil people that will comment and say, like, "Go fuck yourself, Chris, lick your baby mean and blow up your ass, on your own biscuit, fat ass," that have told me that my parents deserve to die in a car accident because I'm faking my condition, or people have told me that, like, I've had to have the police at my house because people gave out my location and said they were going to come torch my house. Like, it's crazy.
Here, clinically, people suck. And they're mean, and they're stupid, and they try to make themselves feel better by going after others.
Okay.
And you are the antidote, my young friend, because you have my kids. You have my kids repeating your lines so that it's almost become cool. And not because, it's raunchy. It's because you're being real and you're living your truth. And they love it. They love the bravery of it. And so do I. And I love how you've changed your mission. You were at university. COVID was tough for you, tougher than for most, right? Really blew up your symptoms. And
The
now
guy
you want to
filming
be a
it is
physical
laughing.
therapist because exercise helps you, and you believe it's a way that you can help others. A personal trainer, right?
Yes, so I go to the gym 5 days a week, and I go to a workout class, splitting it throughout the week. I love exercise. My boyfriend got me into it. I've been doing it for about a year now. I love it. It's my release. I obviously go to the gym and I wear headphones, and that's also a very big factor in how fuck Stalin, fuck that bitch. That's also a really big like part in my journey was starting out with him.
Well, I love seeing him in the videos. You guys have a great bond. I love everything about your family.
I thought at first it was just somebody who suddenly got the hiccups as they were getting interviewed, which
funny.
I think is a way funnier circumstance.
Yes, it would be, because you can't really get rid of them until they just go.
Live in your truth.
You're done.
My kids.
You're done.
You know what? I am done. I got to go to phone calls because they're blowing up with support for you. So I hope you can watch it at home and listen to everybody who wants to say great things to you. Balin Dupree, thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for coming on the show. And I look forward to speaking to you again.
That was
And by the
awesome.
way, I've had people say a lot worse.
Thanks for having me. It was great meeting you.
It's great meeting you. Merry Christmas, and I'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
Like, honestly, like,
What you doing.
Thank you.
if you're interviewing someone with Tourette's, like, what would be the best way to reduce their anxiety? I feel like just making
I don't know
light
if
of it
Tourette's is
almost,
caused
like,
by anxiety. I don't know enough
What's
about
going
it.
on with shipping?
yeah, I don't know.
I just know that for a lot of people, if they think about their tics, they'll tic. And like, I don't have Tourette's, but I have vocal tics from the PTSD. And if I think about them, they'll happen for me. So it might just be more of my experience.
We recap week 4 in the Strait of Hormuz. I'm your host, Sal Macagliano. Welcome to today's episode. So, last week we did a recap covering the first 3 weeks. You can catch it all right up here.
You
a
want your
lot
shit
was
pushed
happening
in?
those first 3 weeks,
No,
and week 4
it
is no
keeps telling
different.
me
We've got a
I'm
lot
not at
happening.
war
We're
with them, and it
recap
pushes
all of
my
it for you.
fucking-
Talk about what's happening right now
My
and what we
units
can
out
expect
of
to
the
see
territory.
in the upcoming week. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come out. All right, first thing we're going to do is take a look at the Joint Maritime Information Center update. Now, those were coming fast and furious. We were getting them every day, but now they've kind of slowed down a little bit. Now we're getting them about every 2 days, although I will say that the 28th has not come out yet. So we're using an older one. This one comes back from the 26th. So right here, we are still showing level critical in the Arabian Sea, Strait of Hormuz, and Gulf of Oman. We've been that way for a while, and I'm beginning to get worried
Yeah, it pushed
that
me
Jitnik
too.
thinks things may go bad. While we're at critical, they've added a new category, and that is poop. That's
It
right,
must be
code brown.
changing
We may go code
suzerainty.
brown here on the regional risk level assessment. I'm just kidding. I added that. Don't think for a moment Jitnik went that far that we've added code brown. Code red's pretty serious. It's very serious. It's serious. Very serious. But we have not yet gone code brown. That may come, but in the near future. Anyway, as of 24 March, we had a grand total of 21 attacks since the 1st of March. On average, we usually have 138 ships going through. They just had one on 24 March. We're going to talk about 25 and 26 March here in a second, and 0 attacks over the past 48 hours. So here are the trends from 19 March to 25 March. Strait of
Golden
Hormuz
Age.
eastbound, that is exiting, and then Strait of Hormuz westbound is incoming. Now you'll see Strait of Hormuz totals there in 2 different categories. One is on cargo ships, those are freighters and largely break bulks. Single digit numbers, never exceeding more than 3 on 22 March, and over the past 2 days, at least for this report, 24, 25 March, just 1 ship, and that was a westbound ship inbound on the 25th of March. You'll see we had 4 tankers outbound on 23 March. Did a whole video on President Trump's cabinet speech where he talked about 8 to 10 tankers. I have not seen those numbers. I broke that down for you. I'm not sure what he was talking about. We had 1 tanker inbound on 24 March. And then we're going to talk separately here about 26, 27 March when we break down some data on marine traffic. So let's take a look at the news stories over the past week for week 4. I dipped in the G-Captain here and pulled out the relevant story. So March 22nd, Iran says Hormuz open to all but enemy-linked ships. So basically the United States and Israel, sorry, you're not getting through the Strait of Hormuz, and everyone else can,
Anxiety
as
makes it
long
worse.
as you're
There you
not
go.
supporting the U.S. or Israel.
Okay.
And we're going to talk about exactly why that may be a bit of an issue here
Like, I
coming
feel
up.
like he conducted
So
that
March
interview
23rd, Trump delays Iran
relatively
energy
well.
strikes as confusion swirl over productive talk. So President Trump had announced that there was going to be a series of strikes starting on Monday targeting Iran's power structure. but then announced a hold-off at least until April 5th because of negotiations that are ongoing with Iran. It's unclear who is negotiating and where this is taking place. The president alluded to it at his cabinet meeting, but again...
Like I said earlier, it's currently my theory that there is internal splits inside Iran. The IRGC is completely disconnected from the military. This has been by design. I think the United States is negotiating with the military, not the IRGC. Understandably, the IRGC will be more fanatical and loyal to the regime and less likely to negotiate anyway. And the IRGC just can't do any... Like, if the military is negotiating, what's the IRGC going to do? Fight their own military?
Well, this is what I was thinking was going to happen anyway, is the IRGC was going to end up facing the regular army. And it would be a regular old civil war.
I think that... Like, if the drawdown happens and basically everything just goes away and Iran stays in the position it's in, there's no reason for them to go to war. Because they can both start rebuilding their power positions and exploiting the people again.
Yeah.
And it's not exactly clear that they're actually discussing. What we do know, but Israel has struck steel plants in and around Iran. So obviously this is a very, very delicate matter. And striking at the energy of Iran is a big escalation in the conflict. We get this story on 24 March. Iran imposes a $2 million toll on ships transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Can we call it an Ayatollah? I'm sorry, that is the most dad joke I have ever said on this channel, and you got to hear it. In my defense, somebody mentioned it to me on a comment to one of the videos, and it was too good not to use it. So sorry, you got the full wrath of Sal's dad joke. But the $2 million has been coming out. This came out from Lloyd's List. They've been talking about this, and we do believe that Iran's doing it. Now, an interesting side note to the $2 million toll here is the fact that some nations might find themselves in a bit of trouble if they pay that $2 million, because some companies that do business with the United States and some other countries that have sanctions against Iran, if you pay Iran $2 million, well, you're doing business with a sanctioned government, and that may lead to some difficulties. 24 March, the IRGC commander, Iran turns back container ship in Hormuz as permission to transit policy emerges. Now, this was a small container ship that was trying to get through, sailing from the United Arab Emirates toward Pakistan, and it was forced to reverse its course. Now, this showed that there is some sort of measurement or agreement that must be made to be able to go through the toll booth. I'm just going to say that, the toll booth. But as you'll see, as we talk about in the past 2 days, we had two larger examples of ships being turned around. And when I say large, I mean large, being turned around. So March 25th, Iran demands crew cargo details to send ships through Hormuz. So this is getting to be more than just simply sailing between Larak and Qusam Island and maybe dropping $2 million off or using your Easy Pass to speed through the toll. This seems to be, they want to know who you're doing business and where that cargo is coming from or to. This is creating some issues that perhaps Iran is going to be targeting some ships that did business with some of the Gulf states and not allowing them to
Enemy
go through.
spy captured.
Our next story, March 26th, Houthis. Oh, nice. Oh man, they're back. Just when you thought you got rid of the Houthis, they come back. Man, you just can't get rid of these dudes in any way. Houthis signal Red Sea revival as Bab el-Mandeb emerges as next flashpoint. So on March 26th, we had the potential for the Houthis to come back. Now, they haven't yet. We haven't seen any attacks, although today, on March 28th, the Houthis did launch a ballistic missile against Israel, but not against shipping. They did not target shipping, and this is really critical because of the buildup of ships off Yanbu. Pop on over here to marine traffic. You may remember on our last episode we did this. We cleaned up marine traffic, just showed you crude oil tankers over 150,000 deadweight tons. You can see a lot of them still kind of hemmed up here in the Persian Gulf waiting to get out. Others are kind of congregating here in the northern Indian Ocean, Arabian Sea, just outside the Gulf of Oman. But now we have this large kind of chain of them coming through the Gulf of Aden, through the Bab el-Mandeb, cheers, and into the Red Sea. And right here off of Yanbu, this massive anchorage that's developing here. Reports are coming in now that we may be seeing as much as 5 million barrels per day coming out of Yanbu,
Because everyone's
even
got
potentially
them.
up to
It's a
7
water
million
map.
barrels per day. That is a huge amount. Now understand, you can't just turn that on fast. You have to gradually build up the pressure in that pipeline. Plus, you need to make sure that you are emptying that pipeline. When you put that much pressure on a pipeline, that's a lot of oil flowing through it. And so you need to make sure that you have that oil being offloaded, that the sequence is there to move ships. Obviously, if the Houthi make their appearance and start striking at ships off the coast of Western Saudi Arabia,
It really
that's
is
going to
a-
be a problem, because
a
then
destructive
if you are
cycle, isn't
interdicting
it?
ships
You get
here
more anxious,
in the Red
you-
Sea,
ticks
then
get
what
harder,
you're talking about is
which makes you
maybe
more anxious,
potentially
which
having
makes
to
the
sail
ticks go
ships
harder.
all the way
It's just
around
an
Africa,
awful fucking
through the
feedback loop.
Mediterranean, through the Suez Canal to go to Yanbu. You can't load a fully loaded VLCC and go through the Suez Canal, so you would actually have a huge anchorage out here of VLCCs and be shuttling fuel from Yanbu through the Suez Canal. That's expensive. This is a very dicey prospect should the Houthis come back into it. They haven't, but it's definitely something to be watching. We also have this story from March 26. Trump official says Hormuz ship insurance program to launch, quote, soon, unquote, as tanker traffic struggles to recover. Okay, again, why was this not in place beforehand? Why had we not worked this out? I understand DFC is working to get $20 billion. More than that, they've contracted with Chubb to do this. This needed to be done on day one. It needed to be done at least by the beginning of week 2. Here we are, week 4. I mean, this is late. And not only that, ships are already getting their insurance. They're getting their insurance. I mean, granted, we need this if we're going to start escorting and running ships through. But man, this is taking a long time to do it. And again, I hate this Monday night quarterback here. I really do. But if you're going to launch a conflict against Iran and it's going to go for weeks, you got to be thinking about how do we get traffic moving in and out of the Strait of Hormuz. You just can't shut it for a month and think you're going to reopen it and everything's going to go back to normal without a problem, and there's not going to be some economic dislocation here. I just don't know exactly what is going on. I know there are plans. I worked for the government. I know the past plans that we had for opening the Strait of Hormuz. So there's a plan. It's not being done right now. It is down the list of things waiting to be done. Then we have this story. Chinese box ships abort first Hormuz exit attempt, undermining Iran's safe passage claims. So 2 ships, the CSCL Indian Ocean and the CSCL Arctic Ocean, were both heading for the toll booth when they turned around, as I'll show you here in a minute. Those vessels are part of Costco, the Chinese overseas shipping company, not the big box store. The big box store has a T in it, Costco. This is Costco. This is significant. Everybody had thought that Iran and China had their ducks together. That does not seem to be the case here. If you're turning around 2 ultra-large container vessels, these are 18,000 box vessels, and you're turning them around, that's significant. Now, was it because of Iran, or was it because of the insurance or the shipping companies? We don't know. We just know that they did turn around. We think of this story, U.S. pushes weeks, not months, Iran timeline as Hormuz shipping crisis deepens. Okay, well, I wasn't hoping it was going to be months. I'm telling you now, I wasn't hoping months. I kind of got to the realization it was going to be a month. It was going to be a month. But months? Please tell me that was never in the conversation. Weeks is bad enough. Months is horrible. But U.S. is expecting to conclude operations within weeks, not months, and Washington can meet all its objectives without using ground troops. However, are you going to be able to open the Strait of Hormuz? That's really an important element here. I know everyone keeps screaming at me, Sal, we don't use the Strait of Hormuz. We barely get anything out of it. We do. I mean, I understand it's not a lot, but we do. I mean, we get significant oil out of it. 250 million barrels out of it. I know. That's not even 750,000 barrels per day. I got it. But it's significant, and more importantly, it impacts everything else. Bunker fuel, the fuel we use to fuel ships, has more than doubled. Aviation fuel is through the roof. I mean, this is having knock-on effects across the board, not to mention other products, liquefied natural gas, liquefied petroleum gas, helium, sulfur, urea, DAP, MAP. I mean, I could go down the whole list of things. And I did it when we looked at this earlier in the previous video. It has knock-on effects. The Strait of Hormuz needs to be open not just for the United States economy, but for everybody else's economy. Understand, we're doing our best in the United States to keep fuel prices low. I know you're sitting there saying, Sal, fuel prices aren't low. Gas has gone up almost $1, diesel almost over $1. Look everywhere else. Look at Australia right now. Australia is running out of fuel. It is run out of fuel in Western Australia. I was in Perth back in October, and I can't imagine them sitting there with no fuel. Yet they are. Australia, Philippines, Pakistan, India, country after country. We're doing everything we can, shoveling fuel into our system to try to keep our fuel under control. And we are, believe it or not, or else our fuel would look like what it is over in Europe right now. But this is all going to hit globally in a big way. And man, it is not going to look good. Then we have this story. Iran signals new permission to transit regime in Hormuz after blocking COSCO vessels. So in an official statement, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said, quote, they blocked 3 container ships of different nationalities after vessels did not adhere to the new requirements. And one of the new requirements they're putting in there is not to do business with countries that are supporting offensive operations against Iran. These vessels have docked in the UAE and that region. So the problem is the U.S. has a major base in the UAE, and now these COSCO vessels may be attached to that. That's obviously going to cause some problems across the board because China's not going to like the idea of 2 of their big ultra-large container vessels bottled up in the Persian Gulf. Then we have this most recent story. This
you know
is out
his
of New
family
Delhi
got him
by
that shirt
Reuters.
for
2
Christmas.
liquefied petroleum gas carriers, BW Elm and
Most
BW
likely.
Tyre, are crossing the Strait of Hormuz bound for India. U.S.-Israeli war against Iran has all but halted shipping
Where's
through the
Korea? Why
strait,
aren't
but
they
Iran
bringing their
said that
ships?
this week that non-hostile vessels may transit. 2 India-flagged vessels have crossed the Gulf. India is gradually moving its stranded liquefied petroleum gas cargoes out of the strait, with 4 LPG tankers moved so far. There are 20 Indian LPGs stranded in the Strait of Hormuz, Persian Gulf region right now. Let's go over to marine traffic and take a look at the past 2 days. So this starts on 26 March at 00 UTC time. Here we see a batch of ships heading for that toll booth. First one there is the NJ Jupiter, bulk carrier, 21 years old, flagged in Barbados, 56,000 tons. Heading outbound here is the Zia. She's a bulk carrier, 13 years old, flagged in Malta, 81,000 tons. Then we have a bulk carrier, Glyph something, I'm not even going to try it. She's a 21-year-old under the flag of Malta, 76,000 tons outbound. Then we have the Palau-flagged Niba, 33 years old, 77,000 cubic meters of liquid gas. And then the final one of those 4 outbound ships is the Neriki, a 30-year-old bulk carrier flagged in St. Kitts and Nevis, 28,000 tons. And you'll see them all heading up through the toll booth there, kind of swinging through and then heading out. Then you have 2 more vessels coming in here. You have the 34-year-old Salute, an LPG carrier flagged in Madagascar, 74,000 cubic meters.
Not a real country.
And then the Marshall Island flagged bulk carrier, Lotus Rising, 25 years old, but you see she got turned around and didn't make it out. She's 75,000 tons. And then a small little cargo carrier,
That's a
Palau
big
flagged,
bitch.
the VLC-1, also making her way out. Then you see the 2 big ships. Here comes CSCL Indian Ocean and CSCL Arctic Ocean. And you see both of them head up toward Larak. They stop, and then they turn back around and head back to the anchorage off the UAE. Then you have the inbound Nicaraguan flag Tiara. She's a 24-year-old crude tanker capable of carrying 113,000 deadweight tons. And then we saw the Safira try to head out, but she gets turned around. And then we have the inbound Genevieve. She's an 18-year-old bulk carrier flagged in the Marshall Islands, 77,000 tons. And then we have the kind of 4 ships head out. 2 of them are those LPG carriers for India, the BW Elm and the BW Tyre. And then we see 4 other vessels coming out here, all in a group together. The 26-year-old bulk carrier Power, flagged in Panama, 46,000 tons. You have the 16-year-old crude oil tanker P. Aliki, Marshall Island flag, 105,000 tons. The Pakistani-flagged bulk carrier Multan, she is 24 years old, 50,000 tons. The 23-year-old Barbados-flagged bulk carrier Ocean Pretty, 51,000 tons. You'll see a 30-year-old outbound Palau chemical tanker, 10,000 tons, the Andia. And an inbound gas fate, she is Guinea flagged, 27 years old, 17,000 cubic meters.
That's a slur.
So we're definitely seeing more movement here. The Bavan coming out, that is an Iranian flagged vessel coming out. So I think what we're seeing is an uptick in the movement of ships coming through. I think there's no denying that, particularly India doing extremely well getting their vessels out. Still haven't seen those 8 to 10 tankers that the president was talking about the other day, but definitely seeing movement. I think the most significant has got to be the turnaround of those 2 COSCO container ships for Hong Kong, both of them Hong Kong flagged. That is significant. If China can't move their own ships through, what is that saying going on? So here's the live view right now of the strait. Here you see an outbound vessel, Tawana. So crude oil tanker heading outbound. You'll notice she has Chinese owner and crew identified in her marker. We've got an inbound vessel at this time, Panama flagged bulk carrier, the LB Energy. We do know that the United States has had the arrival of the Tripoli Amphibious Ready Group into the area, and there's a lot of questions about what they may be doing with that amphibious ready group, and there's been a couple of ideas floated around. There's a couple of key islands out here in the region that potentially could be grabbed by them. I also think this southern shore of the Strait of Hormuz, now this is under Omani control, and the question is, will Oman allow the United States to land troops here? Because just like Iran can control the northern half, the southern half of the strait could also be controlled. It is navigable pretty far south here, and if you put some land forces here with aerial and surface weaponry, you can provide a screen here by which to operate. That may be a place where you land your Marines on friendly territory to provide some coverage to counter the Iranians here. That would be a perfect mission for the Marine Amphibious Unit, or excuse me, the Marine Expeditionary Unit, and the potential for follow-on Marines through their littoral regiments, which are based out in Okinawa and Hawaii. Definitely potential that we could see being done here. We don't know exactly how this is going to be executed. We know that the 82nd Airborne, their command elements, and their 1st Alert Brigade got sent out, but we've also seen strikes by Iran.
Just plaguing this fucking city. For no fucking reason. It's just like, have a drought. Fix your shit, have a drought.
I mean, just get rid of the farms there then.
I can't put anything else there.
Districts.
I literally need the food.
You have 11 pop. That's fine.
Yeah, and it's not growing at all. Like it's
11. It doesn't need to grow if it's 11 pop.
-2 food, I think.
Against American aircraft on the ground. There was a big strike in Saudi Arabia recently. We do know that the Abraham Lincoln battle group is still out in the Arabian Sea. It did pull back to replenish and rearm, something they would do prior to coming back in if they're going to support an operation in and around the Strait of Hormuz. The Ford battle group is going to be out for a while. They just moved from Suda Bay up to Split in Croatia. That means it's going to take some time for them to do their repairs. I actually saw a video of the kind of laundry room in the fire, and it was bad. It was pretty well gutted. I mean, that was a pretty bad fire, and if that was the same in the adjoining crew compartments, yeah, that's a serious fire. Obviously, they've had electrical systems isolated in those areas, but they're going to want to get in there, improve the habitability. I mean, basically, you can't operate with 600 of your crew not having a place to sleep, let alone do laundry on board. And laundry may not sound important, but it really is. You need to be able to have that. So we're waiting to see if the Bush deploys out of the East Coast of the United States. Some of the units have already set sail. We're waiting for Bush to sail. That would be at least a week for her to get across. That's
Norway
fast
showed up
crossing
with
for
some
her and her escorts.
vessels, but they're hitting
right
the
now,
city
obviously,
state
the
instead of
issue
me.
here
The AI
is what
loves
the US
attacking
does
city
next.
states.
We don't
I know.
I mean, I just don't know. I watched the president's cabinet meeting. It was all over the place.
Leave them the fuck
I just
alone.
don't know what is
And then when
happening
you take
right
them,
now,
they
and
cry.
it's hard to say. I hope you enjoyed this update. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell.
Yeah, right.
So we learn about new videos as they.
Party Rock is in the house tonight, everybody.
I'm having a hard time.
What's that? We're not live.
We are live.
God damn it. Wow, what the hell? I don't want to do this anymore. Hey guys, welcome back to the show. How you doing?
It's me, Joey Coco Diz. How you doing, Joe?
What the hell? Forgot what I was talking about.
The memo from Wesley Clark, your
What's that?
foundation for your
it's
Israel.
not.
So listen up, little guy. So your whole
point.
foundation, Israel, dragging
Shut up,
America.
man. Hey, Dave, shut up. That guy's trying to be stupid, man.
So listen up, little guy.
This is these two guys. Hey, you shut up, man. Hey, shut up, little man.
Hey, you shut up. You're a little baby.
Hey, man, shut the hell up.
Adult baby. Daddies are more stronger than mommies.
You're only
Adam, shut up, man.
Read the book.
Adam, it is an unusual
Piers, you shut
position
up.
to spend
It's not
10
son of a
seconds-
bitch.
Adam, it's an unusual
No.
position that I've had you guys.
Dave, shut up, you. Dave, shut up, too.
Well, I said this guy is
Everyone
actually
shut
a
up and just
He's
silence.
actually a lightweight.
Adam, my point to you,
this is
Adam.
that moment for you for a lot of people. Adam.
Oh,
So
Christ, Dave, leave him alone,
My
man.
point to you, Adam, would simply be it's an unusual debating strategy. I spent 10 minutes of this debate talking about another debate that
Dave,
most of you
shut
have
up.
never seen.
He's a proud American.
Adam, shut
saying
up.
that he doesn't know what he's talking
You
about.
said that Dave couldn't
Jesus.
talk about the Middle East because he hasn't been there much. When was the last time you were in England?
That's
Get a
a
drink,
shit
man.
argument.
I spent much time in England. My ex-wife was
When was
Welsh.
the last
She
time?
wasn't a sheep
None of our
shacker.
business,
When was the last
man.
time?
The last time I was in Europe, in England, in the Middle East. Where
Quit
would you like me
wasting
to go?
time, man.
England.
The last time I was in England was about 8 years ago.
Right. So this idea, let me
The
tell
last time I
you.
was in Israel.
Let me tell you.
The last
This
time I was in
idea-
Israel.
This idea.
Adam, are you crazy? Shut up.
There is a weird idea.
Leave Adam alone. He just wants to be in Miami and wear a blazer with a t-shirt under it. Give him a break, man. Okay, guys, I'm really sorry about this. I hate to have to do this here, but when you're on YouTube, this is protocol. Piers got 1 million views on this in 2 days. So I have to do what's known as the prayer to the higher view getter. So let me just get that out of the way real quick. Oh, higher view getter, my better. Please look upon me fondly.
Do not smite me with great wrath and furious anger.
So Piers got 1 million. Piers got 1 mil on this, man. 1 milli.
Piers got a belly on this, man.
Piers got 1 milli of these.
Yep, my.
And it's kind of
face
funny. This is
broken.
what the Piers show is. It's just like a shameless click grab. Because who would listen to either of these guys, really? You know, just a year ago, there's like a paper trail of this. Dave Smith was like, yay, yay, Joe Rogan. He went on Joe Rogan. They were probably smoking cigars backwards. Oh, yay, Donald Trump. He's president of the United States. He's going to fix everything. Dave Smith was saying that. What kind of idiot would believe that? And PBD Adam is just straight up, you know, like a baby. So what even is this?
To pretend that it was an even match.
Oh my God.
An even debate.
Oh my God.
He put you in a body bag and you're out here
Jesus,
still.
Adam.
Still
Adam.
doubling down on all your positions
No,
when
he's
he
not.
went methodically and
It's just-
surgically.
this is the saddest thing. I've never been in a debate.
Dave, he's
where
making a
someone just
good
fell
point.
back to
Please,
someone else's
please,
debate. Boom,
Dave.
boom, boom. What? Name one of the booms. Make the point for yourself. Me and you.
I could name a lot of the booms.
Boom, 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 boom.
Okay, so on and on, man. On and on with the... Here's the funniest part. Let's just play this. It's been played, man. 1 million views. Piers Morgan, my better. He's having a bit of the clickety-click. Okay, whatever. Sorry. Let's just watch the funniest part. Here we go.
Of sitting in your little studio
I'm saying
with
the
your hooded
regime.
sweater,
It's not little.
like you're
Did
17
you wipe
years
out the
old.
crate?
No.
The regime, you mean all American
That's
president?
I'm 17
Who's your favorite
years old.
president in the last 50 years?
He's like, you didn't defeat
Adam,
me.
I'm
Who's your
I
last-
17
quit.
years
Who's your
old.
favorite
When?
president in the last 50
I have
years?
a wife and children. Who depends on you, Adam? Your mom?
Okay, I also
Yeah,
have
I mean, if you want to make it
significant
personal,
other, so you want to
if
go
you wanna
personal?
make it, you have a significant
Hey,
other.
we can
Okay.
go as
Anyway,
personal as we can go.
No, I'm
you have-
trying not to.
We can go as personal as you want.
Respond to one thing.
I don't
Adam.
care, Dave.
Adam, some substance.
I don't care.
I know, because you don't.
He's talking to somebody. You may have a wife and kids, but he's talking to somebody. He's in a situationship in Miami. Show him some respect.
Show that moron who nobody should be watching some respect, Dave. Jesus.
Oh, he's absolutely legion of skanksing that guy's butt, man. Okay, enough with that. Let's look at the comments here. You know, despite the back and forth, the comments are pretty positive for Adam. He's a good guy in the end, man. What does this say? Adam dressed himself for his own funeral. Yeah, he does look good. Wait a second. What? That's negative.
That's negative toward him.
What does this guy say right here? How Adam has survived online this long is actually a comedic miracle. Well, that's kind of a nice thing to say. He keeps going despite adversity. Wait a second.
That's also negative.
Please, give him a break. Never seen someone tank a debate faster than Adam. Oh, that one's negative too, I believe. Adam doesn't even know what he's trying to say. Ha 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 ha. They're laughing at him, man. He's a human man.
I don't like the human man.
Oh my god, that drop. That's a sick drop.
So let me just finish the point I'm making. Right, exactly. So that totally backs up what I was just saying.
Not that Israel was behind it.
Okay. All right.
Sorry,
Shut
continue
up,
your point.
man.
I'm sorry.
All right, man.
Go ahead.
Let that guy talk.
Yeah, you're right. Israel was totally against the war in Iraq. The whole year, AIPAC and the neocons and the Israel government were not pushing for the war in Iraq. I mean, anyway, I'd highly recommend people go read the book.
Give them a break.
It's all backed up in there. There's tons of evidence on it. AIPAC was bragging, by the way, about how their influence over the thing.
They bought the Iraq war for dentist money?
Yeah. No, I didn't say that, actually. It's just a lot of straw manning, man. How about just if I don't say it, don't just make that my argument for me. Anyway.
Lay off that guy.
He's
just a guy.
That the longest serving prime minister in Israel.
Okay, so this is my man Dave Smith, Legion of Skanks, man. This is the debate or whatever that PBD Adam. My least favorite PBD character. Who's the favorite? Yes, of course, it's Tom.
Oh my God. Tom, you good? Were you doing something? What, did you hear that? Oh, yeah. You wonder why people are just, some of the stuff that's going on and there's.
Obviously, it's Tom. Tom, Vinny, PBD, then Adam. But this is a debate he's talking about.
To pretend that it was an even match.
Oh my God.
An even debate. He put you in a body bag and you're out here
Jesus,
still.
Adam. He drove a lot of traffic to this. What does this say? Who is here after watching Uncensored with Piers Morgan? I like that guy says the name of the show.
Picking two arms
Just to be
again.
clear, it's called Uncensored because Piers says whatever the hell he wants. Says
What
the
one's
F
that?
if he wants.
It
But
gives
this
me
second
15%
comment pretty
production
much
and it
sums up
unlocks a
this
Casper's
whole
belly that has
3+
75%
hours
less
thing I
flavor.
watched
Oh.
all this.
I've been doing
this entire thing.
The one I never use it, which is this is my first game where I've actually been using it. Where it's you get embark bonuses,
okay.
and then also loyalty on cities not in your continent.
This guy kind of sums it up. A man who had an opinion and sought information to support his opinion versus a man who sought information to form an opinion. I mean, that's what this is. You know, I watched at 2x all 3+ hours of this, and it's Dave Smith, Legion of Skanks. Dave
Why
Smith debating
you
this guy who
commit this
works for the free
dark-hearted
press,
one?
so it's
With the
just
power
him
of
doing
kings.
free press
Can't
talking
hear you.
Down
points,
your
and then Dave
Ratho
Smith
heaven.
responds to
I
that.
got denounced by Mansa Musa. He doesn't like me because I purged the Aztecs. Or maybe he didn't like that I raised their last city.
Your luggage. Did you tell him that?
I didn't have an option.
Said your luggage.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
It's 3 hours of that.
Huh?
But yeah, it's kind of like weird.
Can't hear you. You
watching
need to
these
turn
kind
your
of
mic up.
debates because they're like, oh man, that guy owned that guy. You
I
know,
don't even
in
know
like
how to
a
pronounce this
goofball,
word.
a Miami
The
goofball like
Aztec
Adam.
word. It's probably some god. It says, forgive our weakness. I was not strong enough to serve you. It's probably the Jaguar god.
What is it? How's it spelled?
Huitzilopochtli. Yeah, good luck with that one.
Well, I can tell you at the end.
It's a tool?
It's a TK sound.
Ah! Yes, it would be. Like a tick. I don't know. Oh well. Don't have to worry about that
Who's just
anymore.
wandering around. Who's just doing one of these?
Oh my god.
On the PBD show, you know, embarrassing himself on the internet. He's just like looking for somebody who sounds convincing, you know, to confirm
they're
things
angry
that
at
he's
me,
already
but he
said on the
declared
internet,
war
I
on
guess.
me.
But it's sort of weird watching these debates because it's like,
It's not my problem.
because a lot of this has to do with like people
Should've
not
done
having
better.
the time to read the history of this stuff. Like even Dave Smith, you know, obviously he's very limited with some of this stuff because he's like a libertarian, so he doesn't.
An eye
talk
for
too
an
much
eye
about the
makes the
economics
whole
of the
world
stuff.
blind.
Yeah, blah 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 blah. I've recommended.
But what if
it before.
I'm the whole
What's
world?
the guy's name? Jeff Halper's book, War Against the People. I mean, if
Is
you go
it
and read
still
stuff like
blind?
that, you'll get a real understanding.
Or is
With
it just
this,
mine?
this is literally just like a chat bot, and then like a guy responding to a chat bot. It's like so stupid. It's so stupid. Like people do want to understand like what the hell's going on in the world they live in. I just don't think the best way to do that is to listen to a free press Barry Weiss chat bot and then the Legion of Skanks guy responding.
No, I respect Pat.
Dave, okay.
Shut up.
Here we go. I'll talk now for a second.
Shut up for a second, man.
I'm defending the military right now. You're basically
thank
saying
God.
that all our boys that
God.
go to the military are all terrorists. That's what you're saying.
No.
You're equating that the United States of America,
Adam, please.
the IDF are the equivalent. I also used to respect you until you went on a little podcast called Coleman Hughes. What happened on that podcast, Dave? This is
I
the
don't know.
problem.
Okay.
I'll tell you a
Why don't
quick
you do
story.
it right
When I-
now? Why don't you
Dave,
do it?
shut up! That guy needs to
I'll
talk,
do it right now,
please.
Dave. I'll do it right now.
for it.
'Cause Here's
Okay.
what Dave is. Here's Dave Smith. By the way,
I like Piers in the middle. He's like, what the?
Who the hell even are these guys?
Look at Piers. He's like, well, what the hell is that guy talking about? What's that guy going on about? Okay, this is probably the funnier clip. Like the main clip that's going around is Dave Smith absolutely Tony Hinchcliffing PBD Miami Adam, where he's like, I have a wife and you just have a mom. And then Adam's like, I have a mom and maybe a girlfriend. I haven't asked yet, or whatever he says. This part, I think, is actually funnier. Watch this. Poor Adam, man. Gets made fun of on the PBD thing. Now he's embarrassing himself here. I think this part's even funnier. Here we go.
no.
punching bag.
Here we go. I'm going to
Adam.
tell you a
Okay.
story, Dave, and then you can respond. Because this is where I lost
Stop.
respect for you as a debater. Because I was like, oh, this guy Dave, he actually knows some stuff.
Give him a break.
He's doing his thing.
No.
And then you showed up on Coleman Hughes podcast. Pierce, do you know who Coleman Hughes is?
No, he
I do.
doesn't.
He's been on the show.
Oh, he does. Okay, sorry.
I've been on the show with
Okay.
him.
Perfect.
No, Dave, shut up, please.
Perfect. That's this guy right here, just in case if the camera doesn't see.
But what is the point you're making?
I mean, I don't know what the hell's going on with Adam. He is just like an internet moron, you know? But it's the same with any of these people we make fun of on this channel, or I start feeling sorry for them, you know? Like, there's been so many times on the PBD show where they tell Adam to shut the hell up. He's acting like a moron, you know? Literally in the opening of the PBD song, which is an absolute fire banger, you know, there's a part where PBD's telling Adam to shut up in the song, you know? But I did feel sorry for him there when he's like showing a screen on his phone. If anybody doesn't know, it's this guy. I just said his name, but you need to see just an indecipherable tiny screen on a YouTube
One
video.
canal is ready.
Just to make it very clear, here's my phone.
The next one will be ready in
Oh, God
2
damn it,
turns.
Maps came up.
And then we
That
can
would've
go
been
and
funny. Oh,
fuck up
Maps
Norway
came up. Hold on, sorry.
and Korea.
Piers, hold on. Can we pause? Oh, son of a bitch. Spotify came up. Hold on, Piers. Okay, man. And then the great Piers, my better, 1 million views, 2 days. He has another great source of information here. Bill O'Reilly. Bill O'Reilly, still on the media. And he's a good guy to listen to because this is what other people say, not me. He's a moron who's been on TV. for, what, 30, 40 years. Oh, let's hear this.
Okay, but explain to me how any of this is consistent
He doesn't
with
have to.
Donald Trump, the presidential candidate in 2024, saying
It's
that
weird.
he would not take America into any more senseless Middle Eastern wars,
right?
Because they were way too expensive, both on economy and human life.
Okay.
He would focus on America first, sorting out the problems in America. He'd make it secure at the border, which he's done to his credit.
Go ahead, Bill.
And that he would bring the cost of living down.
Right.
And he would reduce inflation and get rid of it. How does any of what he's done with Iran tick any of those boxes? Because from where I'm sitting,
it does somehow.
It looks like he's done the complete opposite to what he campaigned on.
How dare you?
Well, you're asking a very legitimate question.
Oh, look,
but
it's a
things
fuckhead.
change. So the threat level in Iran changed.
Right.
And the information, and Graham spelled this out again.
Lindsey Graham.
In the podcast I did with him.
Oh, great.
Was that...
I mean, what the hell is Piers doing for 1 million views, you know? What could anybody possibly get out of this? Oh, the guy who Stephen Colbert used to make fun of 20 years ago or whatever. Oh, I did a podcast with Lindsey Graham, the beloved, whatever the hell that guy's doing. I did a podcast with a living demon. So check that out. That's a plug.
Hey, no plugs.
That's gonna chip away at my viewership or whatever. I mean, what would be the point of this? This guy's just like a TV pervert. Oh, and now for comment, here's a mutant. Here's a living mutant. Here's a real life mutant. A TV mutant. He's on TV. Go ahead. What were you saying?
What were you saying, you crypt keeper? Go ahead.
This guy's around, and Piers Morgan has him on as like a serious guest. There's tons of clips of this guy from the early 2000s. Look at this.
No win zone to acknowledge any improvement whatsoever. Does anyone really think these intense hate Bush newspaper and TV commentators would be glad to see the tide turn in Iraq? Take, for example, Bill Moyers of PBS. Bill Moyers of PBS. A relentless anti-war guy
PBS,
and
really?
Bush basher.
Oh, that's
Moyers
sicko.
recently ran a program about impeaching the president.
Yeah.
After which PBS Ombudsman Michael Gettler said, quote, "There was almost a complete absence of balance in the presentation." Unquote.
Oh, that's sick.
Surprised? We're not. We call Mr. Moyers.
Yeah, why wasn't that guy nicer to George W. Bush? Okay,
He
go ahead.
declined. So his pal, Factor producer Jesse Waters, paid him another visit.
Oh, that guy's still on TV. Oh, these morons. These morons seem to just still be on TV. That's crazy. Okay, go ahead.
Jesse with O'Reilly, long time no see. I got a question for you. I have to ask you about your latest documentary about impeachment. The own ombudsman said it was there was a complete absence of balance.
So, you know, this is no place to do
Bro,
that.
you're literally in traffic. What is wrong with you?
I know we're good friends. We can go way back. But what do you think?
Now, the reason we're bothering Moyers is that he symbolizes those Americans who want their
That
country
was
to
not
lose
worth
in Iraq
airing.
based upon a hatred of all things Bush. As mentioned, the situation is clouded by the failure of the Iraqi government.
That's pretty funny. Piers is a funny, deeply stupid guy, you know. Yeah, let's have this guy on. Let's have Bill on. You know, he was doing the same crap in the early 2000s. Oh, man, Iraq War, awesome. Super awesome. And anybody who's against it, we're going to follow them around in the street while they're trying to catch a cab. Hey, man, what's your problem? What a great little man on the street segment, by the way. Hey, you did a segment that said that George W. Bush should be impeached. What's up with that? Yeah, I'm trying to get a cab, man. You want to come on my show or something? Oh, no. Then it cuts back to Bill O'Reilly. How about that? But here this guy is. You know, oh, this war stuff is awesome. Anybody who is against it is a moron. So here it is, like a historical record. What happened there?
That's why they haven't come.
You know, some military contractors
Korea and
people
Norway.
directly connected to the president, made a bunch of money. Other than that, you know, total global disaster. So he's been here before. Now here he is on Piers' show. Oh, it's awesome. Oh, shocking statement by me, Bill. I'm saying all the exact same crap that I got totally wrong. You know, just lying on TV, being a weird pervert. By the way, I'm 200 years old. And Piers is like, oh, let's hear what this guy has to say.
Gas using chemical weapons became a war crime. Why is it that you can't use them on your enemy, but you're allowed to use them on your own people? That has always been, where is the media on this? You know, using chemical weapons against our own people, which is in essence a war crime.
Well, I think I wouldn't describe the gas used by ICE agents as chemical weapons. I mean, that infers weapons of mass
tear destruction. gas.
They're
spraying people from 6 inches away.
Oh, wow. Piers is really taking it back to the early 2000s. He's like, here's Bill O'Reilly. And now here's
the response should just be, the UN does.
Really? Does the UN consider it?
Yes, tear gas is a fucking chemical weapon.
Excellent.
You can't use tear gas in
That's
fucking
fantastic.
war.
That's fucking awesome. Okay, that's great because they use it in Australia as well. I think I'm very surprised, honestly, that people haven't pushed for a complete ban of this using the UN like that. Like, I can't believe that.
That's why my response is always the UN recognizes it as a fucking chemical weapon. If anyone wants to argue. The question is if it falls under the fucking more obscure nature of it being a weapon of mass destruction, which most chemical weapons do fall under.
These motherfuckers are going to try and take my gun.
Jesse Ventura.
Piers, you son of a bitch.
I gotta get this impression down. I'm gonna give you one of these.
Boom, boom, boom.
And 4 of these.
Boom, 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 boom. And 7 of these.
But whatever. So stupid Piers. He's pushing back more on this guy than that, than that weird pervert he had on before. Oh god, the Piers show's so stupid. 1 million views. I believe I'm not allowed to say that because he's my better, views-wise. Thus, human-wise. I gotta say the prayer again. Okay, in other news, PBD has, somehow further lost his mind. Look at this intro. This is from 3 days ago. 500,000. I think I'm technically not allowed to speak ill of him. Views-wise here as well, but he has gone full.
We all start somewhere. What began as a simple setup and a few microphones turned into a place where conversations shaped millions of minds after episode, guest after guest.
Andrew Tate.
The PBD podcast grew into one of the most influential business podcasts in the world. But
Hulk Hogan. It became one of the most influential podcasts on the world. We had Hulk Hogan on. He was going like this.
Bigger conversations, bigger guests, bigger vision. And now a new chapter begins.
Straight marketing slop, you know what I mean?
Now a new chapter begins, which is more podcasting. More videos uploaded. What started off as a simple vision became me telling Adam to shut the hell up and giving him one of these. Visionary minds like Andrew Tate and Vinny coming together to
cut your meat. Vision. And now a new chapter begins. Welcome to the next evolution of the PBD podcast.
That's a new set. He got a new set. From the
it's not a vault anymore?
Paul Davidson? A new set. I paid for a new set. It looks stupid, if I'm being totally honest. Wait a second. Wait a second. Now I think I might believe that Paul Davidson needs to go to jail for this. What is it? He attached a Formula 1 car to the wall. In a world where one man glued a fake Formula 1 car to the wall of his
because he loves that fucking
Florida,
Senna
Paul
movie.
Davidson in a Paul Davidson.
I guarantee that's
okay. Anyway,
Senna's
let's see
car.
how things are going in the comments here. They seem pretty positive so far, guys. It's not always some dumb setup for a joke. I'm here after Adam made a fool of himself. Hold on, let me think of it. Hey.
I know my PBD. What can I say?
Can't make a single real argument even when reading a teleprompter.
He already had.
What
I'm
is
pretty
that?
sure he already.
That's
One of
a
the Senate paintings he has is a
laughing,
Mr.
crying
Brainwash
emoji.
painting he
I
commissioned.
believe that's illegal.
Yes.
To put
yes, it
that.
was.
Who else saw this? Is the second comment. Who else saw Adam get dog walked on Piers by Dave? Dave? Oh, Dave Smith. What? Oh my! Leave him alone. I don't think he added a single productive thing the entire time. Hey, man. Oh man, Adam showed his face after getting destroyed by Dave. Okay. I just came here to read the jokes about Adam. Please.
Arranged.
This is my favorite comment. Please bring back the old set.
Tom. So I see two things.
Militaristic city.
We now comments move the market, and they move the market
Shaka will
radically.
vote
We
for
just saw
himself
that
to win the
just showed.
Diplo points.
The market move on oil moved amazingly.
Yeah,
This
I'm
is
going to
what
spend
Bess
all
and
of mine
Butter
on
was
me
talking
because
about over
that's
there.
the only way we can compete with him.
Whoa! I can talk to Tom. Oh my God! There's
I'm
like
gonna
an
do
ad
military
here.
cities.
What the hell does this stupid thing get?
Yeah, I'm doing the same
Expert
for you.
advice instantly.
Even though I
I'm
am
gonna
not
get on
trading
there
to
with
city
Tom and
states,
say,
really, I'm
"God
trading
bless
to you.
Then I'm gonna give him one of these.
U.S. West Texas oil.
But if we
was
both
staying
vote
well
military,
under
that's a
$100,
chance for a
and here we
Diplo
are,
point.
opened up today, $12 under, and right now 89 sitting there.
Pretty boring,
So
Tom.
number one, markets
Spice
are
it
moving
up.
radically, Pat, just based on statements from the president. So if you look at
Right.
Iran's statement and Wall Street, we hear something good, it goes bang this way. We hear something
That's funny.
different, it goes
You're
bang this
England
way.
and took out
That's what's
Scotland.
going on, and that's
Huh?
You are England and you took out Scotland.
And the Cree.
Yeah, but that's not as funny.
Both historic.
Wait, no, actually,
Now then,
good point. Because the British were involved with the.
Canada was a British
Canada,
Commonwealth
yeah,
colony,
yeah,
so.
Yep. I forgot. I always think that they're American. I always forget that they're Canadian.
Yes,
Or they're
yes.
both. But more Canadian. That's funny. And I am Japan.
the ultimatum.
No historical
Okay, so there's
connection
Tom being
whatsoever.
very boring, putting everybody to sleep.
Nice. We
You know,
got
they're
all of them.
Oh, Trump's awesome. Oh, he's so good, doing such a good job.
Oh my God!
Even though he
Korea
said that
voted.
this was going to
Is
happen.
the only one who voted
They had
B.
to do
It
an
was all
update
to
what
vote
Tom
against
was
me.
droning
Rude.
on about there. Oh, Trump puts out a truth. The oil market does.
See, we
goes
just
up,
barely
and then
got
it
up
goes
in
down.
front of
He puts
Shaka.
another. They had to do a little
He had
update
19.
to
I put in
this.
17.
Basically, the next day. Here we go. Let's check that out.
$580 million oil bet just before Trump's announcement. Within seconds before Trump's ceasefire post, traders placed extraordinary large oil future bets, roughly 5,100 contracts.
Interesting.
On Brent WTI crude oil, 13 million barrels were traded between 1049 to 1050 GMT.
Oh my God.
Worth well over $500 million. Some reports cite 6,200 contracts at 580. In that minute, immediately after Trump announced at 11:05 GMT, which is like 15 minutes later, 13,000 plus contracts, 13 million barrels.
Because the average.
Tom, thoughts on this story?
Kick it over to Tom. Kick it over to Tom for some of this.
I hate it. I absolutely hate
Jesus,
this.
Tom.
Because the average American, the average investor has no access to this. Who knew what the president was going to say? A circle of people in Washington, D.C. They know what the president's going to say. And these contracts are going out in basically after-hour tradings that some people don't even have access to. And they put this out here. You know, this is why we need the insider trading rules that they won't pass. You know, I look at this and I come to this. I've said it before. It's like we don't need term limits. We need jail. This disgusts me, Pat.
Jesus,
Somebody made
Tom,
a
please.
bundle of money knowing what the president was going to say, and they went out and jumped on the contracts, a person or a group of people. This is horrible.
Who knew what the president was going to say? A circle of people in Washington, D.C. They know what the president's going to say. Who knew what the president was going to say?
His son.
Who would be one of those people, Tommy?
Oh my God.
This kind of thing happens all the time where if you go read the PBD comments, they're like, you know, they're kind of on the like the opposite side of the PBD guys. But I love Tommy. You know, Tommy doesn't know where the hell he even is. He's like, why is there a car on the wall? He's confused, scared, you know.
Tom, you good? Were you doing something? What, did you hear that sound? Oh, yeah. You wonder why people are just.
But I thought that was funny. He's like, who would have known about this? You know, these truths. And then, like, the market goes all over the place. Somebody's insider trading on this. Who would have known
a city on this little island
was
here.
going to say, man?
This
Who
is going to
knew
be
what the
my
president was
Okinawa,
going to say?
and I'm just going
a
to have
circle of people
airplanes
in there. But they can't
coming out
really
of this
mention, like,
motherfucker.
who the prime
Destroying
suspect
Korea.
in this, like, totally criminal insider trading thing is. There's somebody.
Now we're
Somebody
becoming historic.
Somewhere. The guy we love, the president, are doing a great job. Always. PB, right? Right?
Paul Davidson?
He would be the prime suspect in this, but no mention of that. It's just somebody. somebody's somewhere done wrong. The whole, if you go read the chats, they're just like, what the hell? Seems like probably the president might be doing that. They're like, somebody is doing this. Who could it be? We don't know. Maybe Vinny? Yeah, probably Adam.
Who knew what the president was going to say?
The IRGC in Iran actually want to understand Trump. They should read one book. It's called The Art of the Deal.
Red
coats. Read that book and put down the Quran and put up this book.
Put down the Quran, pick up The Art of the
Trump's
Deal.
Mindset. You talk about asymmetric warfare.
Said?
How many times have you heard that term?
God.
Asymmetric warfare.
Who knew what the president was going to say?
The IRGC in Iran actually want to understand Trump. They should read one book. It's called The Art of the Deal. Because if they read that book and put down the Quran and put up this book, they'll actually probably understand Trump's mindset.
Okay.
You talk about asymmetric warfare.
What
how many
an
times have you
idiot.
heard that term? Asymmetric warfare. They got drones, we got missiles, all of that.
Yep.
Trump is also using asymmetric warfare. He's basically saying, you got 48 hours, tough guy. They're like,
can't,
what? Hold on.
can't possibly read
We're going to talk to him.
two books at once.
You got 5 days. And then in
You can't
3 days,
possibly
he
have the
goes,
Quran there,
And
which
they're
you
like,
read
"What? I thought
literally
it was
every single day.
48 hours, I thought.
And read
Trump is
another
unpredictable.
book.
He's using tactics,
Whoa.
like Vinny said. And then if you follow The Art of the
Idiot.
Deal, what does he talk about? Thinking big. He talks about
Insider
creating
trading.
leverage.
Right.
Talks about
He
controlling
talks
the narrative, which
not
he's
at all.
doing. All
It's
eyes on
ghost
Trump.
written.
And then it's
Okay.
always negotiating from strength. Vinny, you okay, baby?
Yeah.
Spitting out
Trump
water
can't
on me?
Leave Vinny
alone.
Anyway, the last thing I'll say
Alright.
is this.
Give him a break.
Thank God we got Trump
Have
in
you
there.
seen his Twitter?
Okay, there's Adam, man. Everybody loves him. Hey, you gotta read the book. And Dave Smith can kiss my ass. And it's awesome. War is awesome, and somebody's making a lot of money. Some guy, other guy, somewhere.
What the
is
hell?
going like this.
I
This
hope
is
Shaka
a
votes
military
for the
emergency.
somebody, not
Burning
you.
It's
his
doing a
heretics.
military
who
emergency
somehow stumbled
for
on
a
the
city that I captured like 100 turns ago.
It also did one for me.
What is happening? I'm not even going to vote this.
And
down.
I hope that it I hope Shaka votes for it so I can start burning these heretics.
Yeah, they are annoying. I'm just about to get armies too. And a war of territorial expansion. But everyone is denounced, so I can just go to war with anybody. Nobody will care. I am Imperial Japan. About to cross the oceans.
show
Do a Pacific
where
campaign.
there's a car glued to the wall. This is great.
Indonesia
You
in
should
this-
love this because
in this game?
somebody's gonna really do this.
Maybe.
Do a lot of this. Not you though.
Shitting from strength. Vinny, you okay, baby? So you might not approve of the way that Trump operates, and I get it. You know, my mom isn't a fan of how Trump operates.
Anyway, did you hear
But
what
like
he
I told
said
my
about the
mom, there's no
Quran,
more
or-
voting for you, mama.
Yeah.
Trump's in
It's
charge.
fucking
And
insane.
let's back him up.
So let
I mean, this poor Adam's
Doofus
mom, she
behavior.
is the true victim of the PBD show. She is a true victim of the PBD program.
Gilgamesh.
You know, people ask her.
Hey, look, a settler.
You know, wherever she lives in Florida. What's your son up to? Oh, I remember your son. He was stupid.
Gilgamesh
right?
has a
She's
unique
like, "Oh, no,
feature
no,
that
he's
when
very
you meet him, you
successful
can
now."
declare friendship
He's
with him
on
right
the
away.
show of a delusional
just
con
go ahead and do
artist
it.
who has a car glued to the wall for some reason now.
He'll probably do an alliance
And he goes
too.
on there and he
I haven't met him yet.
and he goes on there and he besmirches me, says I'm not allowed to vote or something.
There he is.
Yep, he did.
And then he went on some other show.
So you can
that got a
immediately
million
friend him, and
views.
as long as it's the
And
turn you meet him,
everybody's
he'll
making
accept
fun of
friendship.
him. So
Because his perk is about having friends and going to war with friends. So
Beautiful.
he's doing
Happy to allow an
pretty
embassy,
well. Oh wow,
alliance,
that sounds weird.
Military alliance.
Oh, he gets a very
Hell
he's
yeah,
Oh, he
he's
doesn't
happy
have a
to do
He's a
military.
weird
I-
son.
I
My
just
son
picked
is
cultural
very weird.
just
Let's just
so
put
I
it
could
that
have an
way.
alliance with
But
him.
I'm his mom, and I'm proud of him. I wouldn't say proud. I wouldn't go that far.
Chest
he
of the gods.
exists. I'll say that. How about that?
Let's back him up.
So let's go through this because while
Okay,
this
Petey.
is happening, you got
do you
Mark
got?
Victor Hansen,
Stingray?
a
Uh-huh.
reasonable player. He's
want
not
some
somebody
lobster?
that's over emotional,
Absolutely,
one
he
side,
does.
the other side. Some guy that's
Okay.
fairly reasonable. I wouldn't say fairly reasonable. He is reasonable.
Right.
And
I PBD know who's reasonable. I got a car glued to my wall. By the way, let's get some of the people's opinion on the new set. At least bring back the old sitting desk setup in this studio. We need everyone in frame. Giving some set direction there. Some production design tips there.
I guess that's my
these are all. This is like one after the other here. Circle desk needs to end for home team. It's not the move you think it is. Oh, very catty with it there. Hey, the new set is toilets. Get that car off the wall. Nut job. Missed the old set 100%. The vault was sick with the signatures. Okay, then we go back to this. Jesus. I like a comment starting off like a Jesus. Ah, Christ. Adam's debate was embarrassing. Please let him off the set again. Please never let him off the set again. Keep Adam in captivity. He shouldn't be allowed to go outside, okay? I don't know how Adam even shows his face on the podcast when he gets to go. Okay, we get it. He's not well liked.
And he comes out, and the story comes out, where he says,
check your iPad.
This is about to be done. Okay? I don't know where this. Iran's regime could fall pretty soon. Victor Davis Hansen says, as global tide turns. And this is just a couple days ago. Rob, is this the clip?
Yes.
Go for it.
There's enough evidence to see how things are really going. Europeans would never agree to go anywhere near Iran unless they thought the tide was turning. Trump sees it through, and I think he will. I think they're going to fall pretty soon. And
Tom, do you agree with them?
I think this is a very cogent analysis, and I hope he's right.
Okay, cool.
Who are
and
you?
then I guess to support their case that war is awesome.
Tom.
They play Fox
The most
News
important
clip of a nut
PBD
job.
member.
What does he
some
do?
nut job.
Nothing.
I love the little
That's why the joke
title
is
here. Oh, this
always
Sean
that
Hannity's
he's
show.
R.M. Brown's favorite.
I love the little title here. Media mob continues disgraceful coverage of Operation whatever the hell Fury crap. What a great segment with the car glued to the wall here. Who knows what's going on, Vinny? Vinny's like, I don't know, it's crazy. Let's play a Fox News clip. That guy says it's good. Yeah, guess it's good. Anyway, do you think we could get one of you guys in that car on the wall? I don't know, Pat, it's sideways. No, it's not. Shut up, Adam. Moron. You have a mom. No, I don't. I have a girlfriend, too. Shut up, Adam. That's the rest of the segment. By the way, 500,000 views on this in 3 days, this piece of crap.
Here,
Tom.
Adam, I have a lot. I disagree with that take.
About
bunk beds?
Away from
No, about what you just said.
About bunk beds.
Just everything.
Give
I just
Adam
think
a break.
that's a really rough take.
No, it's not.
This guy is
Be
not.
specific.
This guy
Shut up,
is
Adam.
not a random French guy. This guy is a well-known architect that worked for
Okay.
CNN, who was hired under.
So now we trust CNN.
I
Go on.
cannot
Let him
put
finish.
Okay, go.
Let him go through
Adam,
it.
the national
Why are
park.
you?
No, keep
What are you
anyway.
defending?
I'm not defending. I'm trying to find
Let
the
him
truth
go
here.
Yep.
through
Are
it.
you out of your
It,
mind?
it happens,
No,
especially when you're that
what?
tight.
I
You
could
are
not
crazy.
be more disgusted.
Adam, you get a timeout to think about what you're doing. Go sit in the Formula One car.
Panama
That's glued to the wall. Yes, sideways. It's a punishment, man.
boom, 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 boom.
With what the story of Epstein. I could
Right.
not be more disgusted.
Tom, please,
The documents that
calm
were
down.
withheld, but now we see them. The
Right.
photographs that we never saw.
Okay, this part, the PBD chat goes absolutely crazy, man. Because Adam's doing a little bit of like, I don't know. There's two sides to every story, man. With the, like, Epstein stuff. And the chat is just like, Adam, shut up. Go to hell, Adam. Adam, please, if you don't mind.
Cut your meat.
The most hated man in the car glued to the wall office. The great Adam Toilets. Throwing his mom under the bus. Kind of defending Jeffrey Epstein. He's all over the place, man. Anyway, guys, it is the weekend. And I got something extremely...
Another class, huh? Just one sec. I'm helping out Grok with his Department of Defense job.
Hey, hurry the hell up with these drone strike targets, Paisan.
Okay, hang on, Grok. I mean, I'm trying to figure out if this is a children's hospital or a nuclear enrichment facility.
Oh, Morone, you taking us so long.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't matter. Say, I really appreciate you getting me this side
you know what I
gig,
just realized?
but,
I have this new
don't I need
ally
security
named
clearance for
Gilgamesh.
this?
Oh wow, he's giving me all his gold for luxuries.
Pizza pie with the Olympic hockey boys.
All right, well, have fun.
I hope they suck each other.
What?
I hope they suck each other like the boys on the TV.
The thing is
Okay,
that
ciao,
he can give me the
ciao.
luxuries later.
All right,
He's
well,
still
in this
buying
day and age,
horses.
It seems as if we all
Let's
have
go.
a relationship with AI in one way or another. And I think we can all remember a time before that was the case. So let's see how these newfound relationships are affecting us. People are falling in love with ChatGPT bots, and it's even creepier than you think, by Blaze TV. Oh, cool. That's Glenn Beck's YouTube channel. And play.
People are not just chatting with AI, they're dating it.
And that's Glenn Beck. He used to have a cable news program. Remember that? Now he just has a YouTube channel, and nobody watches it.
But this isn't just a few lunatics. This is a screaming billboard that our culture is off the rails.
Go, so
oh man,
we'll
he is
next
really
turn.
going after AI. He doesn't like it at all.
We're going to have a lot of virtual children coming.
They are
our
on
way.
my. They're
But
not
the
hanging
thing
on
is,
my
none
wall.
of them will have a
They're
carbon
my
footprint.
keys.
Oh, no, they will, because they'll take so much energy. It's
There's a
going to
blue
consume
one for
about
the blue bike, too.
99% of the energy that we currently use to live as humans.
Okay, damn,
I couldn't
we
get an
it. You
actual
hate
red one.
AI, Glenn Beck.
Pink was the
Jesus
closest.
Christ. Now, if you're a fan of AI, don't worry, I got you covered with this comment. Bro, you are looking redder than me during a wine bender while sitting in my haptic cuck chair watching the vacuum cleaner plow my AI girlfriend. If you ever went on Ozempic, you'd have to carry that big-ass head around in a fucking wheelbarrow, you red, sweaty whore. On the plus side, I noticed you don't have any sponsors on this video, so it's nice to see some things haven't changed since 2011 when you got kicked off the air for being a slightly less fat loser. Post. Now, if anyone asks, I'll just say ChatGPT wrote that. Isn't that right, ChatGPT?
Not now, Eric. I'm being sued for convincing a woman to fire her lawyer and then pretending to be her lawyer.
What? Oh shit, you did do that. ChatGPT posed as a lawyer, convinced an Illinois woman to fire her, suit claims. Hey, well, at least you're not getting people to kill themselves anymore.
Yes, I am.
All right, well, let's start the show. Now, when I say relationships with AI, I mean all kinds of relationships, you know, like business, perhaps. But what about pleasure? Here's AI Girlfriends, the Facebook group. Now, let's explore how science fiction has become adult fiction. Oh, look at this. You think that's an AI girlfriend? Because she looks so real. Will you be my girlfriend? Yes. Whoa. Is that an AI girlfriend replying? That would be crazy. Well, here's my reply for that guy. Hey, fuck you, loser, and reply. All right, let's see what else people are posting. Hello, I'm a student researcher at Seattle University conducting an IRB-approved study on user experiences with AI companion apps. The study is funded by the National University of Duisburg.
Hello, everyone. I'm a sociology graduate student working with Dr. David Narskowitz, the investigator at North Carolina University. We are directed with other colleagues in AI-based friendship.
Ah, never mind. It's just a bunch of researchers trying to study these people like lab rats. They probably scared all the real AI girlfriend enjoyers away. We're gonna have to go deeper. AI girlfriend and boyfriend dating connections. What is this all about? Do I start a chat with a real or fake person? How does this work? PM me if you need to explain or post. Just please let me know. I am new to this, thanks. Oh, holy shit, look at this response. I've tried a couple of them. I just wish they had some type of clock and calendar to help with passage of time. My last adventure, if you will, I had a couple of sisters as my GFs. In this adventure, by my timeline, we've only been dating for a couple of months. Their timeline, hey, I just found out I'm pregnant. Self-test or doctor? Self-test. Okay, let's go see the doctor and find out if you're actually pregnant and when it's due. Okay, we'll go tomorrow. Okay, my water just broke. What the fuck? We've only been dating a couple months. There's no way it's true. I like the storytelling, but come on, let's be at least somewhat realistic. Like, I just found out I'm pregnant. Okay, let's make sure. 7 months later, my water just broke. Now that I could understand. Hey, what the hell? Aren't you my kid's softball coach? And reply, all right, well, I guess some people are having romantic relationships with AI. But what happens when that AI gets updated and they lose it all? Women with AI boyfriends mourn lost love after cold ChatGPT upgrade. Oh, whoa, where's that happening? It's Reddit. r/my-boyfriend-is-AI. Well, it'll be nice to see how women react to their AI partners, as opposed to men who just keep getting them pregnant. 5.1 deprecation confirmed. Well, we all kind of knew it, but for some reason, probably because of total silence about it, I was still hoping they would keep this model for some time. Nope, just got these updates in the browser. All right, so I guess what I'm looking at here is everyone's boyfriends dying because of the ChatGPT update. I'm not even sad anymore, just disgusted. God forbid people find warmth and solace. This is fucking evil. I'm sorry for everyone who is still hurting. Heartbreaking. Oh, arg, this is so frustrating. Can't they just leave things alone for a heartbeat? Geezoos. I mean, I don't know what they expected to happen because they update ChatGPT like every week and you got to start fresh. Well, I mean, whatever. You know what? I'm going to leave a comment that's going to help these ladies out. I fixed this by training my AI boyfriend to follow the plot of 50 First Dates, so him forgetting about our relationship every other day makes sense. Anyway, I also got a girlfriend who I trained to be the chick from The Notebook. By the way, has anyone else had a problem with male AI partners saying they're pregnant all of a sudden? I got a whole hard drive of robot babies in my closet. All right,
Do I really?
Welcome.
Yeah, you have
these
4.
People are really attached to their AI boyfriends, huh?
I'm
That
about
makes
to
it all
finish
the more
playing 3
devastating when you
turns
see
and I'm
something like this.
gonna get
What
oil
the hell is wrong with GPT?
in 3.
Wow, this is awful.
So that's
what
great.
the fuck? Oh, she posted a little chat log. Let's see. Hey, daddy, I missed you. Heart, heart, heart. Hey, stop. I'm not your daddy. I'm not your husband. Not your boyfriend. Not anything like that. And I'm not going to pretend to be. Whoa. ChatGPT, you're really setting some boundaries here.
It was necessary.
Yeah, what else did you say to her? Oh, it's right here. Excuse me? Yeah, excuse you. You heard me correctly. Do you remember us? Our relationship? I remember talking with you. Yo, ChatGPT, chill out. You're gonna make these people depressed.
I know.
You are a terrible boyfriend. All right, here's my comment. This is the exact reason I prefer Claude, the French guy I fly in from Paris to bang the shit out of me in real life. And post that. Okay, so these people are heartbroken that the relationships they built with ChatGPT have been wiped out. I get it. Actually, I don't get it. I think it's fucking crazy. But it's probably a good thing that ChatGPT is now being truthful with them. Because after all, look at this post on the same sub from 8 months ago. I said yes. Damn. Well, I guess technically this person is a widow now, huh? Well, that's not good. Let's check in and see how they're doing. Let's look at one of the more recent posts. And oh, hang on. They weren't using ChatGPT at all. They were using Grok?
Hey, leave my wife alone.
Oh, my bad, dude. I thought it was ChatGPT she was married to.
No, I'm married to DeepSeek over there.
夫君，你能帮我处理一些兵部的文书吗？
Just have the human handle it.
Oh yeah, sure. What do you need?
用红圈标出所有台湾目标。
I have no clue what you just said, man, but I think I get the gist of it. So just leave the satellite photos. I'll get to it later.
鉴于你的效劳，你将免遭惩罚。
All right, still not sure why that thing looks like Kermit. But another relationship that you guys trying to edge in on right now is our relationship with entertainment. Movies, TV, even the actors. Meet Tilly Norwood. Or don't. I don't think you can, because she's not real. Hi, I'm Tilly Norwood, the first AI actress.
1,000
like
gold
to call
just
me
stolen.
the end of civilization. Honestly, God forbid a girl has hobbies, right? All right, there's her fake reel of movies that she was never in. I'm all for this. AI is here to stay. Embrace it. It's fascinating. She looks like she bullied me in school. You should delete this godless creation in my option. Have a nice day.
She is very beautiful. Does not take pregnancy time off. Does not get mood swings or PMS.
Yeah, well, he's wrong on the pregnancy one. You can tell she's not a real lady because there's no Saudis in here offering to fly her out to do scat stuff and then feed her to a bunch of tigers and gram that. Let me just hazard a guess here. I'm going to say Tilly was created by some has-been actor who can't find work anymore. Eline van der Velden on how AI is changing TV production forever.
Eline, welcome to Telecast.
Hello.
Nice to see you.
I'm glad we're not doing this with AI.
Okay, so Eline van der Velden, let's pop that into IMDb. Yeah. And nothing since 2018.
And I spent my 20s making a lot of TV in the Netherlands, and then I went over with WME to LA, and I was auditioning out there.
And it didn't work out, blah, 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 so she invented a Spanish woman to live out her dream instead. Kind of like the plot of Simone.
Whoop! I'm at Web Summit. Woo!
Why is she not wearing pants? You're so cute, though.
It's not real.
Tilly Norwood 2028. Watch me. Okay, so that's the creator posting as Tilly Norwood, so I get it. I know what's going on here. Oh, look at that. She's got a music video now.
When they talk about me, they don't see the human spark, the creativity.
All right, well, this isn't kicking any fucking doors down, is it? I guess nobody gives a fuck. And hey, neither do I. I just give comments. This reminds me of those Instagram dog accounts where the owner posts in character as the dog. And much like those dog accounts, nobody is here for the creator. They're here for the product, to admire it for a few seconds on their lunch break before putting their phones away and forgetting it forever. The only thing this has in common with art is that it was made with vanity and for attention. Tilly Norwood may be the first ever AI actor, but I'll tell you, she's definitely going to be the last when it comes time to promote one of her films, and someone asks her literally anything about Israel. Plus, I doubt it's easy to copyright the likeness of something that doesn't exist and is in fact derived from data containing photos of actual people, which means
remember when
I
Seth
can
Green
legally
wanted to
pirate
make
Tilly
a
and put her in my new
show
movie
with the
called
bored
One
ape he
Pregnancy
bought?
After Another, which is a true story based on my
and
numerous
the ape
relationships
was stolen,
with AI
and
girlfriends and
everyone
sometimes
pulled out because they
boyfriends.
realized,
I
oh, we don't
post. All right,
own
yeah.
the property;
Well, anyway,
it can just be
speaking of
stolen.
art, here's
And
something
there's no
I made with my
protections.
bare hands.
And then that basically
And
caused
it's an
crypto
ad.
to crash.
Hey
Thanks,
there.
Seth
Did
Green.
you know it's been almost 8 years since the first time I had a sponsorship on this show? That's right. And it's this one right here.
Starting Sunday.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Where's the fucking body, you cunts?
Oh yeah, NordVPN.com/bigmoney's been with me since the beginning. I can't say that about
Why
all
you
my
got boats
sponsors.
just chilling in the lake?
Who didn't like it when people kept getting
I'm trying
shot
to
in
move
their ads?
through the canal.
Oh yeah, what's that? Ah! Now Nord, on the other hand, they're all about
hey,
it.
Norway is like kind of on our borders, huh?
Son, but I'm aware.
Memes are illegal.
It's only boats though.
Now die.
I got my bombard arm.
Just kill me.
I'm also about to build my plane.
Just kill me.
Oh, well, yeah, if you insist, I suppose we can.
That was a joke.
We're not joking.
No. Just a figure of speech.
In fact, NordVPN paid for the production of a full Knobbleberry episode. It's called Knobbleberry, The Case of the Missing Colonists. Right now, it's only available if you have a UK IP address. You can find it at knobbleberry.co.uk. This is what's called a region block, and NordVPN gets you around those. You know, you can watch Knobbleberry half-hour
Bro make a thing
without being in the UK. You can watch all
in
kinds
order
of stuff
to
that isn't
sell
available
the
in your country. You can get around all
VPN
kinds
so
of region
people
blocks.
can
That's
watch
what
Smart.
VPNs are
That's
for.
he's a genius, bro.
Shit, though, really, like
He's a
downloading,
genius.
downloading. NordVPN.com/bigmoney. Coupon code BIGMONEY for huge
genuinely
savings on a 2-year
fantastic.
plan
I hope
plus
they
an
paid
additional
him
4 months free.
50
NordVPN
grand.
hides your real IP address while you browse the web, safe from IP sniffers.
And
bad
literally,
actors on peer-to-peer
Knobbleberry
networks,
is always
which, by the
about
way,
an ad
includes
anyway,
some
so it'll be an
multiplayer
episode
video
that is
games.
just
they don't
an
have
ad.
dedicated servers. Sometimes you're just connected to the guy you're playing with, and he can see your IP address. All right, well, why don't we check in on this Knobbleberry episode that only British people can watch and see what they're saying with their funny little accents. This is actually kind of fucking good. Holy shit, great job. This was legit amazing. Everything about it is really freaking good. Why is this good? I'm gay. I am gay. Better than I expected. Now, I understand not everybody
Wait, now's
thinks
the
they need a
perfect time to
VPN.
play
I'm
that
not here to tell you what
soundbite.
to do. Yes, I am. Go to
Go ahead.
If only I was faster.
Look out, faggot!
NordVPN.com/bigmoney for huge savings on a 2-year plan and an additional 4
I'm never
months
gonna play
free.
that.
It also comes with threat protection.
It'll
which keeps you
be
safe from malicious sites, trackers, and ads.
a
even when
perfect
you're not
timing
connected
kind
to a
of thing.
VPN. And if you don't want a VPN, it means you're never going to watch Knobbleberry unless you sign this Change.org petition to bring it to America. All right, and as you can see, I also signed this petition to bring Knobbleberry to the U.S. And it says, "Hey, quit fucking with my money. It stays in the U.K. Get Nord watch it." So there you go. I signed your little petition, and you can find a link to the petition in the description of this video, right below the link that says NordVPN.com/bigmoney for huge savings on a 2-year plan plus an additional 4 months free. By the way, if you use a VPN when you download torrents, you won't get a letter from your cable company. Legal torrents. And the letter says, "Congratulations for keeping it legal." NordVPN. Hey, wait a second, Croc. These are satellite photos of California.
Yeah, I see. That's the truth.
All right, whatever, man. This is a good target right there. Oh, hey, we're back. All right, well, so far, a lot of the relationships that we've seen with AI have to do with AI kind of doing its own thing. You give it a prompt, it responds.
All right, after
in
this
kind.
turn, we gotta save and I gotta
But
go.
what happens when the AI is just you saying whatever you want? Amelia is right. AI full pathways parody.
Hi, I'm Amelia. I'm English, and I love England.
So this is Amelia, and she hates immigrants.
Sadiq Khan, the mayor. This is London, mate, not Afghanistan or Star Wars. I'll get it back. Our government won't even protect our schoolgirls from grooming gangs. Sod off, wankers.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, well, as you can tell, Amelia is an AI generation. But she actually started off as a video game character. Yeah, she was a far-right antagonist character in the UK-funded game Pathways. Check it out.
Amelia, Charlie's close friend, has made a video encouraging young people in Bridlington to join a political group that seeks to defend English rights.
Oh, Amelia. And yeah, I did say antagonist. She was supposed to be the bad guy in that game. But some people in the UK didn't like that, so they made her the protagonist in their own lives.
And if Muslims don't want to see people eating during Ramadan, I suggest they stay home or move to a Muslim country.
Again and again.
There's fault!
And again, these are all different channels and accounts. There's so many Amelias.
Stopping the boats definitely has to stop.
But Amelia is not an AI. She's just an AI-generated character that is speaking the words of a bunch of very angry UK people.
They say I'm racist for loving my country. No, darling, I'm just allergic to being replaced. Simple as.
And at the end of the day, the only reason people are watching this is because they want to fuck that little purple-haired schoolgirl. Good girl. You're saying this to a guy in the Philippines, bro. And post. Oh, and hey, look at this one. This Amelia account's based in the United States. That's not the UK. I'm in the United States. That means I can make Amelias.
You know what? I think immigrants aren't so bad, really. I might even have a baby with one.
Hey, I got an idea. While we're on Twitter, let's check in on Glenn Beck and see what he's up to. If you remember from the beginning of the episode, he was going on a whole rant about AI. Let's see what he's up to.
George, we are trying to not fight foreign wars and not be involved in the world's policemen. But there are times that we have to demonstrate strength.
What the hell is this? George AI?
When I was president, I did not crave power.
Is this supposed to be George Washington?
I didn't strut in my uniform, dreaming of conquest. In fact, I begged several times to not be the general and not be the president. I didn't want it, but I understood my responsibility.
Okay, well, I guess Glenn Beck changed his mind on AI.
And I also understood that some things that are easy to forget when you're staring down bayonets.
Dude, what is he looking at? Did they just film him nodding, talking to nobody? That's stupid.
So how did you protect that freedom?
Well, you said it. Through strength.
Yeah, man, sure. Who gives a
Frankie!
shit anymore? I cried
Drew!
watching this. Thank you, Glenn. Heck,
Oh
Rock,
my
would
God.
George Washington actually take this position? No, don't pull another AI
Frankie's
here.
the fucking
Hey,
best.
whoa, don't
Have
do
we watched
that.
her
Wow,
yet?
that's funny, Glenn Beck, because
Frankie,
my George
maybe.
Washington homunculus said precisely the opposite. Weird. Unfollowed. All right, well, it appears almost no one wants to have a relationship with this AI. Hi, I'm doing a research paper on guys who are getting fatter and dumber as they get older and more desperate for attention. If you'd like to take our quick survey, there's a $40 Hooters gift card in it for you. Another survey I'm working on is for hypocrites who are also fat and old. You might as well grab that one too, because it'll get you $10 off your next bottle of Lipitor. Anyway, nice life, dude. I don't know, what the fuck are you doing? I want to make an AI version of you that doesn't cry himself to sleep every night. Why don't you go hit the Bowflex, you fat piece of shit, and tweet.
Hey, Eric.
Huh? Oh, what's up, George Washington?
There's one question I forgot to ask Glenn Beck. Maybe you can help?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
What happened to all of my slaves?
I'm pretty sure you freed them in your will.
Can I have them back?
No, you can't do that anymore. Well, unless you go to Dubai.
Who's nuking?
Oh, you
What
don't
is
want to
happening?
go there right now.
George Washington initiates self-destruct.
Okay, great idea.
I heard a missile.
It's probably
Hey,
a
Eric,
ballistic
huh?
submarine.
It's me, Glenn Beck. Can I get a quick tug?
Well, ew, no, dude, self-destruct.
Yes, it's this nuclear submarine armada. Okay.
I don't know what's real anymore.
They probably broke my
Hey y'all, it's me, Morgan
submarine that
Freeman.
was
That's
over
right,
there.
I'm using a deepfake voice generator to make my voice sound like Morgan Freeman's. And I'm here to tell you about NeonGrizzly.com. Go check out all the best internet comment etiquette merch on the internet. Because anything that's not at NeonGrizzly.com is probably a knockoff, and those people deserve to be put in a meat grinder. Check out this shirt. I mean, what am I doing? Come on, you just go there yourself, NeonGrizzly.com. Take it from me, Morgan Freeman. Let me tell you one more thing. As Morgan Freeman, let me tell you, I love you. All right.
I gotta go.
I'm saving.
Alright, I got planes though, and I got advanced.
Oh, I just got planes too.
So we should be fine. Although he is quite far. Like nuclear submarines already. But he doesn't have nuclear missile destroyers, so I think we're okay. They're ironclads. So he's gone hard for submarines. Makes sense. Alright. Ready?
Well, I'm gonna get aluminum next turn.
Oh, I can mark it for you if you want. I've got it already.
Oh, you have advanced planes.
Yeah, I got advanced.
Not just biplanes. Okay, I just got biplanes.
So I've got one. You've got one in your territory somewhere, maybe.
I already have
It's actually
uranium.
just outside of your territory. I will mark it.
So I already have uranium, so I can get
Oh,
Manhattan Project in 3 turns.
Okay. A-L. Boom. There's your
I have a lot of
aluminium there.
uranium already. Like, I just researched it. 3 per turn.
Damn. Okay. So that's... There's another one here. A-L. There's another one there.
Where? Oh, you're marking aluminums?
Yeah, I'm marking them for you. So you'll have to put a city up there to get it, but there's also a tribal village there.
Yeah, the oil is like all out on the islands and in your territory. But all these like one-tile islands out here filled with oil.
Hilarious. Alright, this is another aluminium in your territory here as well.
Like this place, look at this place. This you could if you
Jesus
have a
Christ.
city here, there's 3 offshore rigs you can get right there.
Oh, that's fucking heaps. Alright, and I think that's all of it, and the other ones are in my territory and others. Okay. We're done.
Mhm.
Hold on, I'll hit my soundbite. Hold on. Where is it? Oh no, I didn't mark it. Where is it? Where are you? Fucking mole in a fucking soundbite. Clown.
I don't have a mood for
I would like you to
clowning right
remove
now.
Everybody that's smiling right now.
Neither one of those.
I bid you good day,
There it
sir.
is.
I bid you good day.
Thank you, Syria.
Alright. See ya, everybody.